ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was dewarding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
We are back here at the LPL Pro Dota 2, Day 3 here, presented by LG. 2 days already gone. Amazing action to bring it 2-0 all third time somehow. I don't know how it's working, but again, we've got some more Dota coming up, and bringing the action will be me, GTH, but joined by the man himself, the Wandering Bard is back, man. How you going?
It's absolutely a thrill to be back, JDH, as always on the LPL Dota 2 Invitational. I mean, we have such history here, and it's always a pleasure, whether I'm watching, you know, at home on the stream or whether I am appearing on the stream. And I'm glad I get to appear to cover today's matches. We got some new and spicy teams to watch.
Oh yeah, some debuts coming back, some revenge matches maybe on the board coming up, but we are in that single round robin stage, like the best of 2 season where it comes fast and quick. All the teams are playing against each other, testing the waters, and hopefully getting the points towards that top 4, which makes sure they go to the best of 3 single elimination playoffs to make it all towards our best of 5 grand final to find out who's going to be the winner of this season, because the winner is taking home those big prizes. At first place, as we know, $2,100, second place $1,400, third $900, and fourth $650 a piece, all up for grabs.
Yeah, and as you said, you know, those these early season matches are so important because you don't want to miss the top 4. Not only miss out on all of the prize money, like there's a hard cut there halfway. If you're not in the finals, you don't get anything, but you also don't get to play the finals. And after a full season, that's got to be disappointing for these teams. So nice to get themselves in there.
Well, I mean, 2 days in, we can see exactly where the teams stand, and it's pretty clear cut. 1, 2, 3, 4. Team M11, Gargle Esports, UDV, and Apes Esports with their wins.
Yeah, I mean, those are, look, some of the teams that you would expect. Obviously, M11 and the Apes nowadays are, you know, somewhat veterans of LPL and veterans with, like, a record of success. So, given that teams tend to improve over time as they play consistently in these league events, you know, they would be my picks to make finals. But it's good to see other names getting up there as well. I still have some faith in teams like Burmese Ghouls and Atomic Esports, though. They have time to rally.
I guess we literally get to see if they can rally today, because both those teams are coming back to play, hopefully to get some points on the board. Atomic Esports having a bit of a disappointing end to their debut in Day 1, having that DC, which meant that they went down 2-0, but maybe they can take some points away from the Apes Esports, which is still looking super hard at this point. And then the finish of the day, Burmese Ghouls are versing Gagat, and Gagat, same story. The 0-4 currently, they need points as well. These teams need to win these games.
Yeah, 0-4 is a nasty record to hold on to, so hopefully they can get some points in. But first, let's look at that first match. You mentioned a disconnect. I mean, that's always disappointing, but in some ways you could look at it as a silver lining, right? You can't let that loss define you. You have a ready-made excuse, so, you know, a good excuse, right? So this time, okay, full 5 players, we're going to bounce back, turn that thing around.
Well, let's see which team players are going to turn it around. AP Esports, I mean, these guys, their names speak for themselves, especially after their series that we saw from them last night. It was clean, it was quick, it was brutal. Jick Roy, Van Q, Selfless Doll, and Travens, these guys were just playing clinical Dota.
Yeah, it's great. The Apes have always been a really fun team to watch in the LPL. They play a mix of that exciting Dota, but also, yeah, the underlying expertise, the confidence, and the coordination actually make that kind of aggressive gameplay work. So hopefully they keep it up.
Well, Atomic Esports are going to be trying to keep up with them. They've got some skill behind them. Every single one of their players, Aris, Lewis, Fiend, Grims, Asta, all have some great quality, some great carry potential, some great mid plays coming up from Lewis as well on that Morphling, which was able to get some good adaptive plays, and even Fiend playing some weird off-meta, off-lane picks as well. This team has some great ideas. They just need to get it to work.
I mean, that seems to describe a lot of teams that come through the LPL, right? Like, we're often saying, well, these guys have some great individual players. Often you'll see one of them step up and really threaten to steal a game on their own. And then as soon as they can get that chemistry to click, I mean, you see an explosion in their results. So maybe Atomic Esports, they can jumpstart that process faster than most.
Many teams have been kind of trying to jumpstart that process, mainly through the offlane. It's the one thing that's had the most versatility I've seen, at least in this season, and in many seasons around it. It seems like if you want to try something, you either put it on Selfless or you put it on Feed. It's last time Atomic Esports, they tried the offlane Omni Knight. Wasn't exactly the most successful Omni Knight, but still, it is something different that might be the surprise that wins them a game.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you point out the off lane as being kind of a dynamic spot in the draft for teams who want to break out of the relatively stable meta we've been in for a long time now. Like the mid picks, it feels like normally that would be, oh, my last pick, my mid lane, or I can do something unusual, sink all these resources into it, have it really go off. But the mid lane nowadays has become quite stratified. There really are the heroes that work, and because they're such strong laners in mid game as these spirits, these quaps, they kind of zone out a lot of the other oddball mids. So I like the idea of using the off lane as a way to like drive a wedge through the opponent's draft.
Yeah, and I guess at this point, as we already pointed out, the meta is a little bit stale. We know exactly what the teams prefer to pick in certain roles. We know what the bans are kind of be. The first 4 bans are literally the same almost every single game. It's Weaver, it's Tide, it's OD, it's Spirit Breaker. You can't let any one of them through. Is that a good thing now that we've actually understood this game? Is that something that, you know, the teams are able to prove their pure skill themselves at this point? If the meta is not exactly evolving right now, it's based on players' skill for which team is successful.
I think it's all part of a cycle. I don't think that it's necessarily like a thing that we need to never have in Dota or always have, where you have like the meta has to be stable, can't be stable, right? We have patches. We're never going to not have patches. Dota's never going to be finished. So it's like it just rewards different kinds of teams and players. Some of these teams are very innovative and very good at quickly figuring out a meta. Those teams tend to thrive early on in the patch cycle. Then later on in the patch cycle, you get the teams who are just really good at practicing and executing a known strategy. They tend to do well. I'm almost looking at this point for teams to come and innovate again, really. Like you mentioned that the bans are fixed, and obviously those heroes are very good, but if you look at the DPC finals, these are high stakes games that are being played lately. It's not quite that fixed. It's not the same 4 bans every time, which shows that because we've reached this very high level of awareness, teams have know the plays and the counters and the counters, you can maybe afford to let some of those heroes through, right? It's like every TI, there seems to be one hero that's banned every game, have to ban this hero, got to patch this hero out. Yeah. And then suddenly when you get to the finals, the most important games, but it's the ones with the most competent, confident teams, those heroes start getting let through. Because in truth, there's not many heroes in Dota that are ever so broken you can't target them and take them down. And I'd like to see a little bit of that cat and mouse, okay, we'll let you have the Weaver pick, but what do you think our Weaver counter is that we then know we're going to get to run on you, Have some of that mind games.
Well, yeah, I guess those mind games are only going to last, what, 5 days at this point until the new patch comes in. I mean, I asked Poglet what he wanted to change between the 2 metas there. Is there anything that's jumping out at you that you would like to see change coming into a new patch?
I think I'd like to see a change in the mid lane. Obviously, I think that's where a lot of the staleness comes from. There's like a certain kind of mid lane hero that works right now, and anytime anyone tries to play anything else, it just looks bad, to be honest. I don't know exactly what needs to change as a result of that, but as a support player myself, I do miss the days when supports roaming on mid was more of a thing. Like, I know the mid lane is almost always seem to prefer it when it's just 1v1 on an island, and that's what matters. But apart from coming to help for runes, it sort of seems like we see not as much support roaming, not as much flexibility in the early game positioning anymore, and as a result, not as much flexibility in the heroes that you can pick in either support or mid roles. So I think whether it's a change to map geography or stack mats or whatever it is to prompt more of that, I want more flexible laning phases.
Cool. And even Pocket was pointing out that healing heroes, defensive support heroes like Dazzle, like Oracle, just aren't exactly viable in the meta right now. Should they try and make some changes to make it a little bit easier for them to play?
I think that's one of the things that IceFrog has had like the hardest time balancing. If you look back over Dota, right? Like we've had items like Necrobook that can't get balanced, or Iron Talon, they just eventually get taken out of the game. You can't remove healing, but it sort of seems like every patch either, and I'm talking about healing specifically, right? There's healing heroes and saving heroes, and healing heroes are either completely useless, like they've been lately, and you either pick shields or you just don't pick defensive heroes at all, or they're overpowered and we have a death ball meta, because you just pick like 2 or 3 healers and all the healing is too strong and you just roll through things in the early mid game. And that meta, the meta where those heroes are too strong is probably worse than the one where they don't exist. But I mean, I like Dazzle. It'd be cool if we could play those heroes again.
Yeah, carry mid Dazzle coming back. I want to see
it.
Okay,
like, not like that. Don't make that viable.
No. Well, actually, another hero that might be viable and might be introduced in the patch as well. Marcy, probably going to come into captain's mode, might be a professional scene. Do you like where she is at this point? I
don't think you can fully say she's broken anymore. I think carry Marcy is still one of those heroes that's quite frustrating to deal with in certain situations, and I do think the hero probably needs more refinement, but at this point I'd rather have it put in captain's mode, and then I think when it's in captain's mode, that's when iStruggle will be able to tune it the best. I think that's a pattern we've seen with the last few heroes added to the game. Heroes like Dawnbreaker, heroes like Hoodwink, these are heroes that were a little bit iffy and people weren't really sure what to do with them, and then once they got put in the pro scene, they get the reps in for players to figure out this is how we want to use it. Yep. And we also get the reps in for iStruggle to go, okay, we do need to nerf that skill.
It's a little bit too strong. I mean, do you want to put down any position you think it's going to be most suited to? I know many teams have been trying to, at least, it seems new heroes in that 4 role. Just an easy, flexible role.
We've had a lot of 4 heroes lately, right? Like a lot of these heroes that have been added that I was just mentioning, Hoodwink, Dawnbreaker, right? Like these are 4 position heroes more or less, and as a player who likes these sorts of heroes, especially melee strength 4s, I've been really excited. That being said, every time I've played Marcy, I'm sure she might get played in a 4, but I think she's still a carry. I think the way her ultimate works, I think it's still the highest impact of her skills. It's kind of like the opposite of Dawnbreaker. Like, there's some reasons to play a carry, some reasons to play a support, but the carry reasons overwhelm the support reasons. I don't think the skills she have are as strong as like a Tiny, where it's like, well, Toss is so good that you can just play this as a 4 pos.
Yeah. Is it also kind of sad that Dawnbreaker's fallen off so hard? Like, we don't really see it at all anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sad about it. It's honestly my favorite hero in Dota, at least in the last few years. Like, it's been so much fun to play. I really like that its skills are kind of like at this point where they're understated, but at the same time they feel so impactful. But it's definitely the kind of hero that'll come and go with the meta, right? Like, it's so predicated as a support in particular on like lane control being a thing you have to fight for early. And I think maybe iStruggle might tweak it to make it stronger as a core. Maybe that's how we see it work its way back in.
Well, maybe we'll see it work its way into Game 1 going on the way. Atomic Esports versus Apes Esports. I'm hoping for some new picks coming out. Atomic have been doing those weird things. They've been putting Fiend on weird offlane heroes and picking some weird 1-2s, actually. Some surprising things. Quap seems to be pretty standard in most SCA teams, but they're willing to get it. The Clockworks to come in, and so many different heroes to kind of, you know, surprise you in the early phase.
I remember seeing, I was watching the game where the Clockwork support was picked, which you and Poglet were casting, and I was pogging out at home. Like, I love the SEA support Clockworks. I think that SEA has probably the best Clockworks out of all the regions. It's one of the heroes that's always been associated with this region, at least in my mind. Some really great players playing it in the core role and in the support role. And I do think it's in a good spot right now. Like, I think maybe that's one of those things, if you're not going to pick a Dawnbreaker type hero, Clockwork is sort of a similar fit, but one that works better in the late game, given how the game is currently set up. Counters a lot of these heroes are getting played. These bans seem similar to what you described. We've got the Conquer ban, the OD ban, and then, of course, Spirit Breaker and Weaver getting taken out by the Apes. And Atomic Esports first picking the Quap. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of first phase mid laners. Back in the day, it would be, oh, well, you know, that's a flex pick. You can't presume it's mid. This is basically assumed to be the mid, right? People are just that confident in Quap.
Oh yeah, it seems to be not, I wouldn't say uncounterable, but just solid overall. And actually, after yesterday as well, this IO pick from Delil, it did so much work. This man is, it seems like his specialty hero, just his defensive save, always able to really utilize the draft around this IO. Yeah,
I mean, a good IO player is one of the most terrifying things in Dota 2. Picking up the Void Spirit now, having seen the enemy Quap, you can afford to pick your mid laner. And this is what I mean. This is how you can tell the meta needs a shake-up. You really shouldn't be able to just, like, first two your mid laners like that and have no fear of reprisal. But I think first twoing an IO is almost more scary, right? Like, this is a hero that has counters. You know, we're not in 2013, 2014 anymore, where this hero is just considered to be unbeatable. Like, Queen of Pain, honestly, isn't she quite a good IO counter? Isn't the counter to IO normally powerful AoE nukes, as we pick up another one here?
Yeah, a very early Tiny, which I'm kind of surprised about because I see Grimstroke there. Like, not banned, not touched.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that could go wrong here, but I do really like Atomic Esports' approach to this draft, and I guess for the Apes, it's just a thing of disrespect almost, or we'll say self-confidence. Like, our IO is so good that it doesn't matter that you have a Tiny to toss and break the tether. It doesn't matter that you have all these nukes to flatten the IO and its partner as they like come in with relocate. You know, we're just going to outplay you. My Whisper's going to be too strong.
And it seems, at least from Apes Esports, they're prioritizing Jikroy on, say, the Lesh carries. Those carries that are just more magical based, more tempo based, and just use the IO for that mana regen as well. So that they like to, they play a different style of Dota overall, and against a Tiny and a Quap, can that still work?
I think so. I mean, magic damage is probably what you'd go with against those two heroes if you had to choose. My question is not so much does it work against what Atomic Esports are doing, but do you really want to play Lesh.io with a Void Spirit mid, right? Like, that's a lot of magical damage. Leshak, at least, like, of all the nuking heroes, he takes towers, right? Diabolic Edict is there, but it's still pretty light on in terms of, you know, what do you do once a BKB appears? What do you do if the offlaner rushes a pipe? And then Tiny and Quap are, like, quite positional heroes, right? They're the heroes that have a lot of control over their positioning. Tiny obviously rushes that blink. Quap just has one. So for a lot of heroes, you know, you're describing with placed nukes that you can miss and that need a little bit of setup time as a fight begins, I'm a little bit concerned.
Well, so far, the bans are pretty much offlane favored, especially for mates. We've got Timber, Mars, Nightalker. Sweet. Easy to go. Razor being banned by Atomic Esports with Monkey King and Lena. I'm moving towards a carry Tiny here.
Yeah, I mean, carry Tiny for the last few LPL seasons has been what most teams seem to prefer. That would be, like, your 1 and 2 position as your first 2 picks of a draft is essentially unheard of. But I guess if you think that the Tiny pick is sneaky enough as a flex, that could help. Bane, I think, is a great pickup. It's sort of, you know, that you want 2 supports that really complement each other rather than do the same thing in most cases if you're not doing some sort of cheese strat. And Bane really does cover the bases that IO doesn't. But there's that Grimstroke you mentioned, and what a great counter to the Bane, as well as the Void Spirit. Every Spirit hero hates this support.
Oh, tethered just so you can't jump away, dodging any damage. But it seems like Apes have... Okay, Beastmaster. I was going to say they have their global strat of, you know, Bane sets something up with Nightmare, then they relocate on top. But with Beastmaster giving so much vision around it, and the counter initiation mobility that they have on top for Atomic Esports, I'm kind of liking the approach here. It doesn't seem as easy of a game for Apes to get these pickoffs on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Atomic, we need to see what these last couple of Apes heroes are. They could really complete the draft or totally change the tone. But right now, I agree. Atomic Esports, they are looking to have this really great mid-game timing, right? Beastmaster always brings a lot of push, just generally to support your team. Between Beastmaster and, yeah, Core Tiny, perhaps, looks like you'll have no trouble taking down towers. You've got great team fight. All 4 heroes output a ton of damage for their roles at that timing for Atomic Esports. And so the Apes, you know, Bane and Io and even Void Spirit, they're quite fragile heroes. Io at least, you know, is a strength hero and can tank up, but yeah, I worry that you could get easily overwhelmed, right? It's all well and good to describe this delicate Mission Impossible setup where you initiate Fiend's Grip, do a relocate, throw a remnant, but, you know, you can just get roared, stunned, blink, altered. There's all sorts of things that can come down and break up that synergy very quickly.
Well, 4th pick, going to be using a little bit of time to get there, and seeing Beastmaster, knowing that you have your offlane matchup already there, do we just pick out carry potentially, because we know something good is going to get banned here? And Tiny, I would have said, you know, Razor would have been a great pick, Monkey King would have been a great pick, but if they don't pick it yet, maybe they take out the other best options.
I think the Apes might want to go for their own offlaner here, just because, well, I mean, I guess we'll have to see what the bans are like, but presumably you want to save your carry till absolute last here as Apes, right? It's going to be your IO partner, it's going to have even more emphasis and weight than your usual 1-position pick, and it's going to have to, like, sort of do the job of covering whatever the rest of their draft needs, but also it looks like right now kind of buffering themselves against the timing that Atomic have. I'm really leaning towards you want a hero like a Juggernaut or something that's just quite hard to, or a life stealer maybe, that's going to be difficult to kill with this barrage of spells. That's going to have maybe some measure of defense against, like, Tiny blinking on you or getting Grimstroked or something. I'm not certain what that is because, you know, no hero can withstand the sheer amount of CC out of Atomic Esports. Maybe it's a Wraith King, you know, but okay, Morphling. They just love the Morphling. That'll do then. Okay, so I thought they might have picked their offlaner just because so many offlaners, as you pointed out, have been banned, but you know, maybe they just want to lock in their Morphling pick if they're that confident they know it's going to be targeted.
It doesn't seem too bad of a Morphling game, but it seems to have that same issue that the Void has. And the IO has, I guess, as well. You have a lot of burst damage on the side of Atomic Esports if you aren't paying attention to basically where everyone's hiding on the map.
Yeah, I think this is the right kind of hero if you want to hunt with, like, 3 others, right? You describe sort of IO Void Bane can kind of cooperate to take out targets. Morphling's a great carry hero if the rest of your team are just going to be off doing something like that, right? Because he himself is quite mobile. You can often survive or escape ganks yourself because Morph makes you very tanky and you've got waveform. It's just tricky to bring him down without a very coordinated multi-hero gank. And Morphling, can then, show up sometimes if you need him to be the +1, and I assume that E-Blade is still going to be the build. So I can kind of see it. But, yeah, it does mean that their laning phase, they're going to be really fragile. There's a lot of potential for Morphling to get bullied in this lane. You're going to be relying on the heals from the IO to keep you up, to just be basically passively farming under the tower. And it makes me really wonder what Ape's offlane is going to be. Are they going to completely forego the idea of team fighting and just pick like a Legion commander or something similar that's just sort of farm-focused or gank-focused? Or are they going to try and pick something that'll buffer them when they have to defend these tier 2 towers early on against Atomic?
Well, Self have played an extremely clean Legion yesterday.
Okay, all right. Well, then that might be... I could see that being the pick. I'm not saying it will be, but you can see how it works out, right? It's a great way to pin down a hero like Quap, or to interrupt a disabled chain as a hero like Grimstroke's walking towards the fight. You can easily set up kills for the Void Spirit or the Morphling. Having a Purge is always really good. Obviously, the only way you're going to kill those two cores is by stunning them. The heal synergizes with the IO. I quite like the hero, even though it isn't truly in the meta right now, I would say. It's fringe. Though. Puck. I mean, it's been such a hero of this patch, right? It's like that's one of the heroes most people think is going to get nerfed, and that would have been one of the ways that you could maybe make your team fight a bit more shored up without, again, like giving away a hero that's going to be bad outside of the fights. Like, I mentioned the Morphling can move around the map and farm without the team Puck being the same, right? You definitely need this last hero to either not really care about its farm, or you need it to be like part of the gank squad, or it needs to be one of those really playing by myself on an island heroes.
Yeah. Okay, Brewmaster cool, like that ban as well. Just some final offlane comes out. Anti-Mage being banned out by Apes Esports, so they're not convinced that the Tiny is a carry here. They think the Tiny is a little bit of a bait, maybe a position 4 flex coming on here, and they get a better carry matchup against the Morphling.
That's interesting. I mean, what carry are you picking against the Morphling? Like, what is your exciting anti-Morphling pick as a carry? Is it like a troll or something? You just go for pure timing? I'm not certain what it is. Right? I don't think I've ever seen a hero where I'm like, damn, that destroys Morphling. Well, that's not a carry, but that is your Morphling counter.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I like it. That's good.
I love it. I love Ancient Apparition is my favorite Dota hero. So let's go. Big Ice Cream Cone. It truly does bully Morphling. I mean, it bullies Morphling, it bullies IO, it even really bullies these kinds of low hit point heroes. Yeah, Bane has to stand still. I'm almost surprised this wasn't banned out, because it has been picked a few times, right? Like, it's been in the meta, or at least it's been pickable. It rarely isn't, but it used to be back in the day, if you picked IO, this is what you banned, right? Because the hero fears so little, but the AA slips through.
So much. So nice draft overall from Atomic Esports. Good balance of everything. They got stuns, they got bursts, they've got carry. And Legion, well, bit final pick to round it all off there, but now this Legion doesn't feel as good seeing the AA there.
Yeah, that is another hero that just gets countered 3 different ways by Apparition, right? Like, the laning phase is going to be pretty tough, to be honest. Like, I'm assuming this is going to be Legion plus
IO?
Bane into... What do you think it's going to be Legion IO in the lane? I guess it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It'll be Legion into Tiny AA, which is a pretty nasty lane, probably. And then, past that in the mid game, right, you're going to try and find duels. You're going to try and find kills. Good luck dueling through Cold Feet and Ice Blast. It's really tough. But I'll have to see if they can make it work. I love the Atomic draft. I think they've won this draft pretty handily, but you do have to execute. And the Apes, I think they're just trusting in comfort and skill to carry them in.
Well, yeah, Apes seem to be a little bit do or die. Like, they picked, I believe, yesterday picked an Axe into a Razor just straight up as their final pick. They're just like, screw it, if he's not going to have a great lane, he's going to survive, and he did. He dominated the game on top of it, and it seems like that's the backup for Apes. They don't really exactly need to win the draft to win the game. They are super confident in their gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. If you come in and you, write down your 5 picks and hand them to the referee at the start, I'm picking these heroes no matter what, that's what this draft looks like. They've just got this strat, they're going to practice it, they actually are keen to play it into hard counters like this to see whether they can still win, because, if you can execute this strat well enough to defeat, some pretty potent lanes and hero counters, then that's a strat that you can ride or die with through to grand finals, potentially.
Hell yeah, well, let's get straight into game one. I'm excited to see how it goes first game for today, and it's a good way to start. I've got comfort heroes, got some playmaking heroes. Lewis was actually pretty impressive on this Queen of Pain in the mid lane as well. He's very good at this laning dynamic on it. Seems to be one of his best heroes that he plays.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have great co-op, so it's always one of those things where it's hard to say, oh, you gotta check out this guy's Void Spirit. You know, he really, like, everyone plays a main Void Spirit now. They've all been playing Void Spirit for a year solidly. But, you know, you're right in that you can't ever close your eyes to the impact some of these players can have, and that mid lane duel will be co-op favored, you'd imagine, at least in the early game, and will potentially give Lewis the chance to, you know, seize this game by the scruff of the neck.
Ooh, and it's position 4 AA with position 5 Grimstroke instead, so they really want to press her up, I guess, or put more priority on this AA.
Yeah, I think the reason for that is that Grimstroke, you can skill Stroke of Fate, right, and try and throw that around a little bit, but Grimstroke is a hero that's probably more about all-in kill attempts, and the toss back into, you know, Inkswell is very potent for that. Whereas it's funny, AA nowadays, with the buffs to Chilling Touch, is much better at consistent harassment, which is the kind of thing you need to really shut down a Morphling laning phase. And suits the Beastmaster better as well. So I think it's just one of those flexible things, and luckily those two heroes are both such strong laners, they really could play that combo either way they liked.
Asif thought he could actually sneak in to steal the rune there, but his ward already placed down by Apes, catching out his movement, so they're going to get the bottom two at least, so even rune trades between them, but the ward actually already taken by Atomic, who kind of did the same thing. They got a Horde for early vision, put the sentry down after they knew that VanQ placed that ward down mid, and they start this mid lane already with a vision advantage. Yeah,
like, and what a vision advantage, right? Not only successfully getting the D ward, but look, they have two different obs flanking the mid lane, giving the Quap absolute control of the runes, right? You know that she's going to have that blink mobility advantage, and again, you know, obviously the Void Spirit is the kind of hero where you play this lane more to farm, take a kill if they offer you one, take a gank if it's there, otherwise you just, you know, plan to rotate relatively early or farm your way into your first item and then impact the game, but that's seeding ground to Lewis, and it looks like Atomic are going to capitalize on that as hard as possible.
Well, top player looks like they're going to capitalize on the Bane manning up against the AA here, while Fiend is getting a little bit aggressive against the Morphling, but this, at least to me, feels like an Atomic favored lane.
Oh yeah, I mean, Morphling, again, you can never count this hero out, right? You look away and suddenly get some sort of burst waveform kill, but I do think that with the AA and Beastmaster combination, there's really nothing that Travens can do. Like, what do you can't really trade into that like you normally like to with a Bane. You can see he's trying with that level 1 Brain Sap, but already the damage is adding up. You can't out-heal the pressure of 2 Boars and AA's Chilling Touch, especially as that cooldown starts to lower as he levels it. So, you know, Jikroy and Trevens are just going to be trying to keep the lane under their tower and get as much farm as they can on this Morphling. Maybe hope for an early gank from VanQ, but again, what if Lewis is the first one to rotate? It could go really wrong.
Well, hopefully this bottom lane is going to go really right for Apes here, because they're banking on it. They've got the Lil and Legion Commander. A classic combination. There's IO full with the 3 here, just buffing them up. Apes know how to play this lane, but against a Tiny, it might be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I don't know. Tiny is really much more of a farming one position these days, it feels like. Honestly, it feels like they just concentrate on getting their CS. You know, yes, obviously you can do some nice harass with the tree. Grimstroke will take a kill if it's there. But especially against this combination, I don't think you're likely to see it. There's just too much regen between the Io and the Legion. Although, I have to wonder, like, maybe there'll be a lane swap, because I think Io might be a better partner for Jikroy at top right now. If they're not going to be able to take the trades, at least you can keep him very healthy. But Jikroy, speaking of trades, going in right now. Yeah, just willing to stand up for his support and say, okay, well, we both need to trade if we're going to win ever. Like, so I'm going to commit to this. I'm going to expend some health. I'll heal it back. Obviously, morphing to Agi, making that regen more effective. And maybe the lack of burst out of the 2 Radiant heroes is actually allowing him to...
They're just running at Asa. Somehow got them well enough. A few overwhelm.
Well, they might run him down.
And maybe if they get the high ground vision, they're going to get the kill. Once the Suicide won't get the Suicide, and Io on the board. First blood drawn by Apes.
Yeah, I know. That was an ambitious suicide attempt. The Tiny auto attack is just too slow an animation to pull the creeps onto yourself, and yeah, running him down there, that's a surprise, but I guess the move speed really counts, right? Legion Commander has great stats in the laning phase, incredible stats, and just often no way to force that trade, but with the extra move speed, not only from her Q, but also Io, able to really bully the low armor of Tiny.
Just keep on hitting until you get him low enough, and then you just go on in. Grims wasn't in position to save, so unfortunately, I guess the first blood on the Tiny, I guess he can recover since he's going to be farming, but not the best way to go about it. But overall, it seems like Atomic Esports are getting the better of the trade. Their cores are farming a little bit better than really Apes Esports are.
Yeah, I think the landing setup is decisively Atomic favored, and that's a little bit of the, like, sort of maybe the skill factor or the comfort factor coming in for Apes at the bottom lane to try to, you know, get a little bit more than they maybe should out of the IO Legion lane. But as you mentioned, that's not going to really cripple the Tiny at all. They don't seem to have necessarily great ways to shut him down, although it must be said, right, we acknowledge their gank squad of, you know, Legion, IO, Void Spirit, Bane. That could really pressure Aster. Like, it's not often you see a Tiny hunted off the map, but it could happen if he's quite behind, if he's a bit slow to get some important stat items, and his team can't keep up the vision or the protection they need for him. But, yeah, I think Aster's going to be fine, and it'll be up to Selfless or, you know, VanQ on the Void Spirit to really crack this one open for Apes.
Oh, pulling the wave across, got Soul Ring already done, and they've got some great position out in need, but they're going to try for Dwell.
Now they're going in at bottom.
Toss in the air, they just need a level 3, and they've got it, they've got the kill. Dwell is blown away. They burst that bubble as Selfless. He's going to be trying to run himself. Overwhelming God should give him enough movement speed, unless he just wants to man fight and get that moment of courage proc that probably kept him alive at the end of that one, but aggressive from Selfless, but they did get a kill back from Tiny, so I guess you have to be scared of that combo still. Tiny can burst you down, even if you feel super tanky.
Yeah, I mean, that's more what I expect to see from this bottom lane. The facts are, it's just very hard to not ever be in a position to get hit by that combo, right? Like, the requirements for that kill are the hero has to be in the lane, whereas it takes a lot longer for Legion Commander to, like, right-click a Tiny to death. So, I'd be surprised if... Oh, I mean, they're trying it again. This time Grims is here, though.
Top lane, though. We've found Apollo, got the Fiend's Grip, Fiend's Grip Nightmare to keep in place, and Travens is going to try to get the kill out of it as Jikroy kind of gets bored.
Could make a play with the cold feed here.
Well, going to be hiding in trees.
He's not trying...
He's selving up out of vision. Apollo wants to fight this, maybe? I don't know. Or he's just...
Oh, they thought he was still in the trees. Surely he could just teleport out now. He doesn't... He can see that the Morphling is not there chasing him.
Raindrops are there. Okay. Nightmare again, and I guess, yeah, you're just going to give your life away in the end. Fairy Fire, Cold Feet. Apollo's trying to do the map in his mind. He sees, doesn't get juked.
Oh, he has a TP mana. Can he go for
TP out?
He can now. Maybe just hit the button. No. Okay, he's going to do it. Wow.
Nice.
And the tip. Good job.
Worth it all the way. But still, Beastmaster didn't care. Beastmaster didn't even react to this AA getting gone upon. He was just sitting there farming.
No, that was your reaction. Your reaction is to farm harder. Like, I'm sure as the AA player, you're telling your Beastmaster, like, that maybe they kill me here, maybe they don't, but just, like, use this space, right? Bane's out of the lane, Morphling's out of the lane, just bully, just pressure. And that's what they're doing. Look at this wave, look at this catapult. This is really, you know, Jikroy right now absorbing damage so that his building, you know, stays pristine, but that's not going to last.
Oh, no. Helm Dominator's pretty much done at this point, so we'll have an extra creep to help this push. There's a great timing on it, and Jikroy doesn't have much mana left, so he can't really strength morph too much into it, so he does have to be careful against Fiends.
VanQ is level 6, gets a bottle refill. Okay, Traven's clearly not interested in even attempting a gank, although at this point the Radiant Vision around mid was so good to start the lane off has really receded a little. But this is kind of getting to the window now where VanQ could be the person to step up and make a play. Now, he probably shouldn't force it, although Jikroy, he does need some sort of help.
Is he getting dived by boars? Yep,
oh, yes, he
is.
By
boars. And
no
one's
no
oh, Travis is going to be here, but can he save him in time? Ball's doing damage, gets the kill. Nightmare under tower. It's a free kill for anyone to TP. There you go. VanQ's coming in, but the boar to swap the Nightmare off means Beastmaster is running away, and a step on forward with Cold Feet will be broken with the Dissimilate. There you go. VanQ does get the pick off, but it did kind of cost some Jikroy there.
I wonder whether the Apes are probably even happy with that, just because it's so important to get that first big kill on the Void Spirit, and basically as soon as he hits level 6, he's able to rotate, kill a core, and hit level 7. Like, it's bad that your Morphling died, but like the Tiny, you'd expect him to recover, whereas, you know, it's so essential that they jumpstart one of these heroes with a bit of momentum.
Cool. Well, he's on the board, and currently Lewis is farming up camps under vision, so they know he's not moving yet. He hasn't tried to at least make any kind of rotation around. He's not looking for the opportunities, he's just calmly farming.
Grims immediately sniffs out that ward based on the reaction to the Quap rotation, so that was pretty cool. They immediately realized that gank wasn't going to work out, didn't waste any more time. Quap gets some camps, the ward is dewarded. Obviously a great ward to be placed by the Dire in the first place, but both these teams, Atomic are trying hard, man. Like, this looks like a team bent to avenge that disconnect loss.
Oh yeah, they want some points on the board. They've got a DD rune to go with it, and do we aggressively blink? Yeah, we do.
Yes, we do.
Jikroy's gonna get found, Sonic Wave's gonna be there, Doyle is gonna be dead, and
it's a lot of health.
Maybe we just keep on committing. He's under the tower.
DD Quap.
Big. Glyphs wants it badly.
Oh, he's gonna try it.
blink forward, Scream comes out, damage might go in or walks away out of it.
The blink cooldown almost cost the kill there. I mean, yeah, that's just the thing. I don't think you really judge these skills differently. The Bane did fail to save the Morphling top before because of level 1 Nightmare, level 2 Brain Sap, so there's going to be some people regretting their skill allocations perhaps, but not Lewis for now. I think Lewis is doing great this game and maybe just looking for a real window to use those skills.
Top lane.
Like here,
go for Fiends here. Trying to connect the Van Q, get step on board. The Raw is going to be used on the Bane as the creeps are doing their work, and Apollo's going to help one out with one more blast, but he nightmares himself, hopefully to get away, but no, that smarter creep is going to do his thing, turn him into a salad, and he's gone 23 seconds away from Travis, but Fiend getting put down again, slowing down this push and defending this top tower.
Yeah, the Apes, they know what they're about, right? Like, they move Vanku immediately out in the mid lane after that first rotation, doesn't even leave top, just keeps farming there, because they know they need to hold the mid tower against this Quap, and it's going to be Jikro who's doing that, actually goes for Lewis.
Grim,
no, okay, can't quite get the kill, not enough damage. But yeah, it's exciting to see, right? Like, even though the Legion Commander isn't ready to gank, right? It still clearly needs a couple of items. Actually, not even going for the Blink Deck. Looks like to be rushing that Hood first. But it's because the Void Spirit is the one making plays on the map right now. And so he leaves the mid lane, so he's not pinned to that tower. And is able to pick up another Beastmaster kill. Meanwhile, simultaneously, the gank fails mid lane, right? They bring in the Grimstroke onto Jikroy. But he just so calmly knocks off the little silence bug and then has the time to blow away the Inkswell using Adaptive Strike and escape the Quap Grimstroke gank. So, you know, Apes, they're making the individual plays that count right now.
Vanku is being forced to stay top though. That's the one thing. He's not being able to rotate towards Tiny or even help out the Lewis kill. He just has to babysit this tower, really.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're doing that, but at least he's babysitting the tower that is next to his whole jungle. So he is optimizing that farm, and the supports are playing there as well. Although now, it's not his supports drifting through the dire jungle, it's Lewis and Grimm's. This could be one of the fights that Vanku doesn't want to take.
He TP'd in, so he's kind of a little bit trapped here. So he might have to use a step to escape if he wants to, but this could be a good thing for Apes if they TP in respond.
Or it seems about to gank the enemy tier 1, yeah.
See who takes it first, who blanks, who goes in, and Fiend with a Raw, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Atomic.
Yeah, Travens has no Fiend script, so I don't know if the bottom kill is really a kill that actually exists for you to take. Vanku is not really offering himself as a kill either, phasing away there.
Yep, step on him, real okay, comes out, Raw straight on the Vanku, they just need more damage to follow through with Dwell. He holds his Sonic Wave until everybody comes up, but we can step on forward, we've got Silence, I'm going to deal with the Phantom, move on back, dissimulate, dodge the damage, and with a blast from AA, it is going to hit Vanku, but it might not be enough damage to kill him. Dwell definitely will die. Burst for one, Selfless in a very awkward situation here. He want to get a quick duel on the Fiend, maybe on the tower, but he can't really do it. Overwhelming God's going to be there, but he's dead. He pops to this AA Grim combination, and Vanku off this Grimstroke, but Stroke of Fate is enough damage, and Lewis will pick it up.
Absolute carnage there. That was very close for both teams. I really thought the Apes were going to go so much worse there. But you saw, okay, great combo from Lewis as the heroes all arrived. Where were Grimstroke spells? Like, you can set up Inkswell as the relocate's coming in. So it's almost like Lewis knew what was going to happen. But the Grimstroke, I mean, obviously you have to have a target, but if they'd set up that stun nuke combo initially, I think you could have just gotten all 3 kills for nothing. As it was, brutal trade, almost lost everyone to Vanku, but the Grimstroke stays alive just long enough to cast Stroke, and Pop's able to finish the kill. Overall, a big win for Atomic, taking that tier 1 tower as well.
And also a big win for Asta, not having to do a thing, hit the gank
on
him, completely cancelled, he's been farming. He had his TP cancelled by Travens, but that's it.
Yeah, I think you'd take the trade of that. Like, okay, Travens gets that TP off, but Asta doesn't come to the fight, doesn't die. You win the fight anyway, your Tiny continues to farm. And now look, you have 2 tier 1 towers to none. It's so long since I saw that in a competitive Dota game. Like, all 3 towers above half health for the Radiant. They've taken the mid and safe lane tier 1s of their enemy with a Beastmaster. Like, they have great heroes to pressure the jungle. This is fantastic stuff, especially when you consider that the Apes, they probably wanted to be playing this same style of game, but they haven't quite been able to enable it. Maybe this Legion Commander is just taking a little bit long to come online.
Yeah, just keeping the Hood going. The Blink Dagger is 1,000 gold away. The relocate, you know, that was meant to make up for the fact that Blink Dagger didn't exactly work out. Now Travens, he might get caught himself. Lewis blinking on high with the silence and the pop. He's gone. And Travens now dead, opening up this jungle again for Atomic to invade.
That's the classic pub D-word, right? Like, I'm not saying that there was no reason for him to attempt that, right? But you'd rather him die than the Morphling. It's always sad, though, when you try and reclaim that space when actually, you know, your team has no business being there. Whether it's warded or not, against Beastmaster Quap, you really can't walk less than 4 heroes up that hill. And Travens, I guess, tests that, proves that it's true.
And out of all this, Fiend seems to be the biggest winner right now. Helm the Other basically done. Tier 2 tower already getting pressured, and the creeps back to full HP. They're going to have to smoke around it, but the defense is there. Grims, Lewis are waiting for your smoke to come in, and they're just happy that you're playing in this top lane here. You're not hunting anybody else, and you're going to find Grims with Nightmare, and a Soulbind onto 2, though, depending together. So Grims is going to be dead. Lewis is actually going to be out, and Selfless doesn't get the dual damage out of it, and they can't catch anyone. Selfless is going to try and run for Fiend, but he's got balls, he's got ways to slow you down, and you're not going to get any dual damage at all.
Selfless with this hood, it's been surprising, right? Like, we highlighted the head-to-head between the offlaners here, and it's been a stark difference so far in effectiveness. I mean, okay, Lewis.
No, he's going to get Fiend Script though with nice combination. Van Q just blown away, but Asta, the initial target, is still at half HP, and
Io and Legion coming in.
Nightmare's coming in. Duel onto this AA to keep any AA blast away, but he's getting in the trees. He's juking around. He isn't going to make enough time, but does he survive the duel? No, he's gone. There's dual damage given away. The kill comes out, but Asta, again, surviving the ganks.
Yeah, very important kill for the Legion, nevertheless. Getting, obviously, the 10 dual damage is more of a morale thing, but getting really close to the Blink Dagger now with that little bit of a extra gold infusion. I thought after that sort of unsuccessful relocate to the top lane, that really shows a lot of the problems that Apes are having with their lineup right now. But I'm sure in the Apes camp, they're pretty comfortable. They probably just have, you know, they're playing for a slightly later timing than we expected. Jikroy is going for a Lincoln Sphere straight off the bat, which is certainly a sign usually that you're going for the late game. And I'm sure that at that point it'll be more about the fact that they have just a Legion with a Blink duel, that lengthy disable, and the utility of press the attack more so than our Legions balling out from minute 10, just farming dual damage. But yeah, the offlane so far, it's been a pretty stark difference, right? With how much the team are playing around Fiend's Beastmaster, utilizing every raw cooldown, taking towers, owning that jungle space, and, you know, obviously then leaving the other side of the map for their Tiny. Look at the farm distribution across their cores. Meanwhile, the Apes have Selfless and Vanq. You know, you pick these heroes, Void Spirit and Legion, especially Legion, they're not great at just farming and being AFK. They don't really have a choice. You have to find plays for them to make, and so far, even with the relocate, it's not been great.
Not too easy, but it should be a little bit easier once he does pick up 200 gold, gets that blink, and we have a DD rune on Van Q ready to go when that blink does come, so they have plays to make. Fiend's Grip is about 95 seconds away, but maybe you don't need it. But Helm the Overlord, it's already being picked up. He's got a nice ancient creep to go with it to get even more HP on that Tiny if he wants to it. So Fiend is still looking to make even more space for this team, and that's 14 minutes in. Helm the Overlord, a tier 1 tech and tier 2 touch, and a tier 1 mid, not even there if he even needs to push it, because they have so much push potential in their team already.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Like, there's going to have to be a timing they want to do one big overwhelming push, but you want to maximize your farm right up until that moment. Tiny now going in for a Shadow Blade, which seems to me to imply that you're not actually interested in pushing with that item. It'll maybe be your next item timing, and that sort of answers what I was asking about Fiend, which is where do you go from here? Do you try and like buy a Blink Dagger, line up with your team and say, okay, this is how we're going to catch people to get a kill to then apply our pressure to towers now that I've got this big granite golem following me around? Or do you just keep building auras? Do you just become that kind of hard to kill target where there's always just a Beastmaster in the lane, and yeah, you can kill him, but he'll definitely kill a support just with his creeps. It'll take a bunch of heroes, and meanwhile there's a Tiny and a Quap farming. Like, they have the luxury of kind of deciding that for themselves on a Travis.
He finds Grims. Grims has Lewis in the area. DD Rune or Van Q, and maybe they just leave the Grims choke to die. Not sure. We'll see as he gets blown up. And Lewis, yeah, he's just farming comfortably beside him.
I mean, the positives are definitely with Van Q's Void Spirit right now. It feels as though you have the damage, right? Like, this Void Spirit hero is one that can kind of fall off if your team aren't doing terrific. And, you know, that's not been the case so far. He's been able to find the support kills that make him look powerful, where his spell combo is getting the kill straight away, and he's going to be able to queue up the Kaya comfortably at a timing when he's going to remain a threat throughout these team fights.
Cool. Asta, Sylphan level 12, top net worth, Beastmaster following suit. Jikroy has his Lincoln Sphere complete and going very, very defensive this game. Just going for a BKB straight after.
I'm a little bit surprised by how first the team are playing around, but then also the itemization. You have an IO on the team. There's an argument that you don't need to build Hood of Defiance first on Legion, Lincoln's first on Morphling, right? And if you were this scared, then, I don't know, maybe you needed to pick different heroes, because the way that they're building for these heroes right now kind of negates a lot of the advantages I saw in their draft. I'm sure they know something I don't. Maybe they've just decided that playing for the ultra late game is better as Void Spirit continues to get pickoffs and spread the map. Okay, that's the play. But it's costing
you
them a tower.
don't need to relocate into the A, but they're going to leave AA and Legion by themselves, and you can just see Atomic, they're surrounding him. Travin's going to be here too. Inkswell's going to be timed this time by Grims, hits both of them, and they both come back to die just for that dual damage. But Travin's going to caught two, making a triple kill in the end.
Yikes.
That's a yikes from me and Atomic. They're feeling great because it's just Apollo dead.
That was already kind of a desperation play from the Apes because, you know, yeah, you finally executed a Void Spirit relocate gank, but for one, Vanku could have gotten that kill on AA completely by himself.
Yep.
For two, you were losing a tier 2, so that was more we'll kill your support, but with extra special effects instead of defending our tower because we can't. To then lose 3 heroes because you just reload back into the middle of them, I mean... Was that reload necessary? Did they think that everyone on Atomic was already TPing back to save AA?
Coming on in, gonna get a combination, but it's on Tiny on the front side, not the target you want to go for yet. Legion going to the Inkswell, gets a duel on Tiny of all heroes, so he hits harder than you, and you don't get the kill. Fiend's Grip having to be committed just to kill this Tiny. Now they'll get it, but they'll cost him Selfless again. Creeps will go down, a little bit extra gold, but the blink away will be there. It's Vanku, might find Grims or Lewis, but thinks twice about going in once he sees a Quap and Grim potential silence combination there. And they move out, they get 1 kill, but they get a tier 3. They get 1 set of the racks, and Travins might be able to find Beastmaster here, but Grimstroke's already waiting to swap that sleeping, and Travins is looking like he's just going to be dead instead. Step comes in, Lewis jumps in the backline, just going to dodge a little bit damage with Chickroy finally joining the Coming Queen. They're blowing up the Beastmaster and going ham in the backlines. Grim dead straight away. Blink on top. Lewis dodging a little bit of damage, it seems, by being used up by Vanku, but now he has to blink away and get out. But then Jickroy, already being the Quap, can follow you in soon. Glass comes out, Scream comes out, and Jickroy makes that fight fantastic.
And Jickroy's been the only player really shining on the Apes throughout this game and cements it with that team fight. Nope.
He doesn't have mana though, so that's the only... Oh, don't worry about it. Doesn't even need mana.
How many times in the LPL will we see a player just make Morphling look completely broken and 1v5, you know? It seems like such a classic of this league and these teams. There's always some sort of insane Morphling player, and Jickroy really flexing the power of the Quap Morph there. Obviously not much you can do about it, but yeah, it's terrifying the amount of mobility and damage you can have. That being said, they still lost their prized Void Spirit in that fight. They lost all their cores. They lost a lane of racks. Like, yes, Morphling rolled up a bunch of heroes and was able to reach the top of the net worth charts. Now he has a BKB, so you do have a route to victory, which is just Jickroy keeps doing that every fight, but I don't know how realistic that is against this much lockdown, right? You can have a huge Morphling. You're still against Primal Roar. You're still against Ice Blast. They have a lot of ways to break that Lincolns. I don't know how realistic it is if someone else can't step up as well. And the Apes execution overall, like aside from Jickroy there, been pretty sloppy, right? They know they have to get something chasing those heroes out of the base because all the spells have been used, but the way they forced that fight cost them, I think, more heroes than they needed. And now they're giving up a Roche.
They are. 2 lives now on Asta, already difficult to kill, 3,000 HP in his pocket that he can use, and they can go back to pushing these lanes. They've got 1 lane of racks so quick, so if these team fights go badly, Atomic Esports capitalize so well on top of it, and Asta is hunting, and there's no sentries down to see him. As he finds himself, Vanku, toss combination is going to be enough. Selfless one to save, but he can't. He blinked in, and now he's going to get caught by the floor.
Jickroy's Ice Blasted.
Jickroy's Ice Blasted, BKB's gone. 3 dead, only 1 with that buyback, and Beelden's looking to crumble in tips. They keep on coming. Travins, he can't even TP out himself, so... Duel? Oh.
Ooh.
That's a team wipe.
Yep. I mean, that was one of those... You see the team fights, right, where you get, like, the symphony of skills, every AoE hits on top of each other, you somehow catch all the heroes in the vacuum or something. That was the other kind, where just, like... You hit every individual hero with exactly the right combination of spells you would want to. Like, they caught the Void Spirit out of invisibility with a tiny Shadow Blade. That one gank immediately just justifying the item pickup. And then they hit him with the Roar as well. And I'm like, damn, how are they going to do it with this Morphling? They'll have to hold him still for the Ice Blast. He just uses waveform, can't find a Morph on the Quap, and they just hit him with the Ice Blast because he's walking around as a slow Morphling. And that's his team fight. He can't play under that spell anymore.
Is this just game?
Yeah, it is.
Can they defend this?
4 heroes, Morphling up in 5, but...
Yeah, Vanku goes in a little bit early to kill Polo, so he doesn't actually get the Ice Blast off. Is he dead?
Yeah.
Keep him alive, his blast goes on Vanku, but he can dodge it with the Yule Scepter and finally TPing on a Morphling. Flying back on the vein and moving forward, but the Soulbide's going to chain him to, and he's already dead. But Jickroy is not Ice Blasted. Could fight if he wants, and he needs to do a lot of work. Already got Grims, needs more on the backside as Fiend and Lewis are going ham. Travin's just survived for now, Self's going to buy back as well.
They need to get out.
Your base are going to stun him up and maybe find more as the Silence keeps Self's away from dueling the Queen of Pain. They're going to get the Beastmaster. So they have not ended the game yet, but they are just staying in on the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they're able to, like, literally keep their throne alive there, but when I say it's game, I don't think you can come back from this level of economic damage. Like, yes, your Morphling's flying high, but as we just saw in the last couple of fights, he's not invincible, even with Lincoln's BKB and a Nether Shawl on the back of it. There's just too much disable, too many sort of anti-carry spells. Atomic's draft, right? We come back to the draft. They won the draft very well. Yep. And sometimes we say in a league like this, there are skill gaps between the higher up teams and the lower down teams. It's just that Atomic are proving that they're not really a lower down team, right? They are outplaying the Apes in a lot of these situations. They know exactly what they need to do in the fights. They're landing their spells. And I love the ruthlessness, right? Like, we're taken aback. Oh my god, they got a Rax. Oh, they've gotten 2 lanes of Rax and they're throning. Like, this is a team that knows when they're ahead, and they are ready to pounce. Even now, Asta lurking near Delol in the bottom lane. He decides not to. Even with the Aegis, he still has it.
That's also discipline as well. So they're not just ruthless, but they're disciplined just in case. They do not want to give away their lead.
Dangerous stuff, right? This is you said before the cast to me, and I'm not trying to put you on blast here, but you said, oh, it looks like we know who our top 4 are. I'm like, I don't know, maybe we have a new contender. Asta!
Travens is caught. Asta's going to be pulled on in, but how quick can you kill him? Ice Blast coming in, Jigford knew it, and maybe you could wait long enough around it, but Fiend is sending in his creep, scouting out everything, and what can you do? Do you want to duel this Tiny? Does he have status resistance yet? No, level 20 is about to come too, so your duels aren't even going to last long enough to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, they know he has the Aegis for another minute and a half. They know that they haven't killed this Tiny yet. And Atomic, they were just dangling Asta out there like, well, you've got the Aegis up there, threw the Ice Blast on him. If you commit to fighting this Tiny, you die. Otherwise, we get a free kill. Now they're going to try again. Can he actually kill Selfless without the Ice Blast, though?
Okay, we've got Fiend coming in. Jiproid going in the back line's going to be surrounded by everyone. BKB is going to be popped, trying to get some kills back. Delil's going to help him stay alive. But how much can he survive as he just needs to get on out? Regrets his decision completely. And Legion going to be roared, so he can't even save the Morphling. Jiproid just survives. Delil does not. And same with Self was blown away by the scream and blinking on in. Travens, he had no chance. Lewis is unstoppable as Jiproid is trying to keep creeps out of the base and gets hit by the Ice Blast. As now he needs to get to the safest place on the map possible, his fountain, that won't even heal him.
This team is looking tremendous right now, GDH. Like, even the little things, the vision, the positioning, the fact, as you said, the Morphling, Jikro knows what to do in that situation. He knows how to steal a game if it's on offer. He dives the backline. He doesn't go for the Tiny. If he gets the supports, he kills them. But the supports aren't there. He only dived, like, the middle line. He found the Beastmaster and the Quap, who he can't kill. The supports were so far back. They knew exactly how far away to be. They'd already cleared the visions. They knew the Morphling can't see them. And that means it's impossible for some sort of miracle turnaround to happen. Great closeout by Atomic.
Oh, 100%. These guys proved to be just a powerful force. I underestimated them. I'll straight up say that. I underestimated them. These guys are so clean when the gameplay works out for them. Fiend and Asta and Lewis, the trio of the cause, played their roles perfectly.
I mean, look, it's the kind of thing that makes these Dota teams unpredictable. There's a lot of talent in SEA and a lot of teams which the players just need to find each other. They just need to find a strat. They need to get it all working together. I didn't expect it to happen in the literal first game we cast for them, or I cast for them, but Atomic, they showed up big time. I'm excited to see, can they duplicate that in game 2 with the same strat or even a different strat, or was that a flash in the pan?
Well, I guess we get to find out. I'm excited to see it. Abe's being put on the edge in Game 1. Game 2, they're going to have to come back even harder as well, which means it's going to be a great match, and it's coming up after this break. And we are back. Atomic Esports proving to be a force to be reckoned with, taking a game off Apes Esports and potentially a second game going. We might get a 2-0 in their favor, or we might get a 1-1 because Apes, they need to step up that game if they want to win game 2.
I mean, I know that you mentioned that in the tournament so far, you've been seeing a lot of 2-0s, but I know that you and I used to casting a lot of 1-1 even series, and that's kind of the DOTA that we're used to seeing in the LPL, right? Both teams looked like they had the potential to take that game, but the Apes, I don't know if they were just waking up perhaps, looking a little rusty, looking a little caught off guard there, but we know they are a quality team, so I would expect them to rally and at least make this one closer, if not even up the series.
Do you think game 1 really came down to that AA pick as well? It seemed to have just destroyed a lot of what the Apes Esports were trying to do.
Yeah, I think if they were testing, like, well, can we maybe brute force this draft past the AA? I think that's proof that you can't. I think that, you know, you can't really expect much more out of your Morphling pick for one, and it just wasn't able to achieve anything. But I also think, yeah, I think the drafting and the laning really did no favors to the Apes. Obviously, they're a bit flat against that AA, but I mean, the Beastmaster and the Tiny, the overall burst really did hurt a lot of their heroes, right? Like, you could, again, it wasn't a bad laning phase or a bad start for the Void Spirit, but his impact fell off very quickly, just could not stay up in those fights, and the Legion Commander, conversely, couldn't get online. Maybe the pressure to build that hood didn't end up getting a pipe to make the team tankier, too slow to get the Blink Dagger together. I don't know whether maybe changing up the itemization might have helped that, but yeah, ultimately what they tried did not work.
And I know I've been speaking to a few people about Carry Tinies who have been a little bit hesitant on it. They don't think he's as good or maybe that viable. But after game 1, even if he doesn't do as much damage as he used to, it just seems like that tanky factor is so good just to have him in the team.
I mean, he still does a lot of damage. He one-shot insta-killed the Void Spirit there at the mid-game. So, you know, that's always something that you can count on if the enemy cores are looking a little squishy. I think that the combination of Tiny being a hero that lanes well, like to the point that it can threaten kills on the opponent with a lot of supports. The fact that it can flash farm in the mid game, the fact that it can get solo kills, it adds tower pushing. I think all of the things that hero brings together in a package are just too good to pass by. And unless it cops a nerf in the upcoming patch, I think it's going to stay at least a fringe pick option.
Sweet. And how do you feel about the Bane IO pickup in the end? Is that a support combination that we should rely on? Do we need a more aggressive support to make up for the IO kind of defensive plays?
I still like it. I just think that maybe Bane Morphling is just too soft a lane. Like, specifically what those two heroes do. Like, Bane is a hero that's pretty good at defending. It can't really pressure the enemy much unless you have the right hero to combine with it. And similarly, Morphling's a hero that can survive, but does need the right sort of hero to combine with to apply pressure. But they don't apply pressure in the same way, right? Like, Bane trades well, Morphling tends to all-in harder or need a healer. I would have rather seen the Morphling with the IO, right? At least then you can, I think, pretty safely regen through most stuff, but that's, I don't know, it just didn't work out that way. They kind of got rolled up in the lanes, and that had bad consequences for them going forward.
And Fiend really just playing a real clean offlane role in that Beastmaster, mostly solo. Like, Apollo was doing his own thing a lot, tracing Chavin's back, but he was soloing up the Morphling, taking it down, putting so much pressure on the map.
Yeah, I think the level 1 pressure was really important, but after that, I mean, it's just clear that Beastmaster pick worked so well, right? Like, the Bane Morphling lane just... They can't apply... There's no way they're killing the Beastmaster. There's no way the Bane Elemental can get the balls off the Morphling. So they're just under siege in that lane the whole time. All the Bane can really do is try to maybe control the lane a little, but you imagine it's very dangerous to walk out of your tower as Bane to, you know, go and try and pull creeps, even if they're there to be pulled. I think they just had too inert a lane, and they were really desperately in need of an outside rotation to make the difference. And when it came through, you know, they got the Beastmaster, but it was already after they'd lost their core. So... that's not really something you plan around.
Even the benefit of having those Hawks, like, it just shut down what they were trying to do to recover. Selfless was hiding in the trees for those all pressy attacks or surprise drills. The Hawks just caught it out. It got easy rolls off and easy kills. Yeah,
I mean, there's some parts that you focus on more than others with a hero like Beastmaster, but really, the whole hero is perfect for pressuring that tower and the space around at that point in the game. So a great pickup when you know the enemy doesn't have kill potential in their lane. As soon as the lane stops being about killing each other, Beastmaster is going to win it. Even in a lane, obviously, he's very capable of killing heroes, but, right, you'd imagine that an all-in combo, like if you had a tiny Bane lane or whatever, something like that, that has a lot of burst, maybe you can bully him out, right? Maybe you can make him feel threatened, at least pin the support to the lane, but that wasn't the case, and, you know, even the ganks they tried in mid on the Apes didn't really work out well, so they have to find something better for the lanes, I think.
Let's see what they can find. Game 2 on the way. Draft is going to be here. We can see a Weaver, we can see an OD, and then we'll see what else we need to ban. Actually, after Game 1, is there anything that we might want to target. Maybe on Atomic Esports that's so comfortable. Do we want to let through the Queen of Pain still as that first pick?
Yeah, I think there's two arguments. One is you could ban the Clop. I think Lewis did look terrific on that Queen of Pain, and the team played very well around it. Or I think maybe you could ban the Beastmaster. Because I think with Beastmaster's probably like the most impactful hero to that draft. Without the Beastmaster, what they did doesn't work the same way. You could easily rework it around a different hero, but you would have to show something a little different. So that might be the right draft to throw them off balance. But maybe the Apes, they're a confident team. Maybe they're just going to run it back and go, okay, this time we won't draft all of that stuff into Apparition. We're just going to not make mistakes.
Yep, Apes, no changes. OD, Spirit Breaker, sure. Kunkka was the last ban, I believe, last time from Atomic Esports.
Yeah. Well, actually, last time Apes banned Kunkka and Atomic banned Spirit Breaker Weaver. So maybe Atomic don't rate the Kunkka. Maybe this will be a different ban. I wouldn't mind the Morphling ban. That hero is pretty terrifying and at least free you up from sort of having to pick AA, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to be in a situation where you want to say, "Oh, we'll ban AA we'll pick AA if they pick Morphling," and then somehow AA gets banned and Morphling gets picked. Because then I think they do just get overwhelmed
and shut down. Yeah. And I guess they Apes have first pick here, so if they ban the Kunkka the first time, maybe they're looking to pick it up.
I'd be excited. Kunkka's a fun hero to watch. I can't remember if I've seen the Apes even play it, but when it has showed up, it's been quite powerful.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, he did have a great game on it the first time we saw him, and hey, if he can play it, and they can flex it up as well, because I'm pretty sure Jikroy is able to play it too. I mean, what do you prefer these days? Carry Kunkka's kind of somehow become a thing that many teams are just playing.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at a lot of heroes being played as carries, right, you sort of don't necessarily need the super ultra late game scaling because a lot of the mids that are currently being played and even some of the offlaners can really pick up the slack. It's not always about, well, can our hero like 1v1 Medusa late game, you know, because teams just don't want to do that anyway. Like, if you're going to play that kind of hero, you play Medusa or Spectre. And if you're not interested in like 4 protect 1 late game draft, then you don't try and assume that your carry is going to beat that hero in a fight. You play some sort of macro strategy that wins the game before that becomes relevant. So I don't mind safe lane Kunkka, but I still think I'm a purist. I still prefer the mid lane. I think that the levels you get on it are really powerful. I think that the team fight build for the Kunkka is very strong. But the flexibility, I guess, is what teams are drafting around. So both should remain open.
Atomic have been playing Shadow Demon quite a bit. Grims has been spamming it, not successfully, but it has come back, actually, as a pretty potent position 5.
I think the hero's good. I don't know. It's one of those heroes where when it's out of the meta, I can never quite tell why, but I think teams just sort of have a window in their mind as to when they want to pick SD, and it's sort of like AA, right? When there's a meta that favors illusion heroes or like strong trading in the early lanes, the things that the hero's famous for with its Q and its E, that's when you see it picked up. But in reality, like, all of its skills are very good. This hero, I mean, it's obviously a bit of an old hero in Dota now, but it does to me mark a kind of pivot in IceFrog's design, which is much more like modern supports. All of the abilities scale into the late game. All of them are on relatively shorter cooldowns, and all of them have very powerful kind of specific utility. So I'm never disappointed to have an SD around.
And Mirana's not going to be disappointed either. Easy setups for arrows for days. The classic. It's just a classic combination there. It's going to be super effective. As you pointed out before, that ganking wasn't successful. I mean, for Apes, but now Atomic Esports, they've made their ganking even better.
Yeah, I mean, I think like for the last season at least, every time we see Mirana, it's a bit of a flop pick, even though there are some great Mirana players in the LPL. Yep. But I do think that at least for Shadow Demon, they're going down the right path. I don't appreciate these 4-position Mirana picks where there's just like no way to set up arrows in any lane, because you ultimately do want the hero to be able to do that. You want it to be more than a one-trick pony, but you pick it for the arrows. So at least they have this threat now to the Quap. Is there any potential of a core Mirana?
I don't know. I think some teams have been trying to bring it back in with a kind of a pseudo right-click build, but it doesn't feel right. I mean, against an Ogre now, so you've got some buffs, you've got some stuns, make it a little bit awkward if you jump in, and these bans are suggesting Wraith King TB, which doesn't suit maybe the I want to stand slightly outside the fight style that Mirana likes.
Yeah, it feels like if you wanted to play this hero as a core role these days, it would almost have to be as a mid, because it doesn't fit like the style of carry that's being played at the minute. You don't want a very fragile ranged, no defensive abilities carry when there's so many Quops and Spirits and other like backline hunting, nuking mid laners around who will just always put you in a 1v1, always put you in a fight up close and threaten your hit points. But maybe Mirana can be that role instead, right? Like all of the skills scale quite well now. That the damage, the right click damage even comes through as you level up and unlock Talon's skill leap. So maybe that's one way to enable Shadow Demon, right? You have the Shadow Demon roam to the Mirana's lane to set up an arrow. Later on, you've got Mirana jumping in to finish heroes off. I do think with the level advantage, she's pretty scary.
Yeah. If they can get there, if Lewis is able to play, and Lewis has been a little bit flexible mid. I mean, he's been trying to play some greedier heroes as well in the mid lane. I believe he had a pretty clean Morphling game as well himself if he wants to steal that. So, in these bans, okay, Tiny first up, and that's probably going to be Asta's hero. We can kind of assume that here. And these bans around it, Monkey King, TB, Wraith King, probably suggesting more of a Tiny. And the other side, though, Ember, Void, Lena, trying to suggest so much attention onto this Queen of Pain. Apes aren't sold that Mirana could be played mid.
Yeah, I don't think you ever assume the Mirana could be mid. I kind of get carried away. As a caster, you look for the fun narratives, right?
Oh yeah,
mid Mirana is more exciting to talk about in a lot of ways than support Mirana, which everyone's familiar with, and is sort of seemingly just a hero that some teams and players just pick. They'll just pick it. It doesn't matter what the meta is. It doesn't matter if it's good. They're just like, we're going to play a Mirana game for comfort. But Atomic, I think they're riding high, right? They just got a very confident, good-looking win over the Apes. So I don't think this is like we'll just have some fun on Mirana type thing. I assume that they have a plan in mind, right? And it's interesting to see the bans. They banned all these quite tanky, resilient heroes and then Monkey King. And Lifestealer gets through. But like, I was just trying to always look at the bans and I think, well, what are you afraid of? You're banning TB, you're banning Wraith King, you're banning Monkey King. You don't want these survivable carries that can like 1v1 your heroes. Which kind of makes sense if you're going for, Tiny core, very burst focused, especially if you're going for Mirana core, but Apes, they find a hero of that ilk anyway in Lifesteal.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, it's some kind of a Gargoyles esports approach, because they have Food for Fear playing that mid role. The man loves Mars, so they want to Mars, and they let it go through the entire draft. Could be a situation that Atomic Esports want to play there, but it seems like Apes, they're comfortable picking their cores just as early, and they don't really want to hide it. They're just like, yeah, these are the two carries we want. You've shown your Tiny here, but also we could transition that Tiny into the mid, we could transition that Tiny into 4 and do the Call Mirana if you want that better matchup maybe there. So they've got flexibility that could surprise them, just going straight back through many different metas.
Yeah, I mean, Lifestealer plus Quap, the old classic is there. You got Ogre Magi, very powerful laning. I think the Apes have identified that their inflexibility, their relative weakness in the laning phase. They didn't have terrible laning heroes, but they did have laning heroes that sort of couldn't really do anything to surprise Atomic. This is a much more potent set of heroes they're bringing out right here. And not to mention, obviously, taking the Quap away from Lewis. So I wonder what's going to happen here. Notably, Lifestealer getting picked up. The AA is still in the pool. And if they do have room for it, it would require that Call Mirana, which, again, I must stress, not a certainty. There's room for it here. Phoenix now getting picked up. I mean, that's always an interesting one as well. Lifestealer, Phoenix, I mean, you do seem to have the kind of front-lining laners, whatever, that you need to make the hero work in the laning phase, but Slaughter, that's a lovely Lifestealer counter, pretty solid against the Phoenix as well. Not too concerned by things. I mean, it's a great setup for the Mirana arrow. Now it looks like a lot like maybe you are still saving your mid lane until the final pick, right? Slaughter, Mirana off lane, great stuff. Tiny SD safe lane, looking good too. What can both teams grab?
Okay, well, on one hand, as well, look at Ape Esports, when I see Phoenix, I'm like, Travin's Phoenix. It's his kind of signature hero, but you're going to have an Ogre 4 if you play it that way. You can swap your roles around if you really want, but Doel seems to be very active in that support role. And then I go for the other side. You've picked the Phoenix, you have the Mirana there already standing. Like, 1 point in leap, extra attack speed, level 1 egg is what 4 hits to go down. It's already pseudo-answered already.
I think that's just something you nowadays assume happens to if you're a Phoenix player, right? Like Travin's, we know he's good at Phoenix. You're just going to put it on a hill or behind a tree or somewhere, right? And I was about to say Mars is still in the pool. Mars banned as we speak. Can't put it inside the egg cup. Yeah, like normally, right, we've been seeing Phoenix picked in a meta where there's always a Lena and sometimes a Snapfire as well. So I think Phoenix players have just gotten used to the egg being vulnerable to one or more heroes on the enemy team. And I mean, there are quite a few here that can be spooky, but you know, as a support Phoenix, at least, it's not the be-all, end-all. I do think they're fine in this game to have a 5-position Phoenix, though. Sometimes that's a liability. But Phoenix Lifesteal looks like a really solid lane. Those heroes, their objectives in the lane are similar. Their skill sets support each other. And that does free up 4-position Ogre, which I think is a benefit, right? Tiny will not enjoy playing against constant Ogre Ignites and a support hero that is just too tanky to get nuked down.
And I'm just thinking as well, potentially, there's Phoenix, if it's put in a core role, has more points potentially in Sunray, more HP percentage damage against a Tiny potentially, if you want to put some more priority onto it, and maybe an early level 2 in the ult will be enough to survive these early team fights. Could we see the offlane Phoenix?
I think the problem with offlane Phoenix and core Phoenix in general is just how it lanes. Like, the hero has pretty bad auto attacks. It feels pretty vulnerable sitting in spell range, hitting creeps. You can't do much if you get dragged into an all-in as Phoenix, because obviously your spells are pretty low cooldown. So yeah, I just don't think core Phoenix is viable until the hero gets some significant changes. It just doesn't do enough damage anymore. It doesn't survive those early engages that a Tiny and SD can definitely force. But Pangolier looks a lot better. I don't know, maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe with an Ogre Magi 4 or a Pangolier 4, like the Phoenix offlane is strong enough. Certainly there, as you pointed out, are some benefits to getting extra resources on it, but I don't know. I'd almost rather you give the Phoenix a bunch of stacks to take in the mid-game if that's your plan. They get the Morphling after all, so Atomic Esports are going to show their flashy Morphling plays.
Is that that would be a mid Morphling. Lewis is the
Well, it could be a
Morphling
mid-Tiny, but you'd expect it to be a mid-Morphling.
That's a lot of greed. That's quite a bit of greed in mid lane that was not there in the first game. The Queen of Pain was able to be very active very early, and that allows... Okay,
Nope,
Lewis to play mid-Tiny. That's
sure.
okay. The greed is gone straight away. Travens is playing at least the Ogre Magi. Dalil is playing the Phoenix instead. So we have the 4 Phoenix. We have the 3 Pango. A bit of a different draft from Apes Esports here, but is it different enough for them to take game 2?
I think it's much less of a mismatch. I think their lanes look a lot better here. They do have Dalil on the Phoenix, which is interesting to be Phoenix Pangolier offlane. I think that might be a little bit soft, even against the Morphling, but at least the Morphling's unlikely to punish them, and Dalil is going to be able to really rein in those damage over time spells. So I think, yeah, the Apes are giving themselves a much better chance. I'd expect them to level the series. They are such a quality team.
Cool, well, we'll see what they can do, but the other side as well, Slider with the corrosive haze to help out Tiny if he wants to right-click, to help out Morphling as well if he wants to hit even harder. You got Shadow Demon to set up, get Morphling illusions out of it as well. You got Morana who can make some free rotations now, which Atomic didn't exactly rely on in Game 1, but in Game 2, with a Tiny setup too, they can start popping off pretty early.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time criticizing Morana drafts in the past and always looking correct because the hero just loses a lot. I'm not going to put the same critique on this one. All 3 lanes have a setup for Arrow. That's the kind of redundancy that you need, right? Because you're still not always going to be able to force a kill in a lane. And obviously the arrow kills aren't 100% of the hero, but you really do want it to pay off in the early game laning phase. And particularly, I think, we saw Fiend have a great performance on the Beastmaster. Now he's on the Slider, a hero I really love. I like the idea of offlane Slider. I think it's quite a unique kind of hero, how it pressures the lane, how it can scale. That being said, really does not enjoy playing against the last 2 picks out of the Apes. The Phoenix and the Pangolier can ruin Slider. He really needs a great start so you can sort of have a fast blink BKB. Otherwise, you won't be able to play his game when teamfights start.
Oh yeah, if you can't actually hit the egg, you can't break it. If you can't get the attack speed as well, yeah, it's screwed. You've got either Swashbuckle proc, so potential there, but then Phoenix is going to help you out. So it's a reasonable way to get some security to make sure Dalil does have a good game.
Yeah, you want to be able to blink, crush, bash the Quap, or you want to be able to hound the Lifestealer in particular, like bash him through his rage. And Slider is normally terrific at that, but the Pangolier roll and the Phoenix Bird Spirits, those will really mess up your whole plan. So you definitely need the Blink Dagger, you definitely need the BKB. I'm not sure what we'll see out of the hero after that, but it is the kind of hero that can do what Beastmaster does. Not quite the same way, right? But you'll see Fiend, if he gets a good start, really take over the lane. The bullying that Slider can do to a melee hero like Lifestealer is quite awful sometimes, and a low-level Phoenix really doesn't have much to say about that. So it'll be another situation where, can they leverage that early advantage? Can Apollo maybe set up some quick kills with a crush and an arrow or a bash and an arrow? And otherwise, can VanQ sort of do even better than he did last game, right? Make some successful rotations out of it and keep that momentum going like we saw Lewis did on the Quap in Game 1.
Yeah, it seems like he just needs to play Lewis's game, and if he does
Pretty
that,
much.
it's just a recipe for success, and hopefully that'll come in as we're just waiting for a quick little pause to end till we get into the action here, and there shouldn't be too many surprises in this laning stage. It's pretty much straightforward how we do want to play this. You pointed out the weakest lane probably is the Pango Phoenix lane, but overall, it seems like no one's going to be trying to adjust anything to deal with anything crazy on the other side.
Yeah, I think that top lane is going to be one to watch, right? Because if it is Pango Phoenix, then, yeah, which it looks to be, they have a huge gaping weakness, which is, again, they can't all in, right? Pangoliers, the low-level nukes don't do that much damage. You know, the lucky shot is sort of unreliable at best, and any combination of heroes with powerful nukes, or in the case of Shadow Demon, right, has that Shadow Poison, great for all-ins at level 1, can really bully these sorts of, like, low-impact spells, long cooldown spells that these two heroes have, and you know, force Selfless to miss a lot of farm. So I'll be interested to see what stacks come up, whether there's early rotations, and just how well Atomic can execute to punish.
Alright, already getting set up. Everyone's in a good mood after game 1. It's good to see. Tipping up Lewis, tipping up Fiend, having a great time. Atomic's in good spirits as they try and get some vision down. But this time, there will not be any vision stolen by either team. Apes can't get the mid ward. Same with Atomic. So even starts coming out. And Asta, he's hiding. He's not going to join the fight. But at the same point in time, Delil, he is super hanging up top. I don't know, to place some vision. Yeah, just place some vision down, I guess.
And Asta using the time up the top lane to cut down the early tree path. So I don't know if he expects to get dive level 1, but just making sure that he has all available routes to walk through the trees. It's nice to see that. You know, starting Morph means you won't have the level 1 waveform, and even so, you know, burning that waveform, being forced to use it early is definitely one of the ways that you get killed early on. So, you know, that's probably worth missing some bounty rune action for.
Travers gets stop rune, bottom rune, going to be given up, but hello! If you don't have a Morphling who needs to hide in your tree, you get the Lifestealer who's comfortably going to sneak on in and dance away with your rune.
Wow. So, okay, Apes at least taking full advantage there in this Lifestealer. I mean, we saw Jikroy go off on the Morphling in Game 1 and it didn't end up mattering, but Game 2, this looks like a much more, you know, manageable draft for him. And if he plays that same quality, that same explosiveness, obviously a slightly different hero, but, you know, I would expect to see this time better results.
It seems like a much easier timing to work around too. Armlet plus Phase Boost plus maybe Deso if you want to go for it, and then you should be just good to fight.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see what the build is, right? Because it sort of seems like the rest of his team on the Apes, they maybe want to wait a little bit longer. Maybe he could afford to go for a slightly greedier build, if not the, you know, the Radiance build that used to be popular. Maybe something slower with Sanjin Yasha, but you know, it'll depend. Jikroy's already got that armlet queued up, I suppose, so he's just going to go with the tried and true, and it's hard to ever object. The item's such good value.
Top lane though, same aggression as Delil, whose cooldowns are super low. Through his fire spits out, got some good old damage onto the Morphling, but I guess we have to wait 30 more seconds before he can do the thing, and Grims is taking full advantage of it, getting that disruption, gonna surround him with illusions,
in the
and start
trees.
putting in that pain. He's trapped, Selfless is coming across, and if they want to commit long enough, maybe they can do it, but Grims is now regretting how long he stayed into it, and getting punished just as much as Asta level 2, holding his points just in case. Actually, a Depth Strike coming out, but cannot break that self.
Great stuff from the Dire, I think, there. Like, you mentioned, obviously, Grims had to pick his moment there to beat a retreat because Asta's just not interested in helping, but these two are playing together very well, I think, and like that's how you set up Morphling to have a good lane. If you soften the enemy heroes up, then they have to respect the burst of waveform and adaptive, right? And obviously Asta doesn't have those spells yet, so it's not going to happen, but pressuring the Phoenix while those spells are on cooldown, taking advantage of the fact that Delal just willingly walked into the tree corridor where you can get trapped by the illusions. You know, now Grims has Shadow Poison up. You have to be worried for Delal having just burned the dive.
Yeah, to get this small camp to not spike.
Oh, get the courier maybe.
Oh, nope, not even going to get the courier. Phoenix's courier was coming too, and the TP out right on after means he can go all the way back to, actually not base, tier 2 tower, survive, get your courier back with hopefully some regen on. No regen, but at least you're still in the lane to help keep the pressure onto this Morphling.
Yeah, but you know who's actually like sustaining pressure currently is Jikroy in the bottom lane. Like, things are not going well there for the Apes either, as Fiend is exerting pressure. The Slardar Bash.
It's too much.
Yeah.
That's how this matchup goes.
Travens has been doing other things, so it's understandable that Jikroy hasn't been, you know, dominating the lane when left alone. But now the Ogre, yeah, look at the damage. Even the Ogre has to kind of respect it.
Run out of tangos, run out of many things to keep Jikroy in, and Jikroy with 1 point in his face is not enough sustain to keep him alive. Bash comes out, double bash on top, charge coming in from Travers to keep them back, the ignite on top. Jikroy is looking like he just wants to find as his helm is coming out to him, but it's not going to arrive in time for him to help out Travers to turn any kills back. They keep on getting punishment, at least now. we're going to have a little bit of extra armor on this life still to keep him in the lane.
Yeah, Atomic, both their side lane duos are playing great right now. Like, Apollo is pretty low there. I thought that if they committed to a fight like that, he might die, but it's Fiend who goes in and forces an engagement with the Bash Crush. They have to drop spells on him. You can't just let Slardar do that to you on cooldown, right? You have to make it more of a fight. But they did it when the Dire creep wave was absolutely massive, and then, of course, Apollo just sort of steps in from slightly out of range and is able to chip in damage as well. Really crucial stuff, doing all the right things.
Travers has to get more cells and more regen to keep him in this lane. Fiend has, okay, almost Bash charged up. 2 more hits will get him going. Just going to work on Jikroy a couple times. Gets the charge on through. Bash on top, but with that armor now, it doesn't do as much damage. Apollo in the back, chasing down Travers, trying to find his ogre, but the Dragon's going to be there, just trying to break that sight line. But the creeps might give him a sight line, but he's going to be able to hide within these trees and survive. But speaking of surviving, Grims will not, as he gets chased down by his Phoenix and the Pangolier.
Yeah, not quite where I expected First Blood to fall, given how the action had been going, but it's understandable, you know. If you can see Asta is just married to the creeps in the lane, not leaving for anything. Soul Ring complete now, providing a little bit of strength to morph with, and obviously some armor that's pretty important for trading well in the lane. Now going for the Morbid Mask, all about that farm. So Grims taking one for the team there, right? Because you don't want to give up full control of this jungle area, especially since they've been blocking the camp quite well with the Phoenix. But yeah, it does cost him his life if both heroes rotate over. That being said, the mid lane right now, it's more even than I would have thought between the Tiny and the Quap. Lewis is doing a great job against VanQ, and bottom lane continues to be difficult for Jikroy.
More bashes. Shutting him. Jikroy is going to take it to face, but he's got the regen now to sustain in the lane, and with actually now Travin's coming back with full mana, full selves, basically enough
Fiend
to
might be in trouble.
get Fiend here, because the Bash already going to be used. Travis just needs some vision to get himself an Ignite or a stun on too, so Jikroy needs to find him. The slow from the Crutch is going to be there. Grim's actually dying top again while we're watching bottom, while Fiend might potentially die. Going to get Bash. This life still trying to run away, but he's definitely going to be dead. It's Apollo who tried to rotate mid, but it's Courier just as he goes down, so he takes something with him.
You have to ask Lewis, was it worth it? Was it worth me dying to get your 3 bottle charges? But is the Potom teleported back from base 2 mid lane, then had to walk bottom, but she doesn't have arrow anyway. Like, this is some interesting skill builds, right? I do like that Mirana's gone for Starstorm. It's much more reliable in terms of taking these consistent trades, which is what the Slardar's looking to do, than trying to somehow set up an arrow and not actually contributing enough damage to try and soften up the strength heroes you're laning against. But Fiend there, to not have a point in Guardian Sprint means you can't really commit as hard as he did right there, because you could saw he bashed the lifestealer several times, just no way to escape without that movement speed boost. No boots either.
I was looking at numbers in the mid lane. It's like, okay, Lewis is doing fine for what the matchups are going to be. Then I saw the sacked small camp there that he's farming. It feels like maybe VanQ, who's basically a level ahead of him, has just actually been dominating the lane. The only way Lewis is able to survive in here is just by farming that small camp and kind of doing this, pushing out that lane and running back.
I think that's true, but I also don't think that that's necessarily changes how I look at the lane, right? Lewis is laning quite well on the Quap, right? VanQ is laning quite well on the Quap and making Lewis feel the pressure, but Lewis is still getting what he needs, right? They're not killing him, they're not even threatening to kill him. He's keeping VanQ in this lane by pressuring the tower. He is acquiring the gold he needs. Maybe the Quap's getting a bit more, but, you know...
Avalanche ready to use.
Here's the rotation.
Goes to Fiend. Here we go. Dead comes out. Sonic Wave is there if he wants to use it, but he doesn't need to. Or he can, just to put him in the ground. Apollo was watching on in terror as they slaughter the Slardar.
You know, before that first death, Fiend was literally tied for first last hits with his own Morphling, and I really thought the lane was going great. And now... you could say maybe it's just a natural consequence of the way he was playing that was doing so well for him, but he's now died twice. He's fallen way off on the CS. The lifesteal is almost caught up. So I have to feel a little bit bad for Fiend in the last couple of minutes. Wonder whether or not you needed to be that deep under the Radiant Tower. Like, I still don't think you get that kill, even though Apollo has picked up the arrow now, and forcing things like this is not...
Hill coming out from the early sunray point. Grims should die, but that's what the Sard was going for. But Delil is going to give up his life instead, and Selfless
Can they get this Pangolier?
is staying around. 3 points to Swashbuckle, no way to get close enough to him, so he should be able to survive, and in the end, they're only going to get the support instead of the core that they could have potentially got.
Yeah, it was well judged by Selfless. I mean, you don't really want to overcommit for him. They took the kill that looked like it was easy to get, but that's a win for the Apes. They've used these level 6s on their mid laner and the off laner much better than they did in game 1 even, and it's obviously even helping to bail out their bottom lane. Jikroy has now completed that armlet. It's going to be difficult for Fiend to bully back, especially having sort of lost the small gold advantage that he had. He's not even going for an armlet or anything of his own, straight to the Blink Dagger, so for him, his time in this lane might be ending anyway soon.
Travis in
wow.
the river. dying.
Okay.
As Jikroy is manning up against Fiend, trying to get bashed out. Slaughter level 5 versus Jikroy level 6. No haze to amp it up, and he's kind of committed to this fight at this point. He can't probably get away even if he wants to, but the bashes might come in. Armlet toggling now, though, to make it a little bit more difficult. Arrow will hit him in the face. Starstorm comes in, and Apollo clutch gets him the kill.
I actually almost can't believe that worked. Fiend committed so aggressively to that, and it was so obviously like Lifesteal accepting his fate, but he waited until he was fully half hit points in those trees to turn an Armlet and fight, and I don't know, maybe that cost him in the end. Maybe he could have Armlet toggled it if he was, you know, just clutch enough with the timing, but Fiend's so confident to go for that play into the Armlet without the haze, but it works out.
Yeah, the damage has the haze now, which is fantastic. Travis dying in the mid, so we are picking up some nice little kills as well. And that Blink Dagger just going to be rushed by Lewis, who is looking like he wants to kind of gank again here. But it is, well, they've got vision. They've got vision of Clop, they've got vision of Travens, and Travens is their target. Going to de-ward that ward, move on to the higher ground. Travens is going to probably give up his life at this point. So Haze is going to be there, and it's tossed on into the side to get the bash on top and crush away this Ogre. So that seems fine, really, for Apes. They're giving away Travens, but that's what they used to. That's what Travens' job kind of is in this early game. Yeah,
I mean, it's good for the Dire that you got a kill out of that ward. That you know, the Ogre was able to remove, very similar to the removal of the ward that was watching the Quap rotation the other when these sides were reversed in game 1. And Lewis is also going to go for a kill.
Found Salol. Gets a little bit of sack as well, so that's a much bigger win.
Yeah, found the Phoenix farming creeps. He's never going to have a lot of health, so Lewis picks up the easiest kill of his whole life. And that's great. That's because I thought maybe Apollo was going to use the Moonlight Shadow when they were fighting at bottom, just sort of insurance against getting rotated on. But saving it there actually means your Tiny gets an unexpected extra kill. And again, Lewis just finding ways to make his goal.
Yep, a little bit of damage on the back. Daggers come out. Level 2 though, so not damage to really chip away at him. And with the rune being secured by Apollo, Queen of Pain gets nothing, and Lewis gets absolutely everything. And the space, actually, as well for Asa, which we haven't talked too much about, is massive. He's top net worth and comfortably there, and farming a jungle that doesn't look like they can invade anytime soon.
Yeah, that being said, Vancure now has ult, Selfless has ult, Delul. I'm going to assume they've used their 10-minute book already. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Delul's picking it up, but yeah, Travin's dead. He's just making a little bit of space again. And level 6 actually on Phoenix.
Yeah.
Might be big. Might be able to get in the tower, but who's really going to do the damage to this tower?
The creeps and Quap. Maybe the Lifesteal. I mean, they could if they really wanted to. They are under a ward right now, but they could put Jikroy with the Armlet timing in the Quap. I don't think with Brown Boots, though, he's really ready to fight yet. So he's going to take this Ancient Stack in full view of the Tiny, which is always a little bit spooky, but I think they're going to have more on their hands to worry about. Diving top lane.
Doing the Travens. Gonna give up his own life to get a little bit of XP. Disruption's gonna dodge that roll in, and we just wait. We wait long enough, get the kill out of him, and now we can pressure the tower again, this time without getting poison sprayed at us.
That was a very ugly gank, but they managed to make it work without committing the Sonic Wave. No one teleported to help.
Surprise arrow.
They're now teleporting in.
Surprise arrow. Hits him in. Morphling comes in too. Starstorm comes out. And Selfless is dead. And Asa is making him run. Tower's gone. TP out instantly from Vancure. And Delul is hiding for his life. Atomic with a beautiful response. And Lewis, he sees himself alive still. Your rage is not going to last so long. It's level 1. So chase him down and toss him into the air. You got another.
I can't believe they got both. I expect them to make one or the other play, right? You defend the top tier one or you gank that lifesteal. But now that after his support is like out of the way, they know there's not going to be like Quap and stuff collapsing back onto Lewis. He just takes that kill, finds the lifesteal. They're not even going to interrupt the TP. No. Oh my goodness.
That's done.
Atomic are flogging the Apes right now, just outplaying them at every turn. I did not expect this, I must say. Like, this is some really impressive stuff.
Oh yeah. 4K.
They get the bottom tier one as well.
Yep. Tower's taken. Blink Dagger done at 100 gold on Tiny, which is a great timing, and so much space being made, all the net worth, but this does feel like game 1. This is kind of a mirror image of game 1 as well. All 3 top net worths were Atomic Esports, and slightly behind again were Apes, and with a little bit of bigger team fight ultimates this time, can the Apes kind of shrink that lead?
They certainly have a lot more potential to just like massively reverse it with a great fight, right? We haven't even seen the full combo yet. Selfless is going to pick up Grims here again, but
cool.
Yeah, that is one of your ultimates expanded again. He is picking up charges on the Spirit Vessel. Murana for the Dire has the completed Urno Shadow. It's going to take a little bit longer to get the Vessel, though, especially if she stops and builds a mech. But yeah, that's interesting stuff. That's like a lot of the damage out of
but he's got the strength wolf off. Need ball control under the tower. Does it all actually commit with the egg? No. He survives, becomes the clock, blinks on out, and now your Sonic Wave is down, and it's an Arcane Rune Sonic Wave, but Fiend is like, yeah, let's go. I have a Blink Dagger. Can you back me up, boys, with a double Blink Dagger reveal, maybe from Atomic here? No, it's just going to be a smoke on top, and then going to surprise something big. But now they know Sonic Wave isn't ready to go, so this is a great time to fight.
I think we just revealed one of the big weaknesses of the Apes draft that we haven't somehow mentioned yet. This was the last pick Morphling, right? And the Apes just don't have control for it. Like, the Quap is not building an Orchid. They have a level 1 Ogre Stun, which has a tiny range, no Blink Dagger, no Aether Lens yet. Jikroy gets just annihilated.
Will goes in. Travin's coming in too.
They can't force this fight.
Grims is going to be there, going to disrupt most of the combination, but they're out of most of their mana. They don't have roll, they don't have swap. The Grims is going to be dead, and everybody else TP's out because they literally only have one goddamn stun.
I mean, that's the best case scenario, right? Like, this is the problem. When you don't have initiation, when you can't force a fight on a hero that you see, even chasing that Tiny and that Slider, if you catch him, it's probably not a good idea. And Lewis is... Oh! Can he get to score the arrow? No! Wow! Okay, someone misses everyone.
Vessel going down, roll now being committed on him. Yeah. Got the cooldown done. So now Lewis instead is dead. Apollo might get caught. Itself is going to be committed, beelining for it and crushing him in the back, but it needs some more damage and some more control if they want to get it done. Spirit Vessel going to be used. Popped on up. Egg's going to be there. Just into some. Please get it to some. Oh god, get it to some. They will not get it to some as Delil is going to be dead. Vanku comes on in. Now Fiend is kind of surrounded by all three heroes. Morphling coming in a little bit too late.
What is happening?
TP. I hope he cancels TP or he comes in to fight anyway. Soaring Pop, Mantis there, moving forward. Selva's actually now being left by himself a little bit awkwardly, but with a jump on the shield crash and a swashbuckle into, he's going to make it out for free.
Okay, successfully cast a Cursed Atomic, had to really try that, had to be praising them a lot, but it pays off in the end as they make one of their first major blunders of the series, GDH. I think that it's pretty easy to see how that was kind of a very slapdash fight they took, people literally going in one at a time and dying. You know, they did get some trade out of it, they didn't lose the Morphling at the end, they did kill the Phoenix Egg, but that wasn't the best use of their resources. It just seemed like they were split on whether or not they wanted to fight that, you know, I think that maybe their best case scenario is just back off after Grimm's died and, like, surrender that space, but the eagerness with which they jumped in, it worked before, catching the last hero on the way out. That time, though, Apes were able to respond.
Well, jungle's being invaded, ward's being placed down, the blink is ready to be used again, and there is no egg.
Nice shadow ready.
Find him...
They're going to go on a tower,
toss on that the arrow, a little bit whiffed now at this point as Apollo thought he would be tossed right into the air, but Selfless dead anyway. Forcing Morphling going a little bit deeper. Sonic Wave is amazing going in. The blink on 4 from VanQ is going to clean him up. Lewis is going to be dead. Grims is in Viz, and he's going to be dancing so they can see him and take a nice little quick pick off if they want, but Fiend blinks in and returns, but Asta going to be dead out of it anyway. VanQ hit with Demonic Approach, arrow going to hit him in the back too, so Plop is going out of here, but Disruption is delaying his kill in the Shadow Demon, forcing Jikroy to go a little bit too far forward, so Travis having to help out his score is going to save him, and Fiend is looking to do some bashes, but the DD is going to make them regret that decision as they just need to run away and disconnect. Apollo, I think he has an arrow ready to go if he actually aim it perfectly, maybe gets the kill. They've got Corrosive Haze to get the vision on the Ogre, but Ogre is dewarding, walking, and maybe going into... Look at that. That was a nice try, and a Fiend hopefully will get out. Maybe. Okay, no, he's jumping around, knowing what's happened, which means Apollo can TP out in front of their face because they still only have that one stun.
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting stuff from Atomic, right? I would have thought that they could farm a little bit here, like not completely disengage from the enemy, but maybe not take a team fight under the tier 1. Obviously, it's the most important tower on the map, the tier 1 mid. They thought it was worth it, but they give the Apes the opportunity to use those big team fight ultimates, and they basically wash out to about even there. Maybe the DD rune on the Lifestealer ruined their plans, but I don't know. I'm not loving quite as much what we're seeing. It doesn't seem to use their heroes quite as well as they could be. Heroes like Mirana and Shadow Demon, right? They're just not built for the team fight right now. They have to be so afraid because they're so fragile about where they commit, and that's leaving the cores exposed. But once Mirana has that mechanism, things are going to be different, right? Imagine meching after that Sonic Wave in the middle lane. Would have been a completely different fight. Yeah.
But cooldowns are finally off cooldown, I guess, for Apes. And we've got Egg and Roll ready to go to find the Morphling, who's not farming this jungle, but Lewis is farming the mid lane, and just as big a kill. The man's got slow as hell attack speed, but Grims is sitting there hugging him just in case he does get initiated upon. And Apes will find him. VanQ sees him, not looking to get the blink yet. They're going to go on the high ground. Selfless is going to jump on him with the shield crash and jumping forward, not find anybody in the back. Spirit Vessel on top, TPing from Fiend, not going to be there in time, and Travis is waiting, and actually doesn't need to use the stun, so if somebody goes too far forward, they can stun whoever jumps in. Travis being left a little bit back, Fiend not jumping in himself, roll's going to be done now, and Fiend is still with the opportunity, but Delil finds him with a Fire Spirit breaking that blink, but it does seem like Atomic are still happy to fight if you want to bring it.
Yeah, I think maybe the desire to fight warded off by that blink cancellation on the side off. That was pretty important, but very nice gank by the Apes. They waited until Tiny got a bit wiggy over the obviousness of that smoke and used his blink dagger, so you deny the opportunity for a waiting Shadow Demon to get him out basically with a disruption into blink, right? That use of blinking backwards into more Radiant heroes was actually what doomed him to death. But yeah, the Apes, they're finding their feet a little again in this game, taking advantage of the fact that Atomic's heroes don't work great in every situation, but they work great in some situations.
Did you know Demonic Purge works on couriers?
Yes, I did. I play a lot of Shadow Demon, and you'll see a lot of players do that because it's, you know, one of the couple of skills that do work like that, people will use. It's like Axe Chop. It's totally worth it.
Yeah. Kill that courier, doesn't matter if it's a 75-second cooldown on top. You got the ultimate orb away from Jikroy. You got an Aegis for Asta as well, and towers are finally going to be pressured this time by Atomic, and this time I think they're going to finally get that building. Egg may be up, but with the second life, it might force Apes away from defending the tower, or Selfless can literally just do that.
Are you surprised to see 404 on the Shadow Demon? I would have thought that Soul Catcher would have been a good skill to at least have a couple of points in, you know, especially when they're playing for team fights right now. It's very good at shutting down individual carries like the Lifestealer or, you know, who are trying to stand there and trade hits.
I guess the one thing is the armlet with the Shadow Poison is just super valuable. Maybe he thinks it's rushed, but I would assume you get at least 1 point. Like, you've got Lifesteal, Strength, and even Phoenix as well. Just burst that HP down. You just need that extra bit of oomph.
It's pretty impactful. It's also, remember nowadays, it's Spell Amp, and you have Morphling and Potom and Tiny as heroes joining you in these gank attempts. But, you know, it's hard to land in fights when you're a squishy support. So now our team's just going to engage in the middle of the river.
Sombot jumps away. VanQ gets nothing with his scream, and Apollo does get out. We're good, but actually, Sama Pseudo taken by DeLong. It's a regen rune that we really came for, and Apes get to pick it up.
That was like a Lion King situation there, right? The good ending, I guess. Like the Mirana just gripping onto the edge of the cliff. If you fell down there into the river, you will be killed as surely as if you were trampled by a herd of wildebeest. But in the end, does survive. And yeah, a really interesting game we've suddenly had emerge. It almost looked like it was going to go the way of game one, and then Apes get a couple of kills back their own way. And now it seems like Atomic, they're suddenly not quite so sure, right? Before this, they were really aggressive. They seemed really certain of themselves and their game plan. And now they're caught in this awkward timing where Sada's like, guys, I really need to finish this BKB, like, before I do anything else. Now he's got it done. Starting to queue up the armor as the next item. I'm sure the Morphling is like, well, I don't really want to fight with just Morbid, you know, Mantra if I don't have to. And I'm glad in some way that they have settled down a little and decided to finish some items up. It does give their opponents, obviously, time to do the same thing. But they needed this next set of upgrades.
And even looking at our net worth difference, it's 3k, but that's literally all on the Morphling. The Tiny is falling back, the Slider is getting even up with, and their supports aren't exactly getting the big items yet. It seems like they really are relying on this Morphling right now.
I mean, it is a Morphling, right? Like, one of the better carries to rely on if you have to. You'd almost rather the gold lead be on Asta with the capability we've seen from this hero to solo games.
He's not Strike Morphin yet. He can Strike Morph now with the Manta coming in. Just comes on lifestyle, gets his own spell, Immunity, but he's getting low. They're going to get the little first before the egg comes off, so Selfless actually going to dodge a little damage to Jikroy. Does get the Invest combination to keep him alive. Roll does come through. Disruption going to actually break it. Selfless is going to keep the backlines back, but they need vision around. The Sentry doing a lot of work. As Low is going to be dead too. And with the stun control they've got from Travens, they can finally find Grims, but Fiend is going back in. Same with the Morphling. Looking to pick up Selfless. The Corrosive Haze just needs one more right click to do it, but they've got the Rage running out on Asta, and Jikroy is just going ham. You get more strength, he gets more damage, and now your Aegis has popped.
Yeah, I don't know. These supports aren't working out so well for Atomic. Like, I sort of enjoyed both these hero picks. I was excited to see what they can do, but we're getting kind of a forceful... Actually, why is a Fiend going back in? He was fully out of that fight.
They really wanted Selfless. Like, they really wanted Selfless.
That's some awkward timing there on that recommitment, but yeah, that was the 10-second BKB fight from the Slava. They had a great initiation there. That was the fight they had. Grims was well in position to use spells. I wonder whether maybe it would have been worth it throwing out the the disruption earlier onto Asta, save the Morphling some hit points at the start of the fight and get those powerful illusions up. Because it felt like he really held the spells. He threw out the Purge onto the Pangolier, but prior to the roll, and it kind of didn't really do very much. They didn't get the kill off it or anything. So these supports are just having trouble making an impact, and it is kind of the situational low value nature of their spells, right? Like a single arrow, a single Starstorm in a team fight doesn't feel like much at this point in the game, unless it's hit in a very clutch situation. So we need to see these supports either buy some more items. Apollo is slowly getting to, or really step up with their spell usage. Just kind of what I'm looking to Grims to do here as these fights continue.
And even looking at Lewis, I've seen his item, queue for a while. It's gone from Shadowblade to Yule Scepter to now Echo Saber first into BKB.
I mean, he's had the Echo Saber for a while. You can't really criticize that as sort of delaying his BKB pickup, but I definitely prefer the BKB pickup to the Yules. I think the BKB is just essential right now. As we pointed out, once you pop that BKB in the fight, you're home free to do whatever you like, but they're getting control hard right now.
We need that BKB at this point.
Oh, no.
Way too big. VanQ is on a killing spree in Atomic. He won't get hit by the roll, but it doesn't really matter. Your Tiny is gone, and Fiend going on into Sentry Vision. Do they have Dust? They're going to run away, try not get any catch. Fiend is looking for something, but Morphling taking a bite. Asta wants to get Travis will finally kill the Ogre, and with Demonic Purge on the Phoenix, they might be trying to force the egg. Doesn't pop it in time, going to be dead again before the egg is even used, and Selfless is running at this point, but they need some more control to get it. Sliders Blink, 10 seconds away, going to let him live. But that is a good turnaround fight. 2 supports coming in. Lewis is dead again, but Morphling still getting those goddamn benefits out of it.
Yeah, I mean, Atomic's gold lead just floating just around the 1,000 mark now, but Morphling is 3,500 gold ahead of this nearest rival, and ultimately that may actually be more important than the overall net
Stun
worth.
coming in, they just need a follow-through combination if they can, but he's got the Rage, he's going to bash into this is coming in clutch from Selfless, but it will run out. BKB is going to pop, the Jikroy is going to have the movement speed to get away, and the arrow going to be dodged by everyone. He just survives, they wait for forward, try to get him out, and Dab Strike being committed, they got him! Jikroy is dead, the killing spree comes in, and the commitment is perfect as it doesn't cost them anybody in return.
Lifesteal move speed was insane there. Even outside of phase boost, he's easily outrunning the sprinting Slider and the leap buff. But yeah, in the end, can't fully escape, and that's what happens with the Morphling coming at you downhill. Now they're going to turn it around, though.
Very far back, Sunray being used, stun on top, everything they've got to kind of kill Asa, not enough yet, wait from away, he survives, not even stun on the tower, but Lewis tossing him back to make sure he comes down, and Grims is dead as the only casualty of all your ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing, right? Like, Apollo can't get an arrow off in that fight. Almost certainly wouldn't have mattered if he did. But it's the mechanism button, and the Morphling stays alive, right? That's one way to ensure your hero keeps scaling. It's like, well, if I'm carrying around a Guardian Greaves, I am going to be useful to my carry, even if there's nowhere to use my sort of finicky skills in this crazy fight.
Roche is, well, we're going to find out in a minute when it does respawn, but that does seem kind of crucial, especially for apes to pick up themselves. They need something extra to allow them to take these fights.
I think that the initiative matters a lot there, right? Like, you can see how long it takes, even though they did eventually catch and kill the Lifestealer, it was hard, right? And that was with no support for him. They got on him with a great crush from Fiend, and they're able to use Asta to chase him down with that Skadi. Asta now building some more damage, it's true, but if you put a second life on that guy, I don't think they get to stand and fight, even if his team is ready around him, let alone they get the initiation, as they have a couple of times now. I don't think you can realistically 1v1 down this Lifestealer. Jikroy has continued his great performance from game 1.
Selfless
they found the Tiny!
Under vision, and now with the Rage coming out and Sunray in the back, he is just dead before they can do a thing. And this might be a good fight. Selfless going to find Grims again, but Fiend's in the back.
Well, they're in the back line!
No egg coming out. Morphling is cleaning up the back, but Jikroy is in the front. Still focused on Grims, who disrupts himself. Fiend, we're going to get some more bashes off the camp, but we're going to finally kill the Shadow Demon. But Demonic Purge has been used on Jikroy, so the bash is surrounding. Lewis buying back and just cleaning up as apes are just being destroyed by Atomic. Everybody dead. VanQ surviving, but he just needed to blink away as he looked under the disaster, and one tear fell from his eyes, but everyone fell in his team.
I mean, that's why we don't see, like, the carry emphasis being on can you win a 1v1 fight anymore, because it really, like, you know, I'm not sure who would win between this Morphling and this Lifestealer if they just stood there and hit each other, or at least for most of the game. The Morphlings really pulled ahead now, obviously, but the fact is you just don't get to, right? When the Morphlings team get jumped on and killed to start the fight, Asta has to at least retreat. When the Lifestealer is isolated from his team, you see, he just folds up. But, The problem with that is that the Morphling is way harder to catch out in those sorts of situations, and because he gets to pick and choose his fights so well, he's only in the good ones, never in the bad ones. The gold lead continues to inflate on him, even when the rest of his team's falling behind, and now he is truly a solo threat.
Arrow, gonna be torched as he just readjusts himself and defends one of the racks. But they're losing in tier 3, they're losing the middle racks, and Roche is now open to Atomic, which is respawning in 50 seconds around it, and the egg, okay, it will be up for next fight, but do they have roll?
Yeah.
Yes, they do, and that's going to smoke out of it. Okay, fair enough. Smoke, find something, and get control around that Roche pit.
Yeah, one of the benefits, I guess, of your Phoenix getting immediately exploded by a good Morphling dive is that ultimate is still available for the next fight, but it's going to have to be a really well-positioned egg to not fall down. Now the Morphling is in charge like that, and there's multiple Blink Daggers up, and Mirana as well. Dalal is going to have to show some real skill, maybe ask Travens for some egg placement tips. But at least they have good vision in the area. Like, there was no time for the Dire to go back and deward the pit. And so since Roshan still hasn't spawned, there is still a great chance for the Apes to take a crucial fight and a crucial Aegis.
Well, Self was scouting around. Vision is there for Apes, but it's not exactly there. It's easy for Atomic. They got the high ground vision there, and they're waiting around smoking. And didn't they see the edge of that smoke, though?
I think they
will
might
be able
have.
to break it if they go for it and give up the Ogre. Cool, that's fine. Moonlight Shadow going to be there. They know exactly where they are. Phoenix got the back place and find himself to Phoenix again with the toss combo from Lewis. He does get the egg on this time. Sunra comes up, but they just focus the egg instead, so he's dead. Sonic Wave too late to save it, and Selfish just comes in to get bashed and killed anyway. Thank you now by himself, tossed in the air, gonna be dead as Jikroy. He did the bank Q. He ran as early as he possibly can, and Roche, unfortunately, and it's gonna respawn and give him straight to Atomic, and I think we go straight back down mid.
Yeah, that might be the game right there, GDHN, and definitely Atomic, they had more problems this game than they did in game 1, right? Did not look anywhere near as clean, but to me, that makes it at least equally as impressive a win, right? Because we saw, in that mid-game period, they dived on that mid-tier 1 and took a fight that they lost, they got initiated on and lost the next fight, but they were almost looking for fights they couldn't take and had no reason to take, and you could see the timings and the start to balloon out on the Slater and the Tiny. The fact that they stabilized themselves, they went back even up against, you know, an enemy draft that looks like it might be scary to let farm, and they chose space. They chose to get the next set of items and regroup and reconsider their plans. That shows real strategic awareness, and look how good they are now. Look how powerless that Phoenix is at this point in the game when all the enemy heroes are mobile. Even the good ultimate from the Pangolier wasn't enough to sort of control the fight, because you just can't get on top of all of these heroes, the Morphling waving in, the Blink Daggers, the Leap, and you know, that just rolls up the fight really quickly.
Well, this is where we pressure some more bases, get another tier 3, get another set of racks for ourselves in defense. It's going to be annoying. Swashbuckles, Firebirds, and maybe Travin's going to ignite, but it's only going to get hit by the arrow. We're good. Jikroy's going to be able to stand in the front line and not get caught. I say that. But waveform in, going forward, the rage coming through, just goes right through the roll, and Selfless is just getting dismantled by this Morphling. But the tower is taking even more punishment. Slow from the fire spirits, Jikroy is going in to slow him back down, but he's still alive, still so he can regen back in. But they go on the backline. Lewis gets a toss, puts Travis in the worst position possible, and he knows he's dead. But we've got some sun rays to keep somebody alive, and Selfless trying to run away with his shard to get the roll back. But Quap is holding in the life steal for a bomb, but oh, who is he going to blow up onto? I don't think he actually knew he jumped on Apollo there, but he's going to find this Morphling, who's still got the Aegis, but then Fiend backs it up, finds Banku in the backside, and Jikroy will pop the Aegis, but what more can they pop? Sunray going to be used defensively, force them all back, Swashbuckle comes in from the buyback himself, and moving on in as the waveform comes back, and they just work on what they came for, and that's his top set of racks. Dodge the fires if you can, just keep on hitting him with the defense they still have from Atomic. They're ready to go, and any initiation you got, the save from Shadow Demon, the save from Sidearm, the save even from Tiny, who's looking for an opportunity to toss somebody out, and it's Travens again. Dead as quick as it comes. Jikroy's fighting up everybody at this point as Vanku comes in the screen, but BKB is going to be pumped. Vanku tries to get a Sonic Wave out, but he gets stunned before he can, and he's dead in the ground around it. Has a buyback if he wants to use it, will do it as Jikroy is dead with no buyback himself, so it's all up to Vanku, who gets tossed back on him, bashed on up, and destroyed, destroying Ape's chances of taking this game and bringing it 2-0 to Atomic Esports.
Now, it was a pretty solid defense by the Apes there. You really couldn't ask that much more. Maybe a better egg, but even after they drag the Morphling into the tier 4s, the Lifestealer reveals that the Scardy and runs him down for a kill. That Aegis, there's just no hope of killing the Morphling a second time, and his whole team knew it. They didn't even use their BKBs on the Morphling's first life. They just, as you said, concentrated on the objectives. The Morphling was the space creator, and then when he popped back up, they knew that they could collapse. No egg anymore, and yeah, the Apes, I mean, They look good for a moment there, but ultimately this Phoenix pick did not work out for them, and they just weren't able to find the timing. I question the Lifestealer in the end. Maybe too early a pickup, maybe too narrow a carry. The Atomic were able to sort of maneuver around them.
Yeah, it seems like they wanted to get lifesteal bombs after lifesteal bombs, constantly keep that tempo going, but they just couldn't get that done in the game. It just didn't work out the same tempo that they really needed to slow down the uncontested Morphling.
Yeah, actually, and you know what? I think that describes both games, right? Both of these games, the Apes have had a draft where they really seem decidedly to be planning around getting a lot of ganks in the mid game, really controlling the pace. And then in neither game were they able to do that. Even with two different drafts, Atomic were able to sort of blunt the impact of those early rotations. Like, again, great game on the Quap. Can't really fault the mid play. It wasn't that any of the heroes necessarily failed, but Atomic just didn't give them the opportunity they needed. I think maybe even the safe lane play specifically in both games was a problem for the Apes. Perhaps something they can look at going forward. But it's great to see Atomic really establish themselves as a contender here in the LPL.
100%. But we also get to add this series to our series of 2-0s so far. That's 5 series straight, all 2-0s, and potentially a 6. We'll see, because our second series is coming up shortly. Burmese Girls versus Gagat. Both these teams vitally need points. Atomic Esports did it, and maybe these teams can do it too.
But the ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back. Sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight. He's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was dewarding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
And back. So far, day 3 in our first season for 2022. We have had 5 2-0s going on. Some real dominant plays from Atomic, from Apes, from every one of these days, and we still have one more series to go in. I'm pretty excited for it as well. Burmese Ghouls versus Gagat. 2 teams that haven't been so successful already, but somebody has got to go home with points today.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a heartening statement for both these teams, I think, coming in. As you mentioned, getting a win right now, really important for morale, if nothing else, right? You saw Atomic just do it before. They started off this season on a low note, but they've immediately bounced back, really bloodied the nose of a team like Apes, who we would have thought would be a finals contender. So, you know, the chance is still on the table, clearly, for these teams to do the same now. And you'd expect it to almost be an easier task now, given that you aren't up against a team of Apes caliber.
Well, Burmese Ghouls are a team with some talent. We have some notable names, some great performances in these roles as well. Marcelay, XM White, N1, Shang-Fu, and Lydon. These guys have some talent. They have some interesting ideas. They're willing to change it up a little bit. Put that Bounty Hunter in the offlane, steal so much gold around it. It just seems to be about the execution. It seems to be about getting it done and breaking into the high ground. As soon as they fix that, these guys will be unstoppable.
Yeah, I haven't seen these guys before, but really repping that esports logo. The Burmese Ghouls, Myanmar DOTA representing, and I hope to see some good stuff out of them, right? Like, this seemed like a confident set of players with a confident set of drafts.
It's been a couple of players, good God. I mean, they haven't had the best results, but they have been confident in their play style. They've picked some very dominant heroes. They seem to really do rely on Clarity to do that carrying, but the other 4 of them, they're willing to pick up those fights, create some tempo and some control of the map if they can get it to work. And so far, we haven't had the best success yet. Maybe a few more tweaks will make it perfect, and maybe tonight is when we see how powerful they really are.
Yeah, the individual play hasn't looked so assured from Gagak, but it might be the kind of thing where it's just about finding a comfortable draft or a comfortable set of heroes. We have seen teams make some impressive reversals in the LPL, right? It's just about figuring out what's making everyone, you know, play under their expectations.
And it seems like the mid role is that crucial role between both N1 and Maestro. Seems to be one of those real foundational hero players you can build on. Their heroes, the gameplay, the tempo control, the movements around the map. These guys tried their best to make as many plays and crush and secure lanes for whatever causes best they can. The Queen of Pain seems to be the best hero between both these 2 heroes, and if they can get it in their hands, maybe they can get the games.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those teams where, like, the mid lane, we've seen so many teams built around the mid laner, right? And unfortunately do live or die by that performance. If you can't carry your team, it's a lot of responsibility. You know, suddenly the rest of your draft looks bad. Everyone's like, oh, this team can't play. But, you know, it's if you have your Jim or your Fixer or whoever, your really dynamic focal point mid player popping off, suddenly everything's sunshine and rainbow. So we might see a dramatic reversal for one of these teams here today if they can secure that comfortable mid matchup, maybe really through the draft, set themselves up for success through that main player. But I mean, I always like to see the whole team step up. So maybe we can see some drafts that maybe allow for a different player to shine.
Oh yeah, it seems like they do like to change that up, especially on Gagat. They've been putting Bob Zaru on those playmaking offlaners like the Mars, the heroes that you need to be flashy on, to be contemporary on, to be trying to create some chaos on the map. So they're attempting that. On the other side, it seems like they have a bit of a different idea. XM Light playing that bounty up to just looking to harass and build gold, so they have a different strategy. They're not just looking for just instant plays or teamfight control. They are trying to play that extra bit of meta game on top.
Yeah, look, that can bode well, right? Like, obviously, Core Bounty Hunter is not something we've seen winning tons of games left and right, but it is a hero that IceFrog keeps experimenting with, clearly trying to incentivize into different positions. And we saw in Series 1, right? Like, as I mentioned, this is the stage of a patch where, yeah, you can afford to be a little bit innovative. Maybe you look to a hero now that isn't in the meta because it's going to get buffed in the next patch, and suddenly you'll have a head start on how to play it. I'm not sure, but the fact is that if you are going to draft something like that, you need to do what Atomic did in that last series. You need to be aware of your strengths and aware of your shortcomings. You need to be very careful not to play into areas where your draft is weak. If you have a core bounty hunter, make sure you have the right supports paired with it so that they can do something with the lane and after the laning phase, right? Have a team that can capitalize on track early and maybe even try and wait and draft it in a game where that's possible, right? Because I think that's the big thing I remember about bounty hunter drafts in LPL, right? Often we see them unable to actually win the team fights that they need to take advantage of the hero.
It seems like that's something that Burmese schools need to work on just a little bit. Make sure that the heroes that you're doing a little bit questionable in their role are actually unable to play their game, because I believe their second game after the bounty was the mid Spirit Breaker against the Queen of Pain. No, Storm Spirit, actually. It was the Storm Spirit.
I mean, mid-Spirit Breaker, when you say mid-Spirit Breaker, it almost doesn't matter what you're laning against, because
you're leaving that lane.
You're likely to leave that lane. And Spirit Breaker can be a more intimidating laner than you'd expect against certain heroes that rely on like a positional advantage in the lane, especially like a Storm Spirit, right? He's not a hero that can really get away from you early on. The ability to just charge through the gap can be pretty powerful, but also I expect it's pretty easy to sort of get bullied out of the lane. Like if that first gank or two fails, if the Storm Spirit gets some help, you can end up in a lot of trouble. So I assume from your tone that's what happened, but I like that they're experimenting. It's just what you highlighted there, the fact that they picked the hero and it sort of maybe doesn't necessarily even seem to be a good game for that experimental pick. I almost wonder how much that's a confidence issue, right? Because you see teams going to cheese or going to oddball picks when they don't believe that they can play like the sort of standard Dota of the patch, or they can't keep up with their opponents. Like, we'll either just pick the one hero that our players really love, or we're just gonna pick whatever we feel like and sort of, you know, try and throw them off. But maybe it's time to go back to the drawing board, play something basic and build yourselves a foundation.
Yeah, it does seem like you do need a good old foundation to build upon, and we're going to be building upon the foundation of our first game of our second series in a moment. Just going to cut to a quick, short break to get all the action nice and perfect between two squads. Burmese schools versus Gun coming up after this. And we're back almost with the game underway. Gigant versus Burmese Girls. We're going to see some great things as we're just waiting for one more player into the lobby, and then we are perfect and good to go. From Series 1, was there anything that kind of surprised you that was kind of getting picked up then that might be moved into Series 2? Because I'm sure both these teams were watching those games and probably being very impressed with what Atomic Esports got done.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like completely out of left field, crazy, surprising, but I think Game 1 was definitely a reminder of how dominant Beastmaster can be in a draft. It wasn't even like an especially last pick hero, so the fact that you can kind of grab that up towards the end of a draft if you sense it's open, or even early in the draft, right? It's a pretty hard hero to shut down. It's usually not a hero that you're completely dependent on in the later games. So all you need is a sense that your opponent's lane is going to be soft to that. And given this trend towards picking core heroes quite early in the draft, I feel like there's an opening to pick more of those, cores that themselves are built around exploiting early game laning matchups. And really just like, okay, well, if you're going to pick your 1 or your 2 position that soon, how bad can we punish you for that? As well as, I guess, the late game chance to pick up a support like AA, right? It's not often you see a last pick support hero. There are a couple of support heroes that can really blow a draft open, and it's going to be much easier to smuggle them through than it would be normally, where you just sort of like mysteriously don't grab your supports by the time it's common to in the meta. Your opponent starts thinking about it, like, okay, well, what are they protecting here? Just maybe use that metagame of the draft to your advantage.
And it does seem like a classic thing to suggest, but it seems like the more stuns and the more easy stuns, the better your team fights are going to go. It seems like after first series, Apes Esports, they had that 1-fire blast, and then they had Rolling Thunder, and that was really it. That's the only stuns they could rely on, and maybe if they had a few more, they could have secured their team fights a little bit easier, and maybe made the entire game a little bit easier. Maybe that's something both these teams could kind of adopt.
That's true, but it also depends like what you're up against, right? Like that lack of stuns was really accentuated because they were playing against Morphling, and even to a degree they were playing against Slaughter, they were playing against Podum, right? Like heroes that have a lot of mobility that are hard to kill without stuns, and sort of ran around the fights. But everyone on that team ended up buying a BKB anyway. The heroes that mattered. I guess the Morphling didn't by the end, but he could have. So, and he bought a lot of status resist. So it was almost more that and when you compare the Mirana stun and the Shadow Demon disruption, it's not no crowd control, but it's also not as much as they had in Game 1. So you could say that the crowd control there wasn't 100% the issue. It's more about like your philosophy of taking fights and making sure that if you do have these team fight based stuns, or like Phoenix, where you create the situation where they're impactful. If you surrender the opportunity to initiate and you have a spell like an egg that you really need to have your kind of ducks in a row for, that's when you're at risk of getting blown out.
And it also seems that we're going to go for Gigant as well. Like, that off-lane situation where we do have a setup stun, they like to do that for Bobzara. They like to have a little bit of control there. But it seems like your 4 kind of needs to back it up. And Cougar, he's been put on some very awkward position 4. Skyriff Mage a couple times, and Rubik a couple times too. I mean, Skyriff Mage, a very strong laner, doesn't exactly bring the disable. And Rubik, a notoriously weak laner who requires really your draft to work for him.
I mean, I have somehow weirdly ended up as a big hater of both these heroes on LPL broadcast, even though, in my own Dota games, I love Rubik. I hate Skyrim Mage, actually. It's a bad hero. But, the point is, both heroes, as you just pointed out, have distinct weaknesses, right? And I think the reason that they're so painful to see picked up is that a lot of the times the teams picking these heroes, they don't compensate for those weaknesses, and it's understandable, right? This is not covering for a core hero with a soft early game or something like that. Like, these are your supports. You don't usually draft around your supports, but you almost have to get away with a pick like that. Those are sort of like heroes where I look for a pocket strat, because you really want to have the whole draft formulated ahead of time to make sure that you are leveraging their strengths and covering their weaknesses. But the teams have had time, right? We're at the mature stage of the patch. If now is the time to show how sick Skyrath can be and really have your plan figured out, I want to see it.
And their plan does seem to be, at least on paper, is that they really require clarity to do the lifting. They've got Medusas, they've got Rave Kings, they've got very greedy carries that they really need him to do the job on. Is that something that we can rely on in this meta? Because it does seem like many teams, especially really Burmese Ghouls, they do like to play fast.
Yeah, I mean, the fast play is there for the taking, but I don't think it's not a deathball patch, right? It's not a patch where you can kind of brute force it. You do need to start getting that momentum out of somewhere. Usually it's been the mid lane for most teams. So maybe if you want to have that reliance on your carry, you just need a mid laner who you trust to blunt the enemy mid, to at least go even in the lane, right? Look at the last game we just saw. that was pretty much solo carried by Morphling. He was far more ahead of the opposing carry than his team was ahead of the enemy in gold. Like, without him, they were significantly behind. But you pick the right hero to solo carry the game, right? Morphling is just the standout for all of this patch, right? He just has so much capability to use gold well and to make big solo plays where he can move around a fight without dying and blow heroes up. But, you know, if your Wraith King is far enough ahead, he can probably do the same. So pick the right carry for a start. But then also, you know, we didn't see the Tiny dominate last game for Atomic, but neither did the Quap. And the Tiny did enough of a job. So I think that's the other key thing, right? Your carry is going to need space to get to that point. And you don't want to get collapsed on by the whole enemy team. So pick strong lanes and a strong carry, then you can get away with something like that. Maybe that is why Skywrath is part of their plan.
Well, we'll see what the plan is going to be. As Game 1 is underway, we can see draft, and maybe someone's been listening to the stream just a little bit here, because Beastmaster actually being a first phase ban and allowing the Mars to be their first pick.
I mean, I'd ban Beastmaster if I watched that Game 1. The hero's terrifying. Get that out of here. Quap also banned, so Burmese Ghouls removing that, but Gagak. Go straight to the Mars. I know that we have a few teams who love the mid-Mars. Do you think that is a possibility here, or is this a standard offlane?
I think it's Bobzara's hero. It seems that Gigat really disliked Bobzara on his hero, but I'm not sure. Okay. Maybe Maestro has that skills into him, but I'm kind of scared here because OD is left in here. Like, out of all the heroes that we've been seeing banned every game, OD has been there every time, 100%, except for now.
I mean, Mars is a decent hero to play against it, I would say. Like, there's not really any hero that does terrifically against getting banished into Hammer, but at least Mars is the kind of hero that can really punish you for picking fights in the early game where you start by going on a single target, right? Like, you already moves forward, but suddenly there is just a wall around you. Your team can't help. We spear you. I don't know. But, okay, the Ghouls, are they going to go 1-2 here, or are we going to see OD get past the phase?
Like, okay, on the other side as well, if you... What?
Dawnbreaker, okay.
Huh?
Mars OD? That is a really mean combo.
Doesn't even work. No, Rubik. Okay, we're going back to the classic. Cougar is back on his Rubik. And then this is... I wanted something different, and this is definitely something different. Bane, Dawnbreaker, supports or core?
It could completely be either way depending on their draft, but in my heart, I want this to be the Burmese Ghouls off lane.
Cool.
I think both teams have picked their 3 and 4 heroes. That is my hot take. I mean, Mars Rubik is very obvious, right? Like, if you think about Rubik from the position of, well, how does my Rubik not lose me the game starting with the lane, right? How do we get to the late game where the Rubik hero is so flashy and potent? And Mars is a great pick, right? Really stable off-laner, obviously a great hero in its own right. I think it's been the most picked hero over the last year or so. Has the associated low win rate that comes with that, right? Teams have really figured out how to punish the Mars, but it does synergize well with the Rubik in that the Mars doesn't need a support hero to set it up. It's good at protecting the Rubik if the Rubik gets caught. It can bully the lane and control the lane by itself, and it sets up the kind of situation where Rubik's early game spells, right? The long cooldown lift, as well as the sort of more constant pressure of Fade Bolt, do work well.
Cool. Good thing to see. And so far, bans are setting up those safeties. Medusa's gone, Battlewell's gone, Punk's gone to make those initiations a little bit awkward. And then... Cool. Snapfire. Awesome. Different picks coming out from Burmese Hills. Completely different. One of them has to be cool. Could be cool Snapfire. I want to see cool Snapfire, but Disruptor does make that a little bit awkward. And Morphling instantly picked.
Well, Gagak's draft looking really good right now. They've got a strong set of team fighters and the Morphling. Their lanes look really solid. They do have the potential to flex one of these heroes to mid, but I think Disruptor Morphling safe lane, Mars Rubik off lane, that's looking good, right? Like we talked about the exploitable nature of the Morphling Bane combo. Morphling Disruptor is better, right? Because like if your Disruptor dies, Morphling can't really help. That's not the worst thing ever. Your Disruptor, on the other hand, puts out way more consistent damage than even the Bane does with that that Brain Sap, right? Like the constant pressure of Thunderstrike is very powerful, and you have the opportunity to capitalize if an opportunity is shown to you with the Glimpse and the Morphling's own burst. So hopefully that can zone out the enemy offlaner, but it depends, right? The problem with relying on the kind of damage of your trades is if the enemy offlane is really strong, hence the Beastmaster ban, they can kind of just overwhelm.
And I'm feeling like Dawnbreaker is going to be pretty sad. Even if you get the ult off, you're jumping into the Kinetic Field Static Storm, and even if you get into the fight, you can always just be glimpsed away. It's a very awkward game for her to play now.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple of seasons ago when this hero was new and fresh and picked every game, these were the counters we talked about, right? The Nyx Assassin and the Disruptor. But of those two, the Disruptor... I mean, it depends, right? It's never good, obviously, to land in the Static Storm, but Static Storm is one of those spells where it's sort of like comparing heroes to Doom. It's like, yeah, whoever gets hit by it is having a pretty bad time. You got to think, well, what about all the other times? Dawnbreaker can easily go for a BKB, and if she is, of course she will. The other thing you can build, obviously, is the Aghanim Scepter, which is a nice little combo with Wraith King. You notice this is such a good Wraith King draft because they've got all these abilities that, okay, positioning matters, but they've only got the Morphling as a backline diver on Gagak right now. Most of these heroes are very good at sort of sitting back on the edges of the fights and letting the Wraith King be the target while still contributing. If Wraith King sucks up all the attention and gets kited like he normally does, you'll have the Mortimer's Kisses raining, and you'll have the Fiend's Grip from the sidelines, maybe even the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian falling down as well, so you can really take advantage of those prolonged fights.
Well, all they need is a mid hero to finish it all off, and it seems like we need mids both ways if we are going for it. The bands, Puck, Odie, Lena, Invoker, Silencer, so that team fight is looking super crucial for Burmese Schools to finish off, and Razor, the final band, to make sure the Wraith King is not going to be surprise counted at the end here. Whew, what do we pick up? I mean, for both these sides here, they kind of need the same type of mid hero.
I slightly disagree. Gagak need Burst. I was about to say Void Spirit. They picked it before I could say anything. Seems like a no-brainer, right? Even though we normally see at the start of the draft. Burmese Ghouls, like, both teams' bans are pretty smart. Gagak needed a damage hero that can hunt, because they're clearly going to have 4 heroes running around the map while Morphling makes space, right? Obviously, Morphling can come to fights, won't want to always do it, so Void Spirit is going to add the damage to the control that the other 3 heroes bring. But on the side of the Ghouls, they need control, right? Like, just having a Wraith King, we talked about, oh, it'd be great if the Wraith King's in the middle and everyone else is dropping spells in. You can't guarantee that. Especially now that there's a second backline diving hero to make life hard for Bane and Snapfire. So you need a mid-hero, like, I mean, ideally a Puck, who can get in there and control everyone, or at least a hero like Alina that can low cooldown, initiate, and threaten heroes. They go the other way. That's not a hero that, like, stuns you in place, but it is a hero that draws the eye. You do need to pay attention to a Death Prophet, and that's a really daring pickup for the Ghouls.
They got 2 attention takers. Either the Wraith King is going to take the entire burst from you, or the DP is going to get forced on the Exorcism. So they've spread their attention. They've got the backup to defend it. They've got a regen from Dawnbreaker, who's going to make these team fights a little bit longer and maybe easier on top. And it's off-lane Dawnbreaker in the end, so they've got some core attention onto it. How are you feeling out of it? It's a very different draft from Burmese School. Exactly what I wanted.
Really different stuff. Going to see the real Burma draft coming out here. Burmese Dota, the Death Prophet isn't a hero I've seen a lot of lately. It really flies in the face of that solidly established mid-meta we've been talking about. So I guess they've just, when you do something like that, you end up just drafting around that hero and you take your best run at it, right? But what they're going for is tankiness. This is almost a Death Ball draft. Not really, but you can see it, right? You want to take a fight on an objective. So your Wraith King or your DP is up front damaging a tower, and every other hero is like hiding in the tree somewhere nearby. The only problem I see with that is Gagak are very good at finding heroes and blowing them up, right? Imagine once Yups has a Blink Dagger, all 3 of their cores will be able to dive past those, you know, tower hitting kind of look at me cores and really hunt down your support. So the positioning is going to be key, the itemization of the supports is going to be key, and the performance of this Netherlight Dawnbreaker is going to be key, because I almost don't know what builds better out of her, right? There's a natural tendency to say, oh, you go for the more supporting healing build, you pick up the Ags, and you make it really impossible to, like, kill that DP. But I wonder whether or not they might be hoping that she has a good enough game to go for, like, an S and Y and becoming a third potent carry, split the attention of Gagak.
And actually for Gagak as well, I'm just noticing this now, they have actually got their full original squad now. They've got the position as well. Bobzaro was playing offlane for the first couple series. Now he's back in the mid role with Yaps actually taking that offlane role. And maybe this was kind of the issue with this.
Interesting, because you did identify, you said, oh, Bobzaro, like, Mars is the Bobzaro hero, but, you know, maybe that's just because, like, well, I'm playing my unusual role, I know how to play Mars, but I don't really have a full hero pool of offlaners. That implies this could be the chance for Gagak to power up, right? They're 0-4, expectations are low, but that is a little bit of uncertainty into the equation.
And some aggressive position from Burmese Ghouls, just trying to catch somebody in the mid. Yeah, ward plays now, but they're hiding in the trees. Like, they're not going to see anyone out of this, and yeah, they have to go back empty-handed and not securing any kind of kills, but they secure some great vision on their side of the river. But flip side, Gagak, they've already got some great ward on the other side of the river for them. Yeah,
I'm just looking at the items queued up right now. Dawnbreaker has a casual Helm of Iron Will in the bank, and look, Armlet Dawnbreaker can do a frightening amount of damage, but I have no idea. Oh no, sorry, we're going straight for Lotus Orb. Okay, eventually, just starting with the Helm. That's quite a pickup.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting way to get your items. I guess you got sustained a good spread of reduction. And hello, Burmese Ghouls, they're looking to kind of find this disruptor who just TP's out in front. isn't actually going to get baited out, and now Burmese Ghouls, they've wasted all that time and they get nothing out of it. No first blood for you, because Kagut felt something was up.
Yeah, I mean, great map awareness from Gagak, but at the same time, it doesn't cost them that much. The TP on their Bane Elemental as he goes back top, but they're going to make it to their lanes all in time and fine, and this is what's really going to matter. Looking to see how Neverlight's lane goes, looking to see how the mid lane goes for this DP against the Void Spirit. I worry that the early level she might be a little bit soft, and you really need both these heroes to have a good laning phase. Not just trade farm with their opponents, but actively get an edge.
Oh yeah, see how this goes as we go forward, but top lane, a little bit of aggression. Yaps very low as the line is doing the Bane thing, killing couriers that go a little bit too far forward. Cougar is trying to keep the pressure onto Shang Fu, but right now supports are fighting supports with Yaps, who has this rebuke ready to push him a little bit, but it is just constant harass, constant zoning in kind of both these off lanes.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen, right? Neither one of these off lanes really has a kill combo going, right? Like, both the Dawnbreaker and the Bane, like, Dawnbreaker and the Rubik are more about, you know, whittling you down with a few rounds of spells than killing you in one shot. And Kree is all in on that as well with the level 1, you know, little shredder. This is not some sort of like level 1 cookie cheese or anything like that. But it will eventually favor them over time. We've seen Morphling struggle against Snapfire lanes before specifically. Just anything that can put out that reliable harassment is probably what you want against a Morph.
A little bit of harassment keeps disrupted back. All the mana is almost done from the
they're going
just going to go right
beautiful.
forward. We saw the opportunity and we seized it, and we got the first blood out of it. Moody being sent all the way back to base, and hell, we might even get a pull off too.
Yep. Beautifully done. Really baiting Clarity to try and dive on the Snapfire there. She didn't even have one charges, but you know, Clarity not taking the break, as you mentioned, feeling the responsibility, really being a carry his team relies on. But this is the sort of stuff they wanted, right? They did get the softening up on Murdy in the second round of spells. You know, with the Disruptor as out of position as he was, basically instant death. So that's a real danger, right? It is his job to trade in this lane, but he used up all his mana and used up all his health and still didn't back off. Have to be a little bit more careful.
Mid lane, a little bit more aggression comes DP as she got a few levels. We've got 2 points of Cryptstorm to keep on spam and keep Bobzaro back, and 1 point in Spirit Side for to make it super painful if he jumps on into. In fact, under the tower, Remnant going to be there to disconnect, and M1 isn't even done. Fairy Fire being used, Bobzaro going to be chased, and if we get the vision, maybe we get the kill here. His Pulse is going to be running out, but we don't have any more siphons to drain him any further.
Oh, as we said, Murdy goes down again in the bottom lane, really just using his body to shield Clarity, but I mean, if Clarity isn't going to help, there's no way you can trade into the pressure of the minus armor plus the huge physical damage coming out of Starbreaker. So they're just surrender. Like, this is the rough part. I did mention sort of you pick this lane assuming that your worst case scenario you can kind of fall back to is the Disruptor dying. He's the crumple zone on this car, but you really don't want to crash into a wall twice in 3 minutes.
This mid is kind of a bit of a mess. N1 has spent the entire time chasing this Void Spirit around, denying runes away from him, trying to punish him. They don't care about last hits at this point. Void isn't actually farming. Same with the DP. They're just trying to get the kill. They want the blood, and so far, it hasn't happened yet. Bobzaro stealing actually a bounty rune out of it. Will get the benefit of the trade here, but N1, I doubt he's going to be slowed down anytime soon.
Yeah, I feel like that favors the Death Prophet. Like, they both need their items, but I feel like Death Prophet needs them less and that her team needs her a bit less. So it's probably for the best that you hound Bobzaro around, stops him setting up on you with a support rotation. But yeah, the potency of that Spirit Siphon against the melee, you saw before, even when he uses Dissimulate, he doesn't actually get far enough away to break the link in most situations. So that makes it very difficult for Bobzaro to leave tower.
And just forcing this tower under it so N1 can get both water runes potentially, so he's just playing this lane like he knows he needs to do it. Just make sure the Void Spirit cannot contest runes, you get all the regen, and you just keep on doing it. There you go! TP to even secure it. Remnant's actually going to make sure he can't steal it, and he gets the kill anyway!
Cougar at the top lane, goes down.
Oh, kills in both lanes, Lighten setting them up, and that is a good start for Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, both lanes really have trouble in protecting the supports for Gagak. I mean, that one, you can't really blame Yups on the Mars. He hit a spear to try and save the Bane, but just too many stuns. The Bane too weak in the end. The hero just is not good at you know, taking these committed fights. After he uses his spells, he's got an okay auto attack, but nothing compared to, sorry, I've lost my mind. The Rubik is not good at taking these prolonged fights. After he's cast these spells, he doesn't have the auto attack the Bane does, and he just gets worked over, run down as he tries to make it back to tower.
Well, so far we're getting the last hits. We're stealing a few runes, and Lighten's actually going to get to deny on his own board, so Rubik doesn't even get the gold out of it. and the ward just runs out off. So maybe he wastes a sentry. That's cool to go, but Bane is at least getting ready to go mid to secure these power runes, keep the aggression on. Level 6 is here on DP to pressure up this tower. Bottle refills on top. They're putting so much effort into making sure N1 is dominating, and he already is. 20 last hits there on the void spread, but it's all about the lane control, and there you go. Nightmare comes out just to punish him. DP is like considering whether she wants to come across, but they don't even need to. They can pop the Exim and take the tower.
I wonder if Bob Zero has like really stomped on some of these players in pubs or something, because they're giving him a ton of attention. But this is what I love to see. This is something we don't see enough when DP gets picked, but both supports rotate to the tower as Exorcism becomes available. Now, granted, Gagak, they've also rotated. They understand this is a focal point already in the game at 6 minutes in, but I don't think they can really stand up to this. And with the catapult push as well, this is the optimal use of Exorcism. None of those weak first Exorcisms we see kind of wasted just to try and get one kill. This is big value.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Even the minus
little
on the
shredder,
tower.
yeah. Just everything. As Tier 1 tower's done, 6 minutes in, Exorcism in use. Void Spirit is still trying to suck that level 6 out of this lane so he can react, but they just abuse that timing so well, and now they just go back to farming and keep that gold going into the pockets. All the net worth right now is the 3 cores of the Burmese Ghouls just having a great time in every single one of their lanes.
Yeah, that's something I was going to point out, right? Like, it's sometimes you see, as an attempted combo on Shang Fu up the top of they're just not going to kill this carry of the Ghouls. He's going to easily walk it out. But, you know, when you get those support kills early in side lane, sometimes you look at the last hits and it's like, oh, okay, you've been brawling and you've killed, like, Gagak supports, but it's come at the cost of your last hits because you've been too busy fighting to farm. Not the case. Both the Dawnbreaker and the Wraith King doing very well on the last hits chart. That's great to see. And, yeah, the fact that that happened allowed their supports to safely rotate off of those heroes into the mid lane to now set up N1 to have absolute steamroller game. A bottled Arcane Rune is going to be available for the second Exorcism. We're going to have 3 very fast Exorcisms, and I wonder if the other 2 will be as impactful.
Inline should hopefully die. I hope to God he dies because they need it. They've got 4 heroes in the top of it, and they can't even do it. Oh God, no.
The Mars is too far away. He couldn't get close enough in time, and then there's no tree the direction that Enlighten was running.
Okay, go for round 2, but Dawnbreaker's going to come and get the regen back, so the kill potential isn't going to be there now. Bob Zara going to get caught by the chain combination and killed instead.
That was insane.
Oh, actually, DP going to actually get a nice position. He's just flanking the back line. He's going to be trying to slow down this Disruptor, and Rubik is already stuck in there. We know one's there, but can we get the other one too? Cougar can't hide behind the trees. Murder can't behind his tower as we're on a killing spree, and Burmese Ghouls are just running them down.
I mean, we mentioned it, right? Like, if you're going to pick a sort of outlandish pick like this DP, you may as well go all in, and they are all in. Like, this is a DP strat. They maximize the impact of their DP, and now the shutting down of Bob Zaro comes into play. Not just because he's, you know, weak enough to die there, the DP is feeling strong. How clutch was the timing on that Solar Guardian? That was 100%. So practice. They immediately reacted and absolutely crushed the Void Spirit's first rotation. Horrible game now for poor Bob Zaro. He has to try and recover in the jungle.
And even on top of that, like, he could have used the Soul Guardian even earlier when they went for the initial attention on the Bane there. But he held it long enough so they could get the turnaround. Burmese Ghouls are just watching it and feeling so comfortable around it. Even Enlighten now, he's given the mid lane. Like, we're going to get a great timing on his Fiend script, and it's going to be so useful this game. As long as he doesn't die here, we'll see how it goes. Nightmare again on Bob Zaro. It's going to be swapped again, but I think, yeah, he can just walk away from this.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to try and blow your spells to save a Bane. It's much better to use them to actually turn a fight. And the fact that Burmese Ghouls were able to sort of draw their opponents into that situation and bring all their heroes down, you know, they know that Bob Zaro is going to be looking for a recovery kill. Like we said, everyone's been playing Void Spirit for like a year solid. The play patterns are very predictable, and they anticipate him, lead him into a trap. Now they have the absolute keys to the car in this game. They didn't end up combining the Arcane Rune with the Exorcism, but at this point they already have control of the early game. They don't need to, you know, squeeze that tiny bit of extra value out as the second Exorcism also claims the tier 1. We've had games where 2 Exorcisms aren't enough to take the tier 1 mid. This is fantastic stuff out of N1.
Real efficiency. Modi is getting some deep vision now, and that's good though, but Wraith King is farming up and being annoyed around. I'm sure he doesn't care when he sees a Disruptor with boots and a Ring of Protection contesting his small camp farm. That's just, you know, it's annoying, but does he care? He's just going to get an entire wave under his tower, and he's already got the point in reincarnation, so if you do kill him, he's coming back up, and we know how quick Burmese Ghouls respond. Yeah,
okay, Neverlight, I've been watching these items, pivots away from immediately at least finishing the Lotus Orb, I think, which is nice, because honestly, I don't really know what you're Lotus Orbing, like the Glimpse maybe, but that's, and the Rubik lift, but okay, Bob Zara's just being slept in the middle of the river. He's very dead. Wow!
Ooh.
The called shot. That's so disrespectful. Void Spirit can change which puddle he's going to, like, for the entire duration of that spell by just moving his mouse, and they just call him out.
Red
That
game
is
like a goddamn book. They ripped out the chapters, and we're going to see. It seemed like a very short book at this point, too.
The Soul Siphon isn't the only soul-draining move of N1, apparently. Also, you know, destroying the ego of his opponent with a mere Crypt Swarm. And this is some assured Death Prophet play. Like, this Morphling now has to respect it so much. Like, you can't stand and fight this hero's Morphling, right? Spirit Siphon, we haven't talked about it. Great Morphling counter, although...
Maybe. We'll see, as Inliner's going to be there. And there we go. Dawnbreaker again. The arena goes down, but they're just going to keep on fighting. X-Level is sent on back. Fiend's Grip actually by the Bane on the Morphling, who cannot get away out of it. Amazing coordination from Burmese Ghouls. I was just baiting out N1 the entire time, and Enlighten was waiting, watching, and just initiated perfectly.
Run down, Smurgy. Yep. 100%. No way out for the Poor Disruptor there. This is great understanding of their heroes. This looks like such a practice strat from the Burmese Ghouls. They're using every synergy of these heroes so well as they pick off the Rubik. They're just hunting down the scattered survivors, running for their lives, just fleeing any direction. And it's a merciless execution right now in every sense of the word from the Ghouls there. You know, it's such a momentum hero, Death Prophet. When she's ahead like this, how do you stop it? And it's really about how can you use your lead, how aggressively can you play to ensure that you draw some value from it. And look at it there, forcing the engagement. The whole team collapses. They were immediately ready, using every synergy. They could have used the sleep to even save the DP if she was in more danger, but they gauged that she's okay, and they used the sleep to instead ensure that the Dawnbreaker stun lands. They killed the Void Spirit again, and then they just have they still have the Fiend Script to punish the Morphling. It's all one-way traffic.
Bane's dead. Finally, we do have a kill on board.
He?
It's 0-12.
Is he?
No! Nightmare dodge damage. Brings up to survive, and he lives through the entire thing. Oh god, X-Devilite is going to be there too. Cookie to crush the Mars, the pickup on the Void Spirit, the run away, and hopefully surviving of him. Stolen Fiend Script, though, cancelled instantly by the Dawnbreaker. This is a goddamn disaster as Bane, the position 5, the lowest net worth, the kill that you should be able to get, survives through the entire thing and not even phase, as the Excellent can now be used to take this tier 2 tower 12 minutes in.
Yeah, Neverlight, I love this. Going straight for the 30 Starbreaker swipe damage talent. It's not the most popular one in pro games for a reason. You know, the slow is quite reliable on the Celestial Hammer, but this is a game where you know you have the momentum, you know you have enough damage. Pivots to the Hood, just wants to be a third unkillable core right now. You've recognized you've completely shut down Bob Zaro. That's a level 7 Void Spirit. There's a reason the Bane didn't die. He's hitting him with level 1 nukes. And you may as well build tanky on the side of the Dire because you know that your heroes are going to be literally unkillable with this lead.
Alright, so we need some good stuff here going for Gagard here. Bob Zaro, okay, he's going to slow down his push for another tier 2 tower, which Shangfu literally hasn't had to do much this game. He's been casually farming, fights have been going near to him, he's been showed up, put a skeleton down and got 4 assists out of it. But other than that, he's farming up like crazy, and the only person with farming we got is the Morphling, but that's probably the best hero to have it on.
It is in a lot of ways, but at the same time, it's really unfortunate that Clarity's the one who has to be farming right now. Like, ideally, he should be the one going to defend the bottom lane. He's the strong hero. He should be one clear creeps, but he's sort of the least qualified to do it. You'd love it to be the Void Spirit, but the Void Spirit and the Mars both desperately need to farm right now. They need this Blink Dagger on the Mars. Bob Zero just needs anything. He needs some space, and instead they're like, okay, go stand near some trees in bottom lane and soak XP while you watch our tier 2 die. It's rough stuff here. And he still hasn't adjusted his item build, but I think at this point he has to pivot like a Yule Scepter. You can't just build a Sanjin Kaya.
Numbers advantage. If they want to take the fight, send the Wraith King all the way back. They're going to get the Yule Scepter on the Void Spirit, and Star's right on after. Perfectly timed. Brandon's going to be there to just go straight back on this Bane to finally kill him, but they cannot save him this time. Kill on the board, but can they get more? Buyback instantly from the Bane. Dawnbreaker going to get control of the spun around. Going to get the hammer to fly away, but can they finish off the kill? Cookie, for safety. The stolen hammer will not connect, and he just survives long enough to get to the high ground. Waveform having to be committed to get that kill. Nightmare comes back. Drain away on this river because they're committing so far around, and the Fiend Grip from the low ground with no way to cancel it, and no mana to Strength Wolf anymore, and now Wraith King finally arrived. They sent him back, but he got a DD rune on his journey back, and now it's straight in the Roach.
Yeah, the brutal part of that was the exorcism was not needed. It was on cooldown the entire fight. What's more, that was like by far the worst execution we've seen from the Ghoul so far. That was the big chance for Gagak. The fact that they lose the fight 4-1 in the end, I mean, you could just GG it, honestly. They won't for sportsmanship reasons, and there's always hope the enemy might disconnect or something, but that is very, very bad signs, because, the Snapfire, right, arrived at that fight late. It was extremely piecemeal. They got a great Mars ultimate trapping the DP outside the fight. There was no DP ultimate. They got the kill on that Bane straight away, like you mentioned. The Snapfire ultimate was cast from too far away, so they both wasted that and the chance to have her huge amount of minus armor come into the fight, just force the Morphling to immediately leave or die. And with all that said and done, they still couldn't get anything, and they overchased and died. So, yeah.
Yeah. And DP with Aegis, no exorcism, ready to push mid. It feels like they can go high ground whenever they want, but they're just getting all the outer towers done and making sure it's precise as they do it.
Well, they used the exorcism to make sure the Roche died, which was maybe a little bit unnecessary. But to me, it just shows like a commitment to... They're going to go with the next exorcism timing. Like, you really do measure the game in exorcisms when a Death Prophet is around. And so that exorcism is to take Roche as fast as possible so you can slam into all the remaining outer towers before Gagak can get set up. You don't want them to have that kind of team fight they just had, plus a tier 2 tower and a vision advantage. So you take a bunch of free outer towers and you take a free Roche. You sort of just then fiddle around on the map for another minute or so. There's going to be an exorcism backup. The Aegis is on DP. You're going to have essentially 2 extra lives going forward. And with the Deso Armlet up on the Wraith King, those tier 3 towers are just going to be dead. It's so hard to find options for Gagak.
We've got Skeleton Talent coming up soon as well, so they're going to go even faster. You got Little Shredder, and you've got Solar Crest, make sure they attack even fast. This is just looking like there's a timing that they need something big, and I guess the only item that's going to be there is this E-Blade and Blink on Mars. Blink on Mars. Okay, they had some sort of initiation.
Yeah, pivot back. Okay, it wasn't... Maybe this is the plan all along. Maybe it wasn't a Lotus Orb, which would make more sense. Maybe Neverlight just always buys a casual Helm of Iron Will in lane on Dawnbreaker, because now those other parts have been turned into Holy Locket. Nice. The massive amount of healing that is going to be available to these heroes. It's slightly unusual to see the Holy Locket completed before the Aghanims, but it does make sense here, right? Like, you're going to have this item finished in time for this uphill push, and you're just going to bring everything to bear. I said it wasn't a Death Ball lineup, GDH, but I think I was wrong.
Oh, hello. That's the Blink Dagger in the ground. Okay. No, it's okay. They keep banging back, but yep, in comes the army, looking stylish, dancing along with the Wraith King, and Exorcism comes on too. Please say we have Glyph. We do, so we can slow down this push just a little bit, but Bizarro, level 8 on this Void Spirit.
This is a 3-hero high ground push with no Fiend's Grip on the Bane.
Jumps in, finds Wraith King, pulls on back, DP in the middle, gonna get kinetic fielded in, but I don't know what it is. She doesn't care if there's a...
They can't do anything.
Around it. They can't
higher up now on DP. Wow.
Oh, Tower's gone. Builder's gone. Exum is still going, and maybe Morphing with the E-Blade combo. Yule's off. Doesn't even pop, but goes in... Oh no. Things going disastrous as Double Silence comes in. DP going to be sucking Void Spirit back, and we are just working back on these racks as we use that creep to get the DP back to full HP, and Shang Fu's going to keep on hitting as Yaps needs to clear up that mid wave, so potentially they might have backdoor protection, but another creep wave's coming. Shang Fu minus Age pop. Okay, no, his reincarnation pop to come back at full HP, and he goes back to hit the building and walk away as Burmese Ghouls, they pop reincarnation, but it's 121 seconds away, and I don't think they need it if they want to go high ground again.
Yeah, it's insanely brutal, right? Like, they've finished the E-Blade on the Morphling. Maybe they can start something if they can find the backline supports and blow them up with the Void Spirit and the Morphling. So the solution for the Ghouls, the supports just don't come to the fight. Like, they don't need them. And there's no way to start something by initiating on either the Wraith King or the DP. Even if you find this Dawnbreaker, she now has Holy Locket, tons of armor, magic resist from the hood, not a target you can really kill at all either. So, I mean, it's fine for the supports to just be farming in the jungle, pushing in the side waves. They really have such control of the game right now.
Zaro might actually find deep Dawnbreaker.
That could be a kill with support, but I don't even know they can catch her.
He's hesitating, he doesn't want to do it, and even in the mid lane, we've already got DP and Snapfire going to go for this tower, and they're collapsing upon Cougar, whose smoke is going to break. They're going to see it, Soul Spell, Telekinesis, Crystal going to be there, but we've got ourselves a cookie to get on top, and Yule Scepter, it's just going to set it up. Put it down and crush him up, as Cougar is going to get cleaned up by Shang Fu, and as the creep wave comes on in, I'm sure they're going to take another Rax with it.
Yeah, perfect coordination. I mean, the next exorcism will be without the Aegis. It's going to expire just in time, but I don't think they're really concerned at all. Have an Arcane Rune available now in this DP. She's finishing a Bloodstone. It's been it's been a while since I saw that item on this hero. You can see Clarity knows just in the enemy jungle, just picking up any farm. This is sort of just praying a meteor falls, like in real life, on the Net Cafe or Team House where the Burmese ghouls are, because there's no real other way that this Morphling's going to have time to be relevant. They are taking the racks. They're ending the game right now, GDH.
Oh, yeah. 20 minutes in, a 20k gold lead to go with it. 222, we just need one more defense from them. And maybe they can delay this game just a little bit. Void Spirit will be up. Yaps is in position with that Blink Dagger. Could push somebody in, but it's DP, it's Dawnbreaker, it's everything. Brave King is by himself pushing this bottom in, and your spear's already being used to keep him away from the buildings, which he doesn't care about. He's waiting for his team to hit the mid racks, and then they'll just come bottom, rinse, repeat, and wait for those Gs to go into the chat. Even on Fish building. Sun comes out, Tour comes away, Kisses on top, and just with the arena coming to the backside, it's a great arena, but where's your follow through? There it is, Clarity going in, just going to E-Blade and blow away the Snapfire for now, but now Clarity feels super awkward. He doesn't know what more he can do about it because he already used all his spells. Comes back into this Morphling, and he is going to be crushed hard. Minute running back, buyback comes out from Morphling. Cougar is just trying to steal some crips from him, get some damage off, and maybe DP will finally be dead. No ages anymore. They waited out the time. He also have to be used defensively and jump on in again. The spin comes out. The damage is there, and the crunch is big as the E-Blade using defensively is only surviving so long as Burmese ghouls are running ham. Yaps being found in the trees. Adamana himself. Murdy is spying back and running in. Same with Cougar, but they need some more damage and some more controls. Yaps it's about all he wrote. As a silence and a voice for it means there's no help for the voice for it, and Brave King just wants you to try and kill him. Please, let him come back, full HP, full mana, to do it all over again. Neverlight is still there, hitting the building, same with the DP. They're going back to get these Megas, as every single bit of defense was there from Gagut. There's no buyback left on this Morphling. Mars does have his, but I don't think has arena to go with it, so even if he comes back, he's only going to be half-cocked, as these Megas seem like they're inevitable, and this Game 1 seems inevitable for Burmese ghouls.
Yeah, I mean, they made their last stand there, Gagak, but puts me in mind of Invoker voice line, right? Like, whatever that was scarcely worth my notice. They just rolled through them. And, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that was a draft loss for Gagak, but with the way the lanes went and that early game went, like, their draft left them no avenue to come back. It is, like, all of these heroes, what unites them is they have a very low floor. They're all heroes that can get blown out pretty hard, and unfortunately, that kind of happened to all of them, right? Like, Void Spirit, Snowball hero, needs to have a good lane or at least get some kills afterwards. Neither of those things happened. Horrible lane, first few rotations failed, that hero's out of the game. Disruptor, hero works really well when your team is winning or at least making aggressive plays. Much harder to use defensively, especially when, the snap counter initiate of Static Storm isn't stopping a big ultimate, which it wasn't there. The Rubik, weak in the early game. All of these heroes kind of hitting their loss conditions, so to speak, and that's the result. 22-minute stomp by Burmese ghouls.
Yeah, that was honestly, it was kind of rough to watch, really. Bob Zaro, he had no game at all. A couple rundowns from the DP, the support rotation in that crushed them up. I mean, something's got to change in Game 2. They have an even chance of scratching Burmese ghouls. I'm going to find out what they can do to stop them after this break.
Sweaty boy, can't you see you need me? Sweaty boy. Sweaty boy.
And we are back. Game 2 is coming, and the sound of footsteps right now are the big, powerful footsteps of Burmese ghouls walking all over Gugut that hopefully they can stop in their tracks, pick up a little bit of slack, and hopefully fix up the holes in draft, because Burmese ghouls, like, we can pick any of those heroes, any of those players, and every single one of them did their role, did their job, and crushed Gugut's hopes.
I mean, I think that's the third game from 3 today where, like, a last pick has really blown out a draft. It wasn't that the Burmese Ghouls draft was, like, incomprehensible, right? But, like, step one of their plan was very clearly get Bob Zaro to win mid on Void Spirit. Then he can set up the aggressive play that Mars and Disruptor in particular thrive on. They can make space for the Morphling and in some ways for the Rubik to help them build momentum. They can, again, dictate the pace of the game. But what happens if that plan fails at step 1, right? DP pick, last pick, shuts down the mid laner, super aggressive play, support rotations come in as well. They immediately take the mid tower. Suddenly there's no space for Void Spirit. He's a hero that really, really struggles, right? If you even have a Quap there, maybe she does a lot better. But in that situation, Bob Zaro just couldn't get going, and thus neither could Guguk.
Bob Zaro had to hide in trees. He couldn't show himself in the lane because the silence was too big, the initiation was way too good, and every single time he did jump in, it was just enlightened there on the Bane. Nightmare's Fiend's Grip every single time. He had no chance to get up on there, and I don't know, it seems like there's both a skill performance, like the mid lane was just so much clean, even the off lane as well. We can talk about that Dawnbreaker too. The Dawnbreaker off lane that saved so many ganks that could have opened the game back up for Guguk.
Yeah, I mean, the whole combo from Burmese Ghouls looked tremendous, right? But only because they got so far ahead, like, basically straight away. They won all 3 lanes. And I think
100%.
the side lanes are what you can... Maybe I'm not, like, a very high-level Void Spirit player, so I can't say for sure whether or not there's a way that you could have done better in Bob Zaro's position. I'm sure there were ways, right? But what I look to is the side lanes. Those were the lanes that surprised me more. The fact that they were giving up kills, like, multiple kills on their supports, and not really getting anything out of it, right? They weren't slowing down the farm of the Burmese Ghouls' cause. They weren't getting kills of their own in trade. It almost seemed like they were kind of forcing the issue or not finding the right things to do with those supports. And then you see them, like, you know, level 4 Rubik rotating the mid lane when there's an Exorcism pushing a tower. Like, what are you going to do? You throw in a level 2 Fade Bolt. You're just missing XP. You're missing a chance to bully a lonely Wraith King who's just isolated in his lane for a few seconds. And that's, yeah, it just shows a bit of a lack of understanding of what to do with their supports and what to do with their draft overall. Hopefully Guguk can, like, shake that off and immediately identify what went wrong, draft a little bit better this time, and reverse this result.
Even Shang Fu had the easiest game, it seemed. Like, he was touched once in that game, didn't even hurt him, and other than that, he was just calmly farming, went from camp to camp, hit so many creeps, and then showed up, took all your buildings, won the game.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the kind of lane where Bane Elemental does great, right? Like, carry not under threat at all. Occasionally they might try and all-in him, but you can combo breaker that up with the E, and otherwise you just leave him be and go and do stacks, go and help mid, right? And the hero looked great. Fiend scripts were incredibly clutch, great usage of spells all around by the Ghouls. The Dawnbreaker, though, as you said, that was probably the most surprising one, that they were able to get away with that and kill the Disruptor several times. I don't know, you mentioned Clarity's really overperformed for Guguk, but it was only after a couple of kills you saw the Morphling even really start to trade, even though, you know, if they're both attacking your Disruptor and killing your Disruptor right next to you in lane, like, yeah, it might not make a huge difference. You can lay in a little bit as the Morphling. They didn't have the lockdown in that lane to really punish him. you know, if he was being a bit more aggressive, putting out a bit more damage on the heroes, but he chose to just ignore them and hit the creeps. And, you know, he hit creeps all game, but by the end, it wasn't enough.
No. And Disruptor there trying to secure it, it seems like every single time he did, he lost his life to it, making the situation just that little bit worse.
I mean, it's what I said, right? I mentioned that Disruptor Morphling can be a really good lane, but I also said that you're relying on trades to work out for you. Yeah, the fact is that they didn't have as much damage as their opponents. So that means that the lane just falls apart, right? Like, if your trade isn't threatening them and you're fully relying on that damage to add up in your favor, then you're just a free kill. Like, there's no fallback from that. So either you need to be more aggressive on your Morphling, more willing to trade, or you need to be more proactive in banning powerful off lanes. The fact that they got Snapfire plus a physical damage off laner is a bit of a scary sign. Or I don't know, just pick a more traditional, pick an Ogre, like, you know, just pick something that doesn't die.
And the Rubik on the other side for Cougar, we've noted that he doesn't exactly seem to play too many spread, or his most comfortable hero could be Rubik. And we've seen some very clean plays for Rubiks in many different situation games, but it does seem like it needs to be set up. You need a strong carry and a strong mid to make sure your Rubik can have an impact in the game.
I mean, they did fine in setting up the lane with the Mars there. I think the Rubik was more a casualty of how things fell out, more than it was like a cause. But if anything, I guess it's the fact that they have one, Rubik and Disruptor both do pretty poorly when you're behind early, right? Like, Disruptor can't use his spells as effectively. Rubik just doesn't get a chance to get into the game. But also, you know, you didn't really give yourself an out for Bobzaro because neither of those heroes rotate very well in the early game. You know, if you had a Bane Elemental of your own, or if you at least had like a save hero who can TP to the tier 1 when the DP is diving and make her regret it, you would look a lot better off. But neither of those heroes really have an impact. So, well, maybe at least pick one support of that kind.
Let's find out if they do, because game 2 on the way. Ban's going to be there very quick. Kunkka is off the board. Weaver pretty quick. Spirit Breaker, OD. What was the last? Beastmaster was the surprising. Did the Beastmaster ban kind of work out in the overall draft? Do you think that would have changed the way the game played, or made it slightly worse, I guess, since Gurgat did ban it, if there was a Beastmaster instead of a Dawnbreaker?
It's a tough question to answer, isn't it, really? Like, saying, well, did the draft ban from a team that got obliterated, like, affect them getting obliterated or not? I mean, I think that having a Beastmaster in that Burmese Ghouls draft would have been even more terrifying than the Dawnbreaker in some ways, so I'm going to say it was a good ban. But, yeah, maybe it wasn't by itself enough. Burmese Ghouls ban Dark Willow.
Yes. A very scary hero. Spirit Breaker. Not banned. Why? I mean,
the scariest thing I can think of with Dark Willow is the Morphling combo, right? But you could just ban Morphling. This almost reads like we want you to not pick Morphling, but we do want to pick Morphling, so we'll try and, disincentivize it. Other than that, it's really, I guess the thing that Willow is good at stopping is really mobile heroes who try and prolong the fight, right, in some ways, because you've got that undodgeable stun, really, obviously, unless you Yules, but, you know, you can't blink out of Cursed Crown, and it's a long enough stun that you basically have to flee the fight. So maybe that's the idea, but Gagak, I mean, they're not phased. They pick up Pangolier Lion, not even going to grab... You know, where are the OD picks? Where are the Beastmaster picks? Where are these heroes that slipped through the draft?
Somehow they get banned last phase and still don't get even touched. I do like the Pango Lion opening a little bit more. It seems like Lion is just much more versatile than, say, Disruptor and Rubik. Very good. You can sway between both those roles there and be comfortable in Pango. I guess you've still got the flexibility in support, offlane, mid as well, if you do want to run it. So they've got versatility in build. And the other side, Burmese Ghouls, they're bringing back the clockwork. Somehow they're going to make it work into a Lion and a Pango, which isn't too bad overall.
Yeah, I mean, neither of these opening twos look bad at all. Lion's like the ultimate, as you said, filler support, I think, has been for years now. Just sort of does a little bit of everything. Brings, obviously, enough burst and instant stun to secure you that crucial first kill, right? Like, if you had to pick one thing that's good almost every game, the fact that your Lion can just, like, catch the enemy mid and you get a kill, that's never, ever bad. So great to have Pangolier and Lion. That sets you up well. It's a decent offlane if you do choose to run it like that. It could also be your 4 and your 5. So we're back to a classic, more flexible draft opening than just the super confident, like, early mid laner. On the side of the Ghouls, though, Clockwork. Can you exploit the Clockwork pick? I just wonder, like, what makes you pick those two heroes first, right? Because the Clockwork especially, you feel like you could probably get later on in the draft.
Yeah.
Does it necessarily lend itself to some huge combo? It certainly lends itself to a more aggressive playstyle, which worked out for them previously.
That's pretty cool. But usually it seems Clockwork has played 5, and usually that's where your combo comes in. And Quap, I know some teams have been playing position 1, but I don't think you want to jump into position 1 Quap if you don't have to.
No, I think this is just we're going to grab a Quap for our mid laner. We're going to grab a Clockwork because we know from last game that we can catch Gagak on their heels. We want to make sure we can make early plays and keep making them, and Clockwork's going to do that for us. What Clockwork does do takes a little bit of the burden of initiation off your cores, right? Because you can find kills with hookshot. So that means that maybe you have a chance to pick up one of those more offbeat core heroes, or one of those heroes that does really rely on you getting the initiation. Like, this is a great hero to have if you also pick a Mars. Because then it's not like my Mars has to always find a hero with no vision and hit like a Blink Arena, like blind, right? Your Clockwork can start fights, your Quap can start fights, and normally it's a little bit scary for Quap to do that, but if you know that a half second later, as soon as the enemy turn to fight, you get immediate Blink Arena, that makes both heroes' lives much more comfortable. And the Rubik, again, right? This is a better hero to complement it. The Clockwork is not going to have the same problem, and there's the Mars pick. I love all of this.
Straight up, instant picks, you got it, and some good spells. Still Rolling Thunder, amazing, go for it. And then I see Mirana, and I flash back a little bit to, you know, what you're talking about before. You need Mirana to have some good setup, to have good game, or else it's going to fall a little bit short. And right now, your only setup is the Earth Spike from Lion.
The huge flashing alarm bells for Gagak right now. We've seen this now in several games in a row, right? You have heroes whose spells are positional, or they're not point-and-click stuns, right? The thing about having point-and-click stuns is if you get jumped, as long as your hero isn't personally directly disabled, you'll be able to use your spell, and your spell will have impact. Like, you will disrupt the initiation. In a game like this, you've got Mirana Arrow, you've got Pangolier Roll, even Lion's complement of spells takes a little bit to get off. Finger of Death is a spell that has no value unless it's killing a target, right? Like, usually that takes a bit more damage out of a second hero. It's not like a big AoE stun or something that sets up the fight. So you have this real danger now where, okay, they do get pucked for a little bit of initiation, but all of these squishy, I need a little bit of time or the right spot to cast my spell heroes can just get overwhelmed by Mars, Clockwork, Quap, just barreling into the fight with Blinks and Hookshot.
And one thing I'm worrying about here is if Clarity is still going to play Clarity style and go for that late game farming hero that needs all the space, are they the 4 heroes that are going to be able to make that space, considering what Burmese are going to run at them with?
There is a way, yeah. So this is where I pick like a Spectre type hero or a Medusa. I mean, Medusa's banned, right? But this is there's a couple of different types of hard farming carries, right? Your hero like your Morphling that pushes out the lanes. That's when you want 4 heroes to go together and gank and make plays on the other side of the map to distract from the Morphling. But these are 4 heroes that they don't want to fight. Like Gagaka, almost at this point in my mind, committed to not fighting. Right? What they want to do is split the map. All of these heroes farm pretty well independently. They're all relatively mobile. They can all blow up a creep wave and retreat, right?
Yeah.
And so that means that you are minimizing the damage of an enemy that's focused on team fighting and ganking you, right? They're going to be catching individual heroes, but those heroes will have already killed a few waves, pushed out the lane. You'll only lose 1 hero. The rest of you will escape. Maybe you can even get like a Moonlight Shadow off and save that person. And in the meantime, if you have a hero like they banned the Slark, weirdly enough, but if you have a hero that farms efficiently but farms small areas of the map, like a hero that uses gold well, not one that kills creeps really quick, they can be deep in your jungle and you use the map control as a shield.
I feel like both these teams need a Wraith King.
Burmese Ghouls probably use it better. I think Wraith King, like, you can use the gold well, you could rush a Radiance. I think there's better candidates for Gagak. I'm really feeling a Spectre, to be honest. Or a hero like Anti-Mage, right? If you want to be able to just blink out a Mars Arena.
Okay, right, sweet. Jug as well, potentially still in there.
Yep. Any of those heroes, I mean, they've banned the lifesteal, but you don't see the like carousel of every hero that walks out of Arena of Blood from Burmese Ghouls. And I don't even think that's wrong, because you don't need to Arena the carry. You're just looking to catch whoever with this setup.
Yeah.
You just need to kill 2 or 3 heroes so there's no fight, and then you take a tower. But they do need it. I think they need a bit more tower pressure. So this, you know, don't pick like, I don't know, an Ember Spirit. Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't pick a carry that doesn't kill towers.
Alright, just need somebody to hit the buildings, and Burmese Ghouls, they get the first pick into doing it. We spoke a lot about Gagak, but for Burmese, I would say Wraith King, but is there any other better picks that kind of work well with, I mean, there's Drow Ranger still in there, or, hey!
Perfect. Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
Because this gives you arguably better scaling than the Wraith King. The thing about the Wraith King is that he often isn't the damage dealer. Like,
that's true, yeah.
He does what he did last game.
Yeah.
He builds... You build to be, like, threatening if they try to fight you, but mostly what you expect to fight is buildings on that hero. It's like DP. The goal is to be too strong to fight so that you can then just punch a tower. The tower can't run away. But Troll Warlord, like, definitely a tower killer. Definitely a hero who's strong in the mid game, hard to initiate on, all of that good stuff. But he does deal damage to heroes, and he can catch his own food, right? You pop that ultimate, you can't really control him. He gets on your hero and gets a lucky bash. That's kind of it. So I do think that this is a bit, and obviously you can also switch to range form. But Clarity goes for the TA. I like this. This hero comes online much earlier than the Morphling. You'll be able to help defend your base. The minus armor is going to punch a hole in a hero like Mars or Quap that wants to jump forward. So pretty strong stuff. Obviously, nothing's invincible, but at least you can rush a BKB against the Clockwork as well.
All right, cool. Would you give Gagat a better chance than they had in Game 1? I know the draft was... Like, it was a good draft from Gagat overall in Game 1, but is this a much more Gagat-style draft?
I mean, they've reacted to how they lost Game 1. You can say that, right? Like, they definitely have a different... They've completely changed their game plan from, we're going to win our lanes and we're going to set the tempo, we're going to gank you. This is like a scared draft. This is, even if we lose the lanes, well, we can still shovel the lanes out and all of our heroes can farm and at least one of us is going to be scaling at any given time and we'll just hope that you don't close in on our base too quickly. So, look, I give them a better chance than Game 1 because I think it's a pretty competently done draft. It's certainly a chance for their players to shine. Still favouring the Ghouls. Even if this was Game 1, I would favour the Ghouls on draft.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. And also, it should be said for Gagat as well. We've got another role swap. Oh, let me just double check for a second. No, okay, it is going to be mid-puck. So Cougar is taking the mid-role this time. And position 4, back to Yaps.
I gotta stop. Before we see a fight engage, even though both teams running in the middle... Does the Mirana minimap icon with Persona look just disturbing to you? It's like super uncanny valley. Looks too much like a person.
Yeah,
even more than her actual model. It looks like we like Mortal Kombat style. Like I took a photo of a real person and put it in the game.
Put it in there Photoshop. Potentially, but that's some credit, I guess, to the animation potential of it. So they did a lot of work to make it look as realistic as that.
Yeah, certainly did. I wish I could still use my cosmetics, but hey, whatever. Shout out to the anime fans. Shout out to Dota 2 anime for putting Australians in the game. It's a brave decision.
That is
to make all of the elves and you know all Australian / New Zealanders, but they did it. Representation.
Yep, because we are all elves down here, down under, and everyone from Gagat are standing side by side as good teams do on the high ground, waiting for anybody to come up. But then when we look where they are, they're on the other side of the river.
So N1, I don't know what this says. I have no idea how this even happens. N1 has the unlocked Queen of Pain Arcana style, which if you don't know, takes like
a lot of games, yeah.
Hundreds of games, right? You have to hit thousands of heroes with Sonic Wave or something. Level 5 on Dota buff for the hero. So just either has had the most successful like 50 Quap games of anyone on Earth, or some shenanigans are happening. But regardless, a Quap player.
Yes, a Quap specialist going up against Cougar.
Mid lane, actually, hey, whoa,
Clarity,
yeah, Christ.
Wow. Very low, scary low, and Modi actually going to be able to get that TP out, but I guess that is a great start. Regen already being used, Clarity will be there, but holy Jesus.
The power of level 1 Clockwork, just get it. You don't even see the like level 1 Battery Assault that much anymore, right? It's become, like Cogs is kind of usually the skill just because it's easier to use, but man, the Rubik Lift, I think, just ensures you can get it set up, and even now Enlighten just barreling in.
Man, no fear.
Don't know if that's the best, though.
First blood, though. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, first blood. I guess somehow first blood didn't draw on the screen, but hey, it's the first kill on the board, and Gagat pick it up.
Creep's got it. Creep's got it. So there's bounty split, no first blood, gold still available to the next person, luckily to get a hero kill. But yeah, after a great start, Enlighten tries to make use of Battery Assault, and we quickly see why it's not the level 1 laning skill of choice. Runs into the creep wave, and then Yaps just turns, hits an easy arrow, right? Like that's all good Mirana players. They're looking for that kind of janky melee arrow. Yes, it's a tiny stun, but it is still a pretty big level 1 nuke, and that's enough. They finish him off, and advantage taken again by, you know, the team you wouldn't expect necessarily in the lanes. This time, Gagak.
A line blocking that camp to make sure it doesn't spawn. Going to be trying to get the instant D-ward off on it, so it will spawn right on after mode. He is at least keeping Rubik away from the TA, who is getting some farm. Indeed, 4 last hits so far. Neverlight is getting in position with the spear to put him in if they want to go for it. Does he have no points in refract? So if they get the spear through him, he is dead.
Oh no!
But Rubik will finish him off, so we get to forget about that missed spear because we got the kill anyway.
I was so terrified. Like, how do you miss that, man? That's such a psychological blow, but they get the kill. And okay, and Cougar goes down the mid lane, just solo killed by N1. He is a quad player.
He is. 2 points in
0,
screen, no
1,
points in dagger.
2.
Yeah.
What?
And both bounty runes to get back to full HP and mana out of it after 2.
Okay, Puck has phase shift and or both skill, dies to Sonic screen of This is just like, I'm so far below the level of these mid laners. I'm not really sure how that happened. I wasn't watching. Cougar gets surprised by the skill build maybe, but great advantage. Look at N1 now just soldiering on in the mid, bullying the Puck.
Oh yeah,
with
he knows he's got the charges, he knows he's got the blink, and he can just take another rune to get back to full HP. Rubik is chasing everybody around the map, getting pulls off and denying creeps around, just to annoy Clarity at this point, just to make him as angry as possible. And bottom lane, Enlighten looking for the angle, so he can come on in and get that battery assault going off again. But Pango, this game, is having a pretty comfortable time, though. 14 last hits, Patrol, even more comfortable, 16 last hits, and not exactly able to get pressured.
Yeah, bottom lane going great for Gagak so far. They were able to get that first kill on Enlighten, and the skill build being slightly off. That's all that you need sometimes on such a level-dependent hero like Clockwork, or a hero rather that doesn't get a lot of levels. So like the level 1 skill point really matters, and that's really given a boost to this bottom lane, right? This lane could have failed, but it looks great for them that Bob Zara was able to get some XP. Not to mention the Mirana, right? Level 3 already. Kind of makes up for the fact that the Puck in the mid lane is getting worked over. I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised, but N1's doing a great job. Normally, yeah, okay, Puck can phase shift off the dot, but at least you force a use of phase shift by doing that. But N1 is just fully committing to the ability to control the aggression, right? Blink on, scream the Puck, kind of waste the phase shift, right? It's hard to react to, and that is working out so far as Pop reaches level 5, 3rd point in scream.
In line, though.
Oh, nearly gets the kill at least, forces out a salve, but yeah, not great trades. When the bottom already has earn up, so actually that's a terrible trade.
2 charges on the board, regen coming out, and Cougar is dead because Rubik made rotation in the mid as well. Got the bottle refill, didn't even need it, but it's rune time, so going to be scared. That's the 2nd kill to give N1 just as good start as he had last time, honestly. His gold is broken, and really it's not costing this Mars anything as he can just bully the hell out of Clarity.
Yeah, so even with Bob Zaro going to the side lane,
like, he's dead.
Oh.
Okay, Clarity going out. This Rubik is successful for rotations. Went top, got a kill, went mid, got a kill, came back top, and got another kill.
Yeah, it's weird actually to see that the Rubik was able to walk all the way to mid lane. Now, granted, he was in mid lane, he walked just into Fade Bolt range, cast 1 Fade Bolt, and then walked back top. So it wasn't like
still a good assist.
It wasn't a lengthy holiday, but that's still time in the top lane where you would think that a Lion plus TA lane could kind of get some work done on Neverlight. I think I just have to compliment the Mars positioning, right? He's not standing where they can capitalize on him being alone in lane, right? Like now he's playing back a little bit. Murdy's getting in closer though, and you see Neverlight, yeah, again, just trying to sit back as far as possible, trying to minimize the damage. That's smart stuff. But, yeah, still surprising they can't get the advantage anywhere on the map right now for Gagak, except for bottom.
Oh yeah, bottom feeling good. 26 hits, but still, the net worth is actually Trolls, and Bobzara going to jump in forward. You can just see
Line's behind them, this is bad!
As we're just trying to get some con, but Yaps is going to be able to get out Bobzara. Is he going to get the same thing? Just needs 1 net to hold him down, though, and with the battery assault on the cogs and the range form coming in, he's going to run and just survive, but Yaps going in to get a kill on the Troll. We do get actually Quap coming in bottom to clean up the Pangolier, but Troll will go down to Yaps as we're going to feed another kill to N1. 3-0-1 just showing up to say hey.
Oh, it's a messy fight in the end. Gagak do lose too, but I think that's still like one of the better signs we've seen from them all series, because at least that was like a trade that makes sense, right? Like they did well actually to prolong that fight, even though the Clockwork came in, tanked the arrow, kind of let them 1v1. The fact that they delayed the collapse on a Bobzara for so long, let the very lengthy cooldown of Swashbuckle come back up and kind of cost them there. Had to get the Quap to rotate out of mid, which gives space to the Puck. And, you know, the game continues only a small lead to the Radiant.
Jumps in, slows down, bringing in the Puck as well, but Quap is waiting and watching, and Sonic waving on in the backlines, but it doesn't hit Bobzaro. It's a little bit too far back, which means N1 forward up, and the DD route on the Puck just blows away N1, and Cougar going in for more. In line and very low, just going to be killed, and the Dream Call is going to be down, level 5 on the Troll. This this could be another kill. Can he get the 3? They do have a miss chance in a moment, but Cougar's waiting a little bit too long, it seems. I'm not sure what
Top
he's
lane,
going
we're
to
trying to
but
kill
the axes
TA.
come in. Shangfu does actually get the kill onto Yaps, and Cougar is still trying to chase him out, gets the silence system with one more right click, but he cancels his animation, and top lane, yeah, as you said, Clarity is getting gone upon at the same point of time. Will die, Murdy will be pinned to a tree to make it a double, and bottom, have we finally got the kill yet? No, we got level 6, Battle Chance going to be there, got to dodge the damage, Cougar gets level 8, another kill out of it, now Lightning's going to come back and try and connect him because he's out of mana, just see the bonus, just see the cogs, and the creep's getting pushed away,
No
very
way!
used, damage coming out, just try and run back, but the cogs and right click damage, Enlighten somehow gets the kill.
He gets 2 full levels. The level 4 Clockwork Soul is the level 8 DD puck. You don't see that every day. Huge win for Enlightened individually as he now has Hookshot. That could actually end up making a real difference. But yeah, chaotic engagements all around. Gagaka at least putting up a fight this time. And you can see N1, right? There was a very practiced, comfortable Death Prophet game before. N1 trying to do the same thing, right? Trying to get a big lead in mid and then really abuse the timing. Maybe forcing it a little too much at bottom. And the whole team is punished. N1 gonna get bailed out by this hook shot.
There you go, level 6 on the Clockwork paying off, and TA
3 seconds
wanting to
for
go back
Dream
into the
Coil.
jungle. Just gonna get run up the phone. Yeah, Cougar is
They're
looking
on
for the
the
Dream
run.
Call. Might find the Rubik, gonna steal the traps that just flying around, and actually, they might all get out. There's vision being placed down, and I think you can see just Enlighten there, but he's happy to take a Dream Call for his team if it's worth it, but he is actually going to get out.
Wow. I mean, Gagaka doing better this game, but Burmese School still showing some really assured gameplay, right?
Alright.
Oh, hang on, the clock might be caught in the mid.
Raindrops coming in, gonna get some jumps, need some more damage, and Dream Call is gonna last long enough. One charge come in, the all comes out, they get a much better kill. Alright, that's cool now.
Yeah.
M1's gone, and Enlighten commits suicide to the creeps.
Yeah, just caught out by the vision there. There was an odd place down by the Radiant. By the Dire in mid. There's also a Radiant up there, but the important thing is they had Quap vision, and they knew that they needed to stop N1. That Dream Coil had Quap's name all over it, but still, in the meantime, right, the pressure. Just like they were able to get the kill, they decided they saw the bot fight going and got the kill on top lane with the Mars. This time they see the fight in mid, they take the top lane with the Troll, and they are farming up this wall.
Okay, nice arena come down, doesn't get the spear on the puck, who can dodge with the phase shift, but Nerdy in the middle of everyone does get a nice Earth Spike on the 2 Bob Zara, even coming down, make it 4, and they've got themselves Never Lie. Same with the Rubik getting caught too, getting a double kill there, getting the pickoffs from these little bit of, it seems like an overextension, just going in a little bit, tiny bit too early. Quap was not in position to blink in and get anything done on top, and it cost him 2 heroes onto it, and away back into this game for Gagan.
Yeah, it was very slightly too awkward. Both the Clock and the Quap had to sort of TP in the mid there, and then what's more, it was probably going to be too late, but N1 blocked the hook shot.
Whoops.
They just ended up hooking to your own mid laner, both heroes stranded outside the fight, so not great for the Ghouls, but at least they are for hard farming on this Troll this whole time, so it's hard to be too upset about really anything that happens to them. They're just gunning for a Battle Fury, and, you know, at that point, this early game is sort of going to be a wash.
Well, it's coming pretty quick. 2 components away really to pick on up, and we're just continuing to contest this TA so she can't hit her timings. Just make sure she can't hit a single creep, as she has to maybe contest this a little bit, but vision being placed down, and TA knows it, so the camps that she can farm safely are just shrinking in number.
Yeah, they're doing a great job really on the Ghouls of really hitting individual enemy cores hard, even though the puck is kind of like struggled his way out of, you know, what was happening to him in the early game is now really having impact again. They catch the Rubik, but
instantly Lion is going to be dead. Rubik is going to steal some more spells you want, but he got refract. So your initiation nothing, and N1 is just jumping in and finding everyone. They've found himself around with another scream coming out. The max scream of pain is paying off so much as N1's finding all these goddamn kills and Clarity. He just wants to farm camps. He doesn't want to fight yet. It's 10 minutes in. He doesn't have any items.
Oh, that
and
spear!
they're just finding him, and the spear on the tree from Neverlight giving them another.
I want to say there's like 1 pixel that was both like close enough to the right side of the Pangolier and the left side of the tree to make that stun work, and Neverlight just lines up. It's doing, I think, a tremendous and understated performance on the offlane hero in both these games, right? But you do have to give credit to N1, right? Beautiful adaptation to the game. We talked about how vulnerable Gagak's draft is, just getting kind of like jumped into by heroes, right? They're all kind of soft, single target disables. These heroes are very weak, and even though they've won the last couple of fights by saving their spells for the Quap, that time they take the bait, they bite on the Rubik who steps forward and just get obliterated for it.
Oh, Clockwork might be found here. Stun into arrow, into combo, into damage, into finger, into kill. Cool. Alright, nice, clean, but all your abilities being used, which means Troll is just going to get on out of here, go back to farming, but still, it's a kill, and your jungle going back to being
Coil up in
controlled by
5.
you, and yeah, Quap not going to stay around too long. I hope.
Yeah.
As Puck is
Oh,
coming
they're
in
gonna
very
find-
deep.
oh.
They might find Troll. Somebody? Courier is going to be seen.
Flounder.
Blink away into the trees, trying to run away. No fake dream calls yet just to find it, so he will get out with the TP. We're good to go.
Huh. Yeah, that was interesting, right? You can see Cougar just lacking a little bit of confidence there. If you just continue walking left on the puck, or even at the end there, you kind of sussed out where she was teleporting from, right? You know she had to have blinked. You could have seen her, she would have blinked down. Not confident enough to throw the dream call into the trees. I feel like a lot of mid laners would there, and they would have probably gotten the kill. But I guess they hold it. They play a little bit more conservatively, but yeah, they're losing ground all this time, right? Because they're drafted and played like they're under the exact same pressure they were in game 1, but this time there's not as much, you know, foot on the gas from Burmese Ghouls. They're happy to just take what's available and keep farming on this troll. I have a feeling that the conservatism from Gagak will cost them in the end.
Well, conservative means Battle Fury. It literally does mean 400 gold away from a Battle Fury in a TA who's got a Dragon Lance, working on Deso, and now being found again with a hook shot from Enlighten that connects perfectly. And he's going to get that refract up, but it's not going to do too much as he gets pinned to the cogs. Cougar's going to come in, but you cannot save that TA. Cougar in the middle is going to get hit a bunch. The damage isn't enough yet, but Bolzaro with the roll might be the big difference maker. Enlighten very low, should be a kill on the 5, but it's Cougar going a little bit too deep. That gets killed by N1 and X level up, knowing that they can actually get that pressure on. Yaps jump down to the low ground and actually going to make it out, but the two cores that you probably don't want to die, they definitely did as both Puck and TA go down and your ancient sack is stolen.
I think it says a lot about this game that at this point, 30 minutes in, the TA is still the clear CS leader, at least before that gank, and yet she is over 2,000 gold, 2,500 gold behind Neverlight's Mars, behind the Quap, behind the Troll, right?
Stolen Orb flying in. It looks like we got some more damage coming out. X-Neverlight is not dead, though. We're going to dodge the arrow. We're going to steal... Oh, no.
Stolen arrow now.
Stolen arrow with a clockwork, ready to set up our own kills if we want, but we're just going to leave our clockwork to die, because we know, hey, maybe we don't want to overextend.
Quap farming, Troll farming, like every time these little dances happen, right? You can't even really call it an engagement. You're killing a 4 or you're killing a 5. Neither of this really matters. The Rubik already has an item, and it's almost more important. Like, the Rubik having levels does matter, but the fact that his team is this far ahead is what really matters, right? Like, the Mars and the Quap are going to always be the ones jumping forward. They're going to create the space, the buffer zone between them, who must be paid attention to, and the Rubik stealing spells and firing arrows. He misses Bob Zaro there. I mean, I'm sure Kree is basically just hovering around waiting for a Rolling Thunder. That's the spell you want to steal. But, yeah, he just gets to play a free game as Rubik now that he has that one range item and his team are doing well. Like, that's all it really takes to turn the hero on. It's just something that teams struggle to consistently do. They don't commit to it enough in the draft, or they aren't able to secure it in the lanes.
M1 actually
bait from the Quap,
called, but it is a bait.
Beautiful.
As we spear Yaps in. Merody wants to get the Hex on the Quap, but can't even do it as it gets out of range. Neverlight might die first, unless the stolen Hex puts back the Puck. It has to dodge all the damage. Does get killed.
Oh no!
It's going to be enough to dodge, and maybe get a kill with the Rubik with the Witchblade that was just arrived. Cougar is actually gonna get a kill, so maybe survive. He doesn't go with the orb, and Quap never took the blink bait and does get the kill in the end.
I mean, they're far enough ahead for that to work out, but I mean, I don't know, maybe the Rubik disassembled the Mana Brutes for Aether Lens too early. The Mars ran out of Arena Mana. Oh no!
Hey! Alright,
Yeah.
everyone happy to put that one down.
Bob Zara in the team chat right now, like, what? Quap didn't use ulti? Like,
he killed 3 heroes and didn't need it? Oh god.
Yeah, you really don't expect it to just be holding that ult, but yeah, it was up, and yeah, again, that could have gone so much worse for Gagak. Mars about, I think, like 5 mana short of Arena, had one charge, Soul Ring on cooldown, couldn't cast the ultimate. Imagine the 3-hero Arena they were expecting there. But in the end, it doesn't even cost them that bad.
Yep. Changfu is using that Battle Fury like a champ, farming up so many creeps, gonna get that BKB real quick. TA is in recovery mode, still level 11, gonna have the Desolator.
Yep.
Might be recoverable timing, we'll see how it does go, as they are trying to keep back this troll a little bit, but Bobzaro has to be careful because Enlighten is already here, ready for the hook shot.
It just feels
Or
really
we just
bad
get
that
Cougar.
Clarity picked this TA and is still playing it the same way you picked. Oh, hang
Hook
on.
in the spear into roll that you can still run on after.
Bob Zaro, don't go in!
Rubik, and Bob Zaro is going to go in. Bob Zaro never goes out as he
steal the
rolls
ult? Okay.
all the way. And at least, yeah, the ult isn't stolen. Shield crashes there. And
It's on cooldown. The spell steal. Well, already got Waning Rift, which is a pretty good spell, to be honest. Like, the Lift into Rift, strong stuff. But yeah, I was struck by the tragedy this whole game of how much Clarity has basically had to play this game as though he was playing Morphling. Like, you didn't pick TA to play like this.
No. And Cougar, who had the best start out of all the cores, they had an advantage, had a Witchblade. Not
this is
amazing,
Dick
but
Bob.
it's gonna XP, and
There we go.
that's how we do it. Finger on cooldown. Fingers on cooldown. That's
Yeah.
a kill. That is back in. 600 gold going to the team of Gaga. Even maybe most of it's on Mirana, but that's a Spirit Vessel getting picked up too. That's going to be a super valuable item.
I mean, you see how easily they just pop Moonlight Shadow, walk down the mid lane, Impale, Arrow, Finger, dead. Right? Like, yeah, there's a little bit of extra damage from the cores, but, like, if it was that easy, you wonder why it's taken them this long to put a gank like that together. I guess it just speaks to the positioning and the vision advantage that the Burmese Ghouls have been able to maintain, and, of course, the pace that they themselves have been setting, not letting you sort of line up your spell cooldowns like that and make a play on your own terms. But, yeah, we identified from the draft, that's all you have to do to shut down Gagak is just don't let them group up and plan their own ganks of that sort. And as long as there's, you know, 5 Burmese Ghouls plays for every 1 execution gank like that, the fact that it's also, you know, only 1 hero in the end dying means that things will just not add up in favor of Dire.
Well, we're Roche taken, but we're scanned it out too, so we will see them try and defend this. They just need to get that roll.
This might be the fight, though.
Before it goes down, Roche comes in, Blink goes in, and the arrow hits in line on the backside. The silence from the Rubik, keeping all the spells. There's no Dream Call to follow through. And Buck's just dead! Has to buy back instantly out of Sonic Wave, cleans them all up, and now Murdy is running. Clarity is coming with Desolated Damage, will kill the Rubik when he's done his job, as Lion's going to be dead, and now Troll is just moving forward. Dream Call now going to be used on 2, but it isn't getting anything done anymore. They're out of the Roche pit, the roll is already finished, Swashbuckler's going to be there, but this time, doesn't matter when Troll can just throw some axes around him and kill you again, and we head right back on into that Roche pit.
Yeah, Bob Zara there. Unfortunately, the Pangolier, I don't know, maybe if he was deeper in the pit, like right at the end, the walls are close enough, you can get the chain stun going, but as soon as there's a gap in that Rolling Thunder, he just tried to go straight back and forth, didn't curve it, didn't do anything like that. He ends up losing several of the key targets, Quap just blinks out, they just jump away, and from there the fight kind of falls apart. I really thought that was the moment for Gagak, because they have such AoE power in the pit, and they just, I don't know, maybe you needed to initiate with the Dream Coil so you can then knock them out with the Pangolier or something like that, but it did not work out.
It seemed like the Pangolier going in allowed Rubik to realize that was where the team was, so they got the silence and the follow through just couldn't happen. Yeah,
I mean, you didn't really have a lot of vision around there. Maybe they expected more out of it, but yeah, the Pangolier just roll in at this stage of the game. You needed to go bigger. You needed to roll the dice and hope, I think, with like a puck blind initiate.
Quap tipping out, the entire team going in. We'll find nothing at this point as we are just pushing
ganking the tier 1 tower
as a team, and yeah, hey, towers are good. Towers are gold, and with a Desolator on a TA, it'll be a pretty quick tower to take.
Yeah, and the nice thing about this is obviously it's a lot later in the game than we used to call it out, but if you take this tier 1 tower off the map, it opens up the whole Radiant jungle as farm space for Clarity to recover it. But you got to remember, that's where Clarity was while their throne was dying in game 1, farming hopelessly behind. This game looks a lot like that game. I don't know if you saw something different from him in different games. I'm sure if they were ahead, this playstyle would work better, but I'm not saying it's Clarity's fault. It just, this isn't going to work out again, I don't think.
Yeah. You're not going to get too many more minutes when they don't go high ground, because when they see nobody defend top, I'm pretty sure they just jump on in.
Yeah, he's going Blink before BKB, which is interesting to me, right? Because, like, no matter what, you're not getting out of, like, Clockwork cogs, but I think BKB is going to more reliably get you out of, you know, Mars Arena, and at least you're going to be able to survive, you know, the magic damage from Quap, who has picked up a Dagon. Dagon.
What? What?
On the Quap.
What?
So look at Punish all the squishies. Have fun rolling Pangolier now. You're going to die in the roll-up of Rolling Thunder. Your puck is... Yeah, I don't know. This is brutal stuff.
The surprise reveal, too. He's blinking in very deep. The Arcane Rune just going to see where anybody comes forward.
Murdy's just going to die instantly if Quap realizes he's there.
Here we
goes in instead on the puck. That's rough stuff.
Spaceship comes out, just gets away. Dream Call back on control, but he's ready to break with the BKB. And it's going to get a nice little Hex in the Sun onto this Queen of Pain, but it's the arena that keeps everybody back. N1 still alive. We've already lost 2. Pango is out of here in the base. It's feeling like game 1 again. We're going to be losing this top racks, and that, it was everything they had. That was Dream Call, that was Roll, that was the TA tipping a little bit too late with the Blink Dagger done. And I don't know what she can get done herself, as if she goes too far forward. I'm pretty sure she's just going to die. Alright, trying to go for next one. Never mind, blinks away, and that's it. That's something. Yeah. It slows them down, and at least saves one of your racks.
Cool. It's the brutal calculus of Dota, right? Like, it is beautiful. I love seeing it, but it is brutal for the side of the Dire. In that case, and Burmese Ghouls, and especially A1, kind of flubbed that team fight, right? Like, he blinked in the trees, and then he immediately jumped on the puck. The puck was able to phase shift and dodge the spells, and it was like a moment of hesitation from Murdy. He did line up the whole spell combo from the Lion. in many other situations that Quap would die, but unfortunately at this point, the team are just far enough ahead on gold. Their more conservative pace in this game means that this troll is now the big honcho, right? He just pops his ultimate, pops his BKB, and they
Mars
can't
did not
collapse.
expect Moonlight Shadow. They knew the
that's
smoke
bad.
was coming, but Mars is going to
Yeah.
be dead as a quick pick up because nobody put any sentries down.
Just whoa,
So,
Clockwork
gonna
hooks
get bonded.
in.
Lightning goes in, but it might be a disconnect. I'm not sure. And one jumps in too. What is going on, Bomid Schools? It seems like you're taking the bad fight here. Sonic Wave
What
being used
happened?
defensively, but he's dead. He's out of here. And one gone too. And Troll with his BKB up, still with the Aegis. Maybe you don't want to chase too much. I don't know, but 3 are dead, and this might be the only opportunity you have. Just chase him down, run him down, or goddamn, just take a tower.
I think Tower is probably safer. The Tower doesn't have BKB, Aegis, and, you know, Battle Trance. But, yeah, that was a really big blunder by the Ghouls. I was okay with them losing the Mars. That was kind of rough, but you take it and you fall back. But the decision to go back in, first by the Clock, then by the Queen of Pain. I don't know what kill they thought they were getting. The Troll nowhere near them. The Rubik nowhere
Wow.
near them.
You say that, but he's got Dagon level 2.
Yeah,
That's a bit of damage.
it is. It wasn't enough there. In many other situations, it will be. They just need to settle down. N1 has not looked as assured on this Queen of Pain as he did on the DP. And I don't know whether it's just it's easier to walk up to towers than it is to
Comes in,
pull
keeps
off
Rubik
burst
back, and
ganks.
steal
but-
that orb, and maybe fly through, but the silence is going to keep him back, and they get another kill. As well, okay, BKB is going to be popped by Mars, and they do get a kill on line, but they could contest a little bit more, 20 seconds away from Dreamcall, but Troll is coming in with the haste through and fast, so maybe just get the hell out of that spear. Not going to hit, but Troll's still going to go. Axe is going to fly a little bit slow, as he might get himself a net. Trying to disarm, he does get disarmed, but we're going to hug him quite a bit.
Arena.
As Blink is going to be off, but they just need to predict where he goes, as he goes down bottom, and will survive, but no TP. So he's going to try and hug these lanes a little bit, not be seen and not get caught out, but he does survive in the end, and Rubik going down, so small kills are picking up, 30-20, but they're getting some small things back.
They're also getting some pretty big things back. There's a big amount of space being given to Clarity. He's really catching up on the net worth here to even the Troll, right? Like, the Troll has a Battle Fury. That's not easy to do, but the fact is that he's been farming for most of the game, but just in these last couple of minutes since they grouped up, it's almost like they've stopped farming for the large part on the side of Burmese Ghouls, and unfortunately, because they botched that top team fight, because they then botched the retreat, like, now they're stalling out a little bit. It's nowhere near, like, a Gagak advantage or anything, but it's certainly less the kind of, like, preparing for their funeral that we were doing a few minutes ago.
Yes, and we've got some more confidence back in what they can do in these team fights, as long as their abilities are up, like Finger, like Dream Call, like Roll, which all 3 are up and ready to go for this tier 2 tower defense. Moonlight Shadow around it, no sentries being placed down, there's going to be a smoke and it's going to break, and maybe they can see it, but it's a bait for one hero to go into if you don't know who's behind it, with Clockwork and Troll still waiting on the high ground. Missiles coming in, they did see the TP, they've got to get the Hex and find some Clockwork, but Troll is waiting on forward. Dream Call will be used, the split round roll, but the BKB is going to be used by Troll, and they're going to drag him out and chase the Pangolier. Yap's jumping away, they're just going to be baiting and cutting out the Troll who goes so far back, but now the BKB is done. Clarity, got to be careful. Finger,
Oh, the stolen Finger.
by Rubik as well.
That's
blowing
brutal.
away Clarity. Dagon's coming handy when you're backed up by a Finger, and now the kiting of the Troll did not matter, as he's where he wants to be, in front of your tower, ready to put it down.
Again, for the second series in a row, we see some impressive adjustments by a team. Burmese Ghouls, right? They figured something wasn't working. They realized their Quap was getting exploited a little bit. Quap moves so far away that she's just in mid when that fight starts. They wanted negative chance of the Quap getting caught before she could use her spells, because they know that you're not going to kill this Troll and this Mars quickly. Right? They have BKBs, they have a lot of health. Troll has Battle Trance, so yeah, go on Shang Fu instead. Go on the Mars, as long as that Pop can kind of wander into the fight once everything started to break down and just take her pick of the targets. You saw what happened. Works out much better for them. Really smart play.
Well, mid towers can be pushed. Roche, we're going to find out in a minute. Spear, thank God, it's going to be dodged by Cougar.
Cougar
He's able to
slips
cut the way
away.
and just get back, but oh God. He is
Level 3, Dagon.
level 3 Dagon. Do
Brought to you by
we go
Dagon
the
Watch.
5? Ooh,
Yeah, I mean, you don't go to 3 and then stop.
that's true. Never go halfway. Always got to finish it off, and we're just going to hug this top lane, right? Staying in the triangle, because that's the triangle you want to farm in, and somebody is going to come in here. Somebody's going to be in the mid lane, and just exactly where Burmese Ghouls are going to stay.
I mean, level 5 Dagon is a very cost-effective item, actually. Well, you know, if what you want to do is specifically do a ton of damage, right? There's a lot of situations where that item's very bad. When that item is good, it's great. The problem is, like, getting to it. But, you know, right now, Quap does not feel that she needs a BKB, and the game is not really proving that she does either. Her other cores have BKBs, and they can tank for her. Thank you very much.
That's true.
But I do wonder, right, at some point there's going to be enough damage that, it's, for instance, this TA is probably going to, like, two-shot her. So,
BKB 50 gold away for the TA2, but this troll is hitting these buildings super fast, and TA is farming like a madman. This glyph on the other side making it super annoying, and once he gets it, he can TP back to base if he needs to. He's got his BKB, and yep, instant TP back. This might be the final stand.
Maybe. I mean, it kind of has to be, right? They're probably not ready to take it, but at least they do have that BKB, so they're ready to do some sort of fight. Previously, they were taking fights outside their base, and that's done a lot to slow down the side of Burmese Ghouls. This is probably not the exact timing they were shooting for, but still, one great clockwork hook shot could really wreck this whole game. If you can catch out like a Puck or a Pangolin before they get their spells off, even if a good Mars Arena comes down and just kills a couple of heroes, like, before anything even starts. You isolate their backline.
Yeah. Roche isn't up for a minute 45, so you have that time to use as well. And Gagut, I mean, they're together as a team except for the Puck, and yeah, they're going to smoke and find out, bring the Puck on in, and maybe a surprise catch-up. They can burst up this troll, or the Rubik, who's very far forward as well. Smoke's going to break, the roll's going to come, and maybe we get it off done. But Neverlight is going to come in, not pop the arena yet, but find himself guarded. The BKB is going to pop too, but
they're going for the troll!
He's just using
He's dead!
He's dead, out of it. No buyback as well as the BKB is coming in big. 2 dead already. Rubik's going to go down. The dagger's going to hit. And Yaps, I'm pretty sure he's happy with how this fight is going, as we can clean up this Mars after this BKB is done. Keep him there. He's going to try and TP out with all the damage you've got. He is going to be dead. 3 dead. Gagut taking the fight they desperately needed, as Roche respawns in 1 minute and potentially is theirs to take.
Yeah, I mean, that was brilliant by Gagak for the, like, I won't say signs of life, but that was crazy. That was like a corpse waking from the dead. This is a team that's really struggled to find anything, but I guess, like, as in game 1, Clarity has just been hard farming, and this time, the killing blow did not come as fast. Maybe that slowdown... Oh, hang on. A little bit more action at top.
Alright, Bob Zara tipping out in front of face.
Oh, we might die for this.
Doesn't make it, but do we commit for the queen?
There's no finger. They
got a
can't kill this Quap.
You got Dagon 4.
He's gonna be a dead lion.
4. Vision coming up, blinking forward, and we got actually Rubik coming in anyway, so I think even Puck wants to get out too, because he could just get picked up as he flies down as there's a blink, and we know what M1's going to do. Commit, Dagon up, bring him on into the TA. Okay.
You'll take that trade. That's worth it.
That's cool.
That's worth it. Coyote's huge, man. Like, this is happening. They just didn't end the game fast enough, and now this TA is really taking advantage of the space, right? She farms fast. Now, granted, there could be problems again in the late game, so I really don't think the TA out carries a troll. But with the extra control they have, maybe it's possible, right? It's been interesting to see how this game is twisted and turned, but what a great execution.
Going for the Yules? Buying the Yules?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, that is not... That's not worth it. D-Ward? No. Oh, no, the Sentry being placed down too, and then Roche.
Roche spawns just at that moment. I mean... Yeah, there's not much to do about this. You already have heroes dead in your team. The Roche is going to be the side of the Radiance if it respawns right now. It's just very unfortunate that it does. And yeah, that was very confident of them to dive that deep and to keep fighting on the Quap as well, instead of trying to TP away. Might cost them a lot.
Aegis, we've got a shard if we want to give it to maybe Troll. I don't know, extra attack speed for everybody.
Does Quap have the shard yet? Give it a Quap.
Yep. Cops go, oh no, oh, okay, Dagon. She's been buying Dagons. What am I thinking?
Please give her the Blink shard. It's so good, especially if you're going the Dagon build, right? You want to do to your target what they did to Troll, which was perfectly chain CC'd, and that Troll had no chance. That was beautifully timed Lion stuns, weaving them in between the Pangolier rolls, which were not just sort of back and forth off the same target. Very nice combination. Of course, it meant that they had to have the time and space to do that to the Troll. They had to get the Blink stun, but that's the game plan. You see it coming together for Gagak. It's just, is it too little, too late? Can they continue to hold?
Well, we haven't actually seen too much about the supports on the side of Burmese Ghouls, because they've been doing their thing, because Clockwork somehow managed to get an entire Ag Scepter together.
He's been killing a lot of heroes, and there has been a lot of time in the game to walk around and farm. He has maxed the Rocket Flare, which is pretty good for your passive gold income, but yeah, it is still an achievement. A lot of Clockworks can't quite keep up with that, and as a result, now he's so much more impressive. I love that overclocking spell.
Double hook if you want, double damage if you need it. A big bunch of aggression to run around, and Mars is looking for opportunities, but we are cutting waves if we are Gagut, as Cougar is doing what he does best, jump at a wave, pop it out, and leave it without getting caught. TA has actually a Daedalus picked up as well, so we have some damage for the TA to do. We just need, again, that perfect CC from Gagut to get it done.
Yeah, so far the target from Burmese Ghouls, I think, has by and large been the Puck. I think this is where you need to pivot. Like, they need to be focusing their attention on
back.
How do we make sure Gagut
comes in first. We've got damage. That's an Aegis gone, but he will be back. BKB ready to go. Mars Arena's going to be there, but the BKB is going to be popped by the TA as well. And the damage is going to be enough for the finger actually killing the Mars. On the way in the back, kills both supports. Well, so far as Moody's actually survived long enough to get away, but Yaps is still good. Yules have set up into the arrow. What is going on as we've got a control to maybe even kill this Queen of Pain, but it's the Rubik pickup falling down, putting the Pango and this puck into bad positions. Rubik still went, just going to try and phase shift, get to the low ground, but it's Clarity already back on in to get that damage and maybe even find that troll. He's got him. Bubzaro with a double kill. Rubik does steal himself a fade ball, get himself a kill, but Quap is looking like he's going to go down for it, and we've got the buyback from Mars. That might be a dieback if they can catch him, but they are running there trying to catch him. They just need a good old swashbuckle from this Pango to do it, but he just survives, and Mars definitely will not, as he's gone for 100 seconds, and N1 is limping away, queuing up that BKB now, as right now Gagat took an amazing fight.
Yeah, I mean, the Burmese Ghouls, they've looked really strong for all of Game 1 and like 90% of Game 2. You can see the cracks. N1's Quap doesn't look as great as N1's Death Prophet. And this Dagon pickup, I mean, I'm not saying it was overall foolish, but it has kind of emphasize the degree to which the game is slipping past their timing. Like, they can conceivably come back in the late game, that's for sure, with the team that they have, but they've been playing to try and end the game, like, right now, and it just has continued to not happen. Now TA is the richest hero in the game. That's not what you want to see. Clarity starting to really ball out as the rest of the heroes' stuns weigh in heavily. Bobzaro has shown up, man. Like, you were right about his off-lane play. This Pangolier has been quite good.
Oh, yeah. Just always the rolls. That shard has come in so handy of just making sure nobody can get any spells off. The troll just dying to his rolls, with actually Cougar not caring about his life. Cougar has been jumping in knowing that his entire team will back him up.
Yeah, and at the start that looked bad, right, because the puck was like the only hero doing well, but now they've bridged the gap to the point where the TA is carrying, the puck can just do that every fight without a care in the world, and it's so important to their draft right now that they secure, if not the initiation, they're kind of like reinitiating immediately with multiple blinks onto the backlines, onto the targets they want. They're really pressuring this troll who's completely stalled out. I feel like he had 20,000 net worth when the TA had 17,000. Now the TA has 21,000, troll still has 20k. Not good.
And we see a Lincoln Sphere getting queued up. That's kind of a sad sign for a troll, honestly.
Yeah, he needs it though. Like, he is getting killed by the combination of direct stuns and the Pangolier. The worry is that Bobzaro, right, he has Blink, Yules, and Roll Up. You can stun someone with just Rolling Thunder for like 4.5 seconds with that. So I don't know how good your Lincoln Sphere is going to be, especially when Lion himself can already pop it and still stun you.
Well, smoke coming out, not finding anybody yet. Clockwork did break it on the Pango, so they do know kind of where they're hanging in there. But a smoke, on a smoke, we'll see some action go on. The courier might be scouted as well as it flies back around and catches actually Bobzaro, who can, well, he can get it, but he'll show everyone where he is. And if this is a bait on a bait, I'm not sure, as we just see them hug this triangle and not even try to leave yet, as they go down to see who is pushing out this bottom lane.
They really need that. You can see how they're hugging the high ground and where all their wards are to boot, and they're smoked. They desperately want to take a fight with vision advantage, right? This is past a joke now. They keep getting caught out. Heroes keep jumping at them out of the fog and hitting key targets. That's how they're losing these fights. They know on the side of Burmese Ghouls, they're still 12,000 net worth ahead, right? The TA's recovered, not really anyone else. So they know that if they can just see the right targets coming, they'll be able to take a good fight, probably win the game off it. But they are just not being allowed to take that fight. The lack of a hero like a Beastmaster or something is quite punishing right now, and you just need to see these support step up. They've been pretty good all series, but Enlighten, Kree, now is your time. You have to see the Rubik reacting to the initiation with something like Blink Rolling Thunder, right? Then you have Blink Rolling Thunder of your own to break up any enemy combo. The Clockwork, if he can deny the puck or the Pango the chance to jump in and use their spells at the correct timing, that can be fight changing. But, you know, they do need to step up and do that.
Well, Moonlight Shadow, gonna be trying to, well, find something. Swiftblade is coming up next for the TA, and we are still contesting this bottom lane as Burmese Ghouls. They want this tier 3, they want this Rax, they want to force another lane to be constantly pushed in, and Gigant, they're playing very aggressive here. They're going to the enemy triangle, farming their ancients, getting the XP, not showing on the map at all. The missile won't actually catch anyone yet, but nobody is defending this bottom lane, and that might give the game away.
Yeah, Burmese Ghouls, they know what's up, right? Like, they've also had a bit of self-examination to do. That I think they feel like in Game 1, they won the game by focusing on buildings and just never allowing themselves to be in a bad position, just presenting a tough front. to the enemy at all times, not just rushing into fights. This game, whenever they've tried to force the action, it's gone badly for them. So they're just pressing in. They already have one lane of Rack's advantage. They have another lane where the barracks is open. Have they caught? No. Okay. I was about to say, though, Clarity's out, right? He's out, right? Okay, barely. Ooh.
He did have buyback. Okay, but still, you don't want to have to use buyback.
You don't want to have to use it for that. That's terrible. But does escape. Good job. And yeah, this is just going to be the game of cat and mouse that ensues now. Like, there's respect now for the side of Gagak. So you're going to see the Burmese ghouls really play it safe, move around as 5 heroes, always in a position that assumes they're going to get smoked on or jumped on, mostly sticking to the high grounds, but you see them, they move from one triangle to the enemy
jungle. Being found under the vision, picked on up, maybe speared away, and he's
going to run. Wow, Neverlight goes in!
On out or go on in, but yeah, Mars comes in, gets done, gets rolled upon, gets Dream Call on the back
all the spells.
He's not enough damage yet, BKB has been used, TA is going to get control, doesn't have his own BKB yet, but he just needs to be able to pull it off. Sonic Wave, blown up, he's gone, does have buyback though, and Cougar keeping the silence on the back line. Do we want to keep going this fight? Panko does not have buyback, on run away, Cougar almost got found.
Oh, Cougar's in trouble, the AMD runs out!
We've got the line goes in, and Cougar, he's got to just get the hell out of there. Lion, not so lucky on the other side too, as he doesn't have buyback himself. Will hex him back. They've got to break that blink, get the Earth Spike, and try to get out. He does survive. TA has buyback. Bob Zaro definitely does not. And whoa, X Neverlight wanting to throw the random spear just in case he's still in the trees, but this is your base opening up again as Cougar desperately goes to cut the waves.
Yeah, this is the gameplay, right? I said that you want to blunt the impact of the enemy's team fighting draft. This is one way to do it. And now they're at the late game, they really are able to do it. You see, immediately after the fight's lost, they just make sure that all 5 heroes don't die, and they run to cut 2 different lanes, really minimizing the chance of an effective push out of the Radiance. They'll have another chance to basically just reset the fight. But the Roshan is one thing that you can't deny them. So that's going to be the key. Have to make better use of it than last time. But you got to say, that was a risky fight, but it was a clutch fight from Burmese Ghouls. Neverlight just leaping ahead, right? Knowing that if they use all the spells on him, they can get a free fight. I was scared he was going to die immediately, but he managed to live. And that's when you see the Troll and the Quap come in. Once the Pangolier roll has been used, once they know it's safe. And that fight's already over from that moment.
Scanning actually out the Roche, but Clockwork's hanging in this. It might be a bait for Gagut to smoke in and think that they need to defend a Roche that isn't there. 30 seconds away from it spawning though, as they're gonna keep on going forward and maybe finding Lyson, as N1 can't find anything. But Lion, oh no, there was a ward up there the entire time. Forced up to gets the blink on in and pins him in. Theater shot both the supports here. BKB is pop. Bob Zaro does get the roll, but the BKB is gonna force him back as Troll is just getting that attack speed up on everybody. Cougar gonna get the silence back to keep the quad back, but Pashes actually landing on Bob Zaro through the range from the Troll, but Cougar silence for a second, dagger in the back, dodging the damage to the bike from Yaps, does at least allow them to disconnect, but Roche is about to be up as they charge on in and get themselves the refresher shard to go with it.
It's by far the most exciting game of the day, GDH. This is some real, like, classic tense LPL energy, but it is, you're starting to see after a string of really great fights, Gagak put together some inspired stuff to kind of bring this game back into question as to who will win. You're seeing how hard it is for them to do consistently, because the last couple of fights haven't even been ideal initiations, but just a catch here, jump in there, that was actually a very clutch arena from Neverlight, but that's, you know, as soon as the fight doesn't happen exactly on their terms,
this can't happen. Has to pop BKB, but it's done too perfectly.
Speed to a tree, Clockwork, this is bad.
Clockwork, overclock, pull back in, half HP, BKB comes off, might even fire, Refractor's gonna be there, but Troll is coming into Yaps.
With an Abyssal!
But Troll is getting Gills on up, we're gonna blink away, get away, Aeon is gonna pop, Yaps is just trying to keep this Mars back, but Bob Zaro is doing every single thing he can, roll in 2 seconds, Silence comes out, Sonic Wave almost used as we Dream Call back, break the animation, and kill him in place. As he does have buyback himself, bringing everybody back in. Dagon's being used on Cougar, but they're just going to get a refresh shot to Dagon him again. But he's going to dodge, and it's a Dagon into a Fade Bolt, into a kill, as he is gone. No buyback, and Bob Zaro forced to use his. Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, again, really, really intense fighting. Not quite able to secure the kill they wanted on the TADX. The Trolls is not close enough. Now he's going to get rolled on!
Damage. We're going to
backline though.
Line's going to be dead, but that means the front line is going to be Pango trying to keep this Troll away from the building. But can he do it for 68 seconds? No! He can be hook shot in place, and now he can't get away.
The second hook
shot coming in, Enlightened. The spear from the Mars. The cogs are pushing back, and Bob Zaro is dead. Couldn't even do a thing. 105 seconds, and maybe even just game.
I asked for the supports on the side of the Burmese schools to step up and allow this team to capitalize on their great start, and GDH Enlightened delivers. That was clutch stuff, but also it's so sick to see how the fights have evolved here. Both teams really trying, really thinking, fighting their way through this whole game. Oh, actually, okay, might be the cleanup fight here.
No, Clary's still alive.
Okay.
We're good.
But yeah, you see that, okay, the Pangolier rolling in from deep in the base to make sure they get the initiation, but they realize, okay, we can't stop Pango, he's magic immune. Blink to the backline, onto the Lion, guess where he is instantly destroyed. Now they have no combo to finish off the Troll, and from there the fight's just all one way. I mean, maybe you could have said it was a mistake for the Troll to not have a Blink today, but his team have, in the end, carried off this strategy without him needing that mobility. The last couple of fights where he's been kited haven't mattered, and now he's just going to work on those last couple of buildings.
They're not GGing out, though.
No? Why would you,
you know? Troll, I'm just going to get bumped. Okay, miss chance for Clarity, but they're not leaving. They're waiting.
One more winning fight
comes in.
tank,
That's still
maybe.
the Aegis said. They're going to try and kill Mars, try and break him out, keep him out of the base, but yep, he's saved by the Rubik anyway, and Troll is still going to be alive, but creeps are coming in. Rubik is still hanging. Sentry is not going to catch him out yet, as the Chap going to be trying to slow him down, and Klopp is back in 20 seconds. Whew, how long can we survive, really, if we're Gagant?
I mean, I don't know, they need another fight like that last one, but they need Lion to have an Aeon Disc, or they need Lion to be, like, fully out of sight of the enemy team. Maybe give him a smoke or something to hold, right? The classic in my base smoke.
Ooh,
Gets on the Troll! He's so far
He
forward.
doesn't have but the sun's going to have Kuga and the Arena. It's just going to pin in Mirana.
It's too
She's
much.
Now this pop, the orb comes back, and Mirana's gone. 97 seconds, but we do have a Pangolier back on up and ready to fight. He comes in, might be a Abyssal Blade instantly, but no Clarity. He's just going to get the Soul and Hex onto him, and the roll from both Zara needs to be big. Sonic Wave pulls him back. The Refraction's up there, so we can blink away, and Kuga moving forward, but the Abyssal Blade used on the Pangolier, which means he's low, but he has to Aegis for his own second life to come back into Bob Zara. He's going to roll the back, hit the Rubik up a few more times, maybe get a kill, but he misses his swashbuckle onto the Rubik, who actually, oh no, he steals himself the shard from the Pango, so he survives and dodges most of the magic damage as he's able to get the kill on the Bob Zara, and Sam, we pop the battle transcendently, meaning he's going to actually get one hex, but he dies before he can do a thing.
More buybacks.
As we do get damage in, Clary's going to come in, buybacks are going to come, Rubik's going to have to walk across the entire map, or go to the outpost to actually get here, maybe quick enough, as Mars is blinking into the high ground, and Lion does get a stun, but it's a stolen stun, so we've got actually a hex on the Rubik, which might be even better, as he gets picked up himself to dodge a little bit of damage, as Queen of Pain is going to get Dream Club, but has no BKB to blink away anyway. We're saying it as far as Mars is actually dead, but we have to do about Mega Creeps, as CA has to go back to deal with these waves, to keep them back, as we're just going to go back and let them just watch them slowly get destroyed by their base.
I can't believe we thought this game was going to end at like 20 minutes again, when you look at how hard Gagak have been fighting, right? It really has been a sort of confidence restoring performance. Hopefully it's morale restoring for them as well, but in the end, yeah, as you said, they're just losing too much inch by inch. They're being pushed back towards the precipice, and yeah, again, it's just becoming like mathematically too difficult. They've had some great fights, but you know, the Lion kind of flinging himself in there. They need to somehow pray for more. You can't just lose the support at the start like that. The fact that they eventually killed the Troll, but the other two cores are still too healthy, and then you see them, they know what they need to do. They dive into the fight to try and get a kill on the Rubik at least, while the Troll is down, but yeah, they just can't. They don't have enough ammunition. There's too much damage coming out of their opponents. And now, you know, there's still more coming. The Quap is building a refresher. We're going to have a refresher level 5 Dagon Quap combo.
But
that's frightening.
We've got a Rapier on deck. Clarity.
Whoa! Okay, that is one way. That is one way. And the Agi Blink, right? The Swift Blink plus Rapier, that's so much damage. And now there's no Aegis, right? This is the time to pull the trigger. They won't have that safety blanket. But can you get it off? How much can they do to disable him? He's got the BKB. The Clockwork could be key here.
Alright, smoking in. DD Root on the Troll, though, which might even up this fight just a little bit. Running back onto the lower ground. They've got Vision on high ground, but they've got the Dream Claw.
Troll ult might even it up.
Hurricane Pike comes out. BKB
He's going to know that
it's pretty big, and there's the Rapier. But the hookshot, it lands on this CA. Could just fight. We've got a double hookshot to keep him back, and Quap is looking to bump them in the back. With all the amount of damage you've got, jumps in, already kills the line, but more forward. CA still has that Rapier, so the Yule Scepter onto the Stroll, keep him back, bait him out just so long as they can, but can they get the damage? The Hex stolen by Rubik keeps him in place. The Invisible Blade's going to be there, but we get some damage in the back. Sonic Wave being helpful now. It's us actually from the park coming in clutch, but Troll is just man fighting up. Sebastian keep on coming away. Needs some damage. We got it. He can buy back though. Moving on forward. Going to get a double stance to get from Cougar, and now it's just Clarity trying to get some damage done. Aeon Disc has popped as we're just breaking forth, back and forth as Cougar does get to low grab.
Oh, finds the tree!
To the
beautiful!
Tree, Sonic Wave, and
that's it.
Divine is on the deck, and I think that is all she wrote at this point, as they don't
they're
even
gonna
pick
leave
it
that.
up.
Wow, GG's is called. Huge fight. For a moment there, I sincerely thought Clary was about to turn things around and win it for Gagak, but what a play by that Mars. Keeps a cool head, even after the troll died. Gagak fought that very well to keep the TA from being isolated, to then isolate the troll, but again, it's really smart by Burmese schools. They're very cool and confident in how they take these fights, right? Multiple heroes just left out of the way, out of the fight. They're okay with their troll being isolated so long as it means Klopp and Mars can enter the fight on their own terms. And then when it matters, Neverlight, what a performance. MVP of the series for me. Spots the one way to land a guaranteed stun on the TA that then allows the critical kill, the rapier drop, and the GG.
Oh, yeah. Whew. That was a good game. I like that game to end it off, and credit, as we said already in the game, credit to Gagap. Feeling after that game, they've had a rough time. I mean, it is still 2-0, but they fought this second game so hard to stay into it. Clarity again brought it, but Cougar in that mid usually plays position 4. These late game team fights on that puck was so crucial. His silences, his stream calls, every single one of those were required to stay in that game, and he used them as best he could. Like, he did as much work as he could.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting. I don't know whether that's like a role change they're going to continue with from game to game, whether that was a reaction to game 1 and how rough it was, or like a hero assignments thing. But it was funny to say, like, oh, this is a 4-position playing mid. Like, what would you expect from a puck mid? Well, you got owned in the laning phase, and then as the game went on, the spell usage in team fights was clutch, right? I feel like that's a lot of support players, given the power of a mid lane puck or the, the itemization, can do a good job. But yeah, they did, again, put a lot onto Clarity, and maybe if they'd given a little bit less ground in the early game, they wouldn't have been so far in the hole. But at least they fought it out. At least they did something. Hopefully that gives them faith in the games to come.
Yep. And I've got some good news. Well, I've got some news for you, at least. In that leaderboard, right now, after day 3, they have all been 2-0s still. So the top 4 is still M11, Gargoyle Esports, UDV, and Apes Esports, but every single one of these series, 2-0s.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't give both teams a win for that game 2 there, even though they both, showed up to play hard. But at least we do get to see Atomic and Esports and Burmese Schools both rallying back, and in real, like, signature-looking wins as well. Both teams look quite strong, showed a flexibility of draft, showed a flexibility in-game to adapt when things start to go wrong, showed some perseverance there from the Ghouls to clutch that one out. I think it stands them in good stead, and it'll be interesting to see, right? Like, a lot of these matchups haven't been played yet. How will Gargoyle and UD Vesuan measure up against those two teams, right? Now that they've sort of got some blood, got some W's on the chart, maybe got a confidence back.
Well, we do have more games to come, because then on day 3, day 4, it's actually a Team M11 doubleheader. The winners from last season are back with a vengeance, already feeling just as strong with Rusman in the carry role, but they're going to be facing Gargoyle Esports with a feeling real nice Dota. They've been playing some real solid stuff themselves, and then also Apes Esports. Maybe they've got the fire back up after their loss today, and they're just going to bring it back onto M11 and take some points away from them.
Yeah, pair of top 4 clashes. You can't ask for much more. Some of the more established teams really hot for that Apes M11 rematch. That was one of my favorite matches from the previous Invitational. So hopefully M11 can deliver the caliber of Dota that we expect from them. Hopefully they get some stiff resistance as well. We love a good game. Glad that we got to see some today, GDH.
Oh, hell yeah. I love that last game. But I guess we've got a day in between before we get the action back here at the LPL. And if anybody wants to follow what you've been doing during this break, I know there's been a lot of things happening, some new stuff coming up. Where should the folks follow you?
Yeah, just check out my Twitter at @awanderingbard. You can see all of my different esports work is gathered up there from the different channels it's on, including this stuff. I recommend it. Also, make sure you give LPL a follow.
Oh yeah, LPL_play for every single thing, or LPL_Dota, Valorant, whatever you need. We've got all the information, all the games coming up, doing some great tournaments really coming up this year as well. And also, I'd like to thank our great sponsors for bringing us this season of LPL for 2022. LG, our presenting partner, high quality hardware, great quality screens, always crystal clear vision. So if you need to see some T-fights in just perfect quality, pick up an LG monitor. You're not going to regret it. And speaking of which, Roadcat hardware. If you want to protect your gaming to the next level, why not pick up some of them? It's clean, it's quick, the mouses are great, the microphone's super clear, and right now it's clear that game day 4 here at the LPL Pro Dota is looking pretty amazing. I'm excited for the double header for Team M11, and it's starting tomorrow, so you're not going to miss it. I'm going to see you then.
But the ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.